Thank you for time. We can start.
Good morning everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay,
Waalaikumsalam.
first let me introduce myself. My name is Alfi Makuriah. I'm from Jakarta Global University Indonesia, and today I will be the moderator for this session. Welcome to all presenter. Are you ready, guys, to present your paper today?
Yes, ready.
Okay, today we have 6 presenter from, I think this is all from Indonesia, right? 6 presenter from Indonesia, yeah. Okay, we have
Yes.
6 presenter today, and I think the first presenter will be Ardian Fajar Prastawan. Are you here, Sir Ardian?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, Miss. Thank you.
Okay, Ardian, you can start your presentation. Your presentation entitled Growth Strategy Analysis for Techno Scaffolding Business. Okay, please, your time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Miss. Hello, everybody. Good morning. My name is Ardian Fajar Pastiawan. Thank you for the time you give to me. Today, I will present our presentation according to our work, with the title Growth Strategy Analysis for Techno Scaffolding Business. I will introduce myself first. My name is Ardian Fajar Prastiawan. I come from IPMI International Business School, and this paper I do the job with the supervisor of Miss Yulita Ferina Susanti. Okay, then the first I will. This is the agenda introduction. We will discuss the literature review, and then the methodology, finding, discussion, and conclusion recommendation. Okay, first is the introduction. Yeah. As the title, our title is Growth Strategy Analysis for Techno Scaffolding Business. This is we analyze one of the financial strategy from the especially investment strategy for from the one company in Indonesia, PT Teknometal Konstruksi Utama, and this is the construction industry. PT Teknometal is actually doing their main business is in scaffolding. Scaffolding is actually part of the construction industry, like many other countries. So scaffolding is basically the temporary structure used for the construction work and during the construction, yeah, for repair, maintenance of building and other structure. It provides safe and stable platform to workers to perform tasks, yeah. So walking in head, everything walking in head, especially in construction, needs a scaffolding. And this is the Indonesia infrastructure sector. So this is the market size, and then predicted in 2028 will be very huge, yeah, as the Indonesia is the developing country, and then will grow around 5%. This is by motor intelligence. And then the major player, as you can see, some of the big construction, that's all the PT Teknometal customer. And first introduction is about the scaffolding. What is the scaffolding? Scaffolding, as you can see, is like this, as I explained previously, used for the construction equipment. Yeah, basically it is the construction equipment used for the construction building or bridge, etc. And this is the many types. Yeah, I don't want to spend a lot of time to explain this. As you can see, this is the basically scaffolding and formwork. This is the equipment for construction. And this is the industry background, especially in Indonesia. Yeah, we have the major player do manufacturing, trading, rental, and installation. Yeah. So actually, PT Teknometal now do in manufacturing and trading. So in this paper, actually we want to evaluate, yeah, whether we go to the PT Teknometal go to the rental business is actually visible or not, worth or not. by using the investment analysis. And then this is the company background. The name is PT Teknometal Konstruksi Utama, operating in 3 years. Yeah, this is basically a new company, and this is the manufacturer, and this is basically the core business of the PT Teknometal is manufacturing the scaffolding and trading the scaffolding for current business activity. And this is why actually Tekno must grow, yeah, because we have to do this one. The construction market in Indonesia is rapidly increase every year. So we PT Teknometal just want to catch the opportunity to be part of the construction industry. And this is the financial report. As you can see, the trend of the net income is net revenue or net income is always grow exponentially, yeah. So maybe more than double. And then last year, 2022 to 2023, is grow almost 300% in terms of revenue. This one, yeah, significant growth in order to expand. So Teknon is allocating the profit or retained earning to strengthen the current business activity. And then this is the objective to evaluate, yeah, basically the rental business activity is the best choice and most profitable in Teknometal or not, and to overcome the strategy in terms of allocating capital budget from the retained earning. And this is the literature review, first is the business plan and growth strategy theory, and see this one, and then the factor the customer choose between rental and purchase. And this is the Porter's 5 forces model. I don't want to take a lot of time here. As you can see, this one, and then this is the SWOT analysis. We will do the SWOT analysis also. I believe you already know what the SWOT analysis are. And then this is the PESTEL, political, economic, social, technology, environmental, and legal. And then we will focus and concentrate in here, the types of capital budgeting, because we will allocate our profit or retained earning to make the new investment in the rental business activity. And then the methodology is we will first interview the management, visit factory stockyard, and then take all the data from the management, and then we will make analysis and conclusion. And then we will use this four, yeah, Porter's 5 forces, SWOT, PESTEL, and capital budgeting. So we go to the analysis. First is the Porter's 5 forces. And this is the first one is trade new entrance, yeah. So basically, this business is a lot of people can do the scaffolding rental, especially the rental business, because start from very small company to the very big company, mostly do the rental, yeah. And then the beginning for the supplier will have no issue as because the supplier will be from the PT Teknometal Konstruksi Utama because we manufacture the scaffolding, so it will be no issue. Then the competitive rivalry, and then most of the Indonesian scaffolding player now is actually experienced player, more than 10 years. So we have challenge from that. And then bargaining of our buyer, the buyer is actually sensitive, yeah, for the price sensitive. So we will have the price war in this business. And then the threat of substitute product, there is no substitute product now, actually. Then frame scaffolding in the medium business. And then this is the SWOT. Strength, PT Technology have the database of customer, yeah, because we have more than 300 customer who has currently purchased the scaffolding from us, and many of them asking about the rental also. So to make the market penetration is not difficult. Strong team and management we also have, and then the Tekno is already known in the market as the big scaffolding supplier. And this is the weakness, a lot of competitor, yeah, a lot of competitor from small scale to the big scale of competitor. And then frame scaffolding is easy corrosion. That's the technical and price sensitive in the scaffolding rental market. Then the opportunity, the demand is follow the increase also. Yeah, as you can see, Indonesian construction sector is growth, every year growth, and then we will follow the growth of the construction because every construction project needs a scaffolding. And then alternative materials such as bamboo is hard to difficult now, so nobody use bamboo again. And then also the trade is easy business, yeah. Actually many of our customer is normally they do also the rental, they purchase from us and then they do the rental. So a lot of competitor. Second-hand material is also from China is also a lot here. Some customer will be difficult to claim after the rental finish and they make the broken loss. And then this is the pastel, the political, economic, social. I think I will skip this one, yeah. So maybe you can. But and then this is the our focus one is in the capital budgeting. In the capital budgeting, so basically, we go from the PT Techno just finished to build a new warehouse and plan to maximize and utilization of the warehouse by add the rental material. So uh, we already use the warehouse to manufacture and then the stockyard for trading. But now the space is still a lot, so we need to create a new business. The company plan to expand in the scaffolding rental and has enough capacity for support new business. And this is the initial investment. Yeah. So we come from the income statement that last year we have the net income around our net income around 10 billion rupiah, or that's approximately around seven 700,000 dollars. And then we will spend 30%. The company make a decision that 30% from the profit last year will be used uh, to inject the new capital in the new business unit. And as you can see, 2.8 billion rupiah. And then this one, the initial investment, yeah. So we try to calculate what actually the material PT Techno want to make a rental, yeah. And this is one all the analysis, and the total investment needed is 5.2 billion, which is the 30% from the profit last year, 2.8 billion, and then the remaining capital will be allocated using debt. We will cooperate with the bank, and then the debt by the shareholder asset property. So in Indonesia, it's okay if the shareholder have the asset, they can use it, and then we borrow the bank. So the total capital will be for 5.2 billion, and then this capital will be evaluated in the 5-year period. And this is the cost. Basically, the cost, yeah, the cost from rental is basically the depreciation cost, the biggest cost, yeah, in rental. And this is we will use the 4-year straight line, 4-year straight line for the depreciation cost. And then this is we can see the annual depreciation is almost 1 billion 935, and then for the equipment. And then this one, the annual depreciation cost. And now after we have the initial investment and depreciation cost, so we try to analyze the cost of capital. And then this one, there are two perspective, yeah, actually. So we will use the total capital perspective. This is interest expense is not relevant. And then this is the analysis of cost of capital. So we will use the total new capital, 5.2 billion, and then the firm's equity contribution, 2.8. Firm's debt financing, we will use the shareholder asset to borrow from the bank. And then the cost of equity determined by the company is 20% actually. And then cost of debt from Indonesian bank, yeah, especially the PT Tekno Metal Konstruksi Bank is 13%. And then the tax rate in Indonesia is 22%, the income tax rate in Indonesia is 22%. Therefore, we will calculating the weighted average cost of capital, which is we can see the cost of capital is 15.46%, which is we will use this for the further analysis. And this is the pricing of occupancy, yeah. we will, so basically for the occupancy of material is actually how many percent actually in 1 year your asset out to be rented by the customer. And this is we will make some option, and this is based on our interview. Actually we have a lot of the relation in the scaffolding company. We make them interview, and then this come in the beginning first year the target is 50% of the asset will be rented out is okay. Second year normally should increase 10%, so 60%. Third to fifth year 70%. This is the data we will use to make the assumption and then to make the forecast, cash flow projection forecast. And this is the analysis of income statement in 5 years operation using this rental business. This is the rental revenue. We will come from this, and then the revenue from transport mobilization, etc. And then after all, this is the income statement analysis projection for 5 years. Then we still have and the first year is actually the margin is negative, which means we lost. But in the second to 5 years, the business will start to grow. And this is the cash flow projection. Basically, using the technique of capital budgeting, all costs and then all cash flow possible in the business we put it here. And after this analysis, we get the NPV at NPV 1.7, which is positive, is okay. The IRR to 25.8%, that's okay. Payback period in 4 years. It's counted payback period 5 years, and then the profitability ratio is 1.33. Okay, that's all the analysis, and this is the conclusion. So on the result of research, several conclusions can be taken as follows based on the result. So as you can see, the PBP 4.79 year faster than the maximum period of 5 years, which means it's okay, but not so good, but that's okay, still okay. Based on the results, NPV positive, which is equal to either 1.7. And instead that this investment is also feasible to carry out. Based on the result, the profitability ratio is 1.33, is greater than 1. Also indicate that the rental business is good in the terms of 5 years period, but not very good, but that's okay. Best, also we can see the 25.8% already greater than value of cost capital we determined last time. The investment is also visible. And then all based on the quantity value through the capital budgeting, the investment to go to the rental business is financially worth run. And then this is the recommendations for companies for the PT Teknometal before they make decision for that. Decision regarding investment into rental asset of scaffolding are decision that greatly determine the success of the company. Related large fund in a relatively long time. Somebody investing their funds in an investment proposal need to analyze whether the investment proposal is really feasible or not to be implemented, because then the risk of losses to be suffered by the company is smaller. The result of the calculation of investment feasibility analysis indicate that this investment is feasible to be implemented. And then for the research, it's better to conduct research related to the feasibility of investment proposal. For fixed assets, should pay attention to aspects that can affect the feasibility of the proposed investment. So the results obtained will be correct, really valid. The proposed investment can provide maximum benefit and reduce negative impact on the company that will make the proposed investment. Thank you for your kind attention. Yes.
Okay,
For
thank
me.
you, Mr. Ardian. I think this is very interesting presentation. Okay, maybe we are going to the Q&A session. Is there any question for Mr. Ardian about the presentation today? Okay, any question? Okay, if no, maybe I want to ask based on the recommendation that you give in this conclusion and recommendation, have you shared about the result of this research to the stakeholders?
Yes, actually, we already shared with them.
Okay, maybe it's very useful for them to I think to improve their performance, right?
Yes, yes, correct. They say thank you for this analysis,
Mm.
and then they plan this year they will make this investment. Yeah. But maybe a little modification, not only, and they will put more capital to do
Hmm.
this.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Mr. Andian, for the presentation. We are going
Thank
to the
you.
next presenter. But let me remind again about the time allocation because we have 2 hours time allocation in this session. Maybe we will divide into 5 minutes. I'm sorry, 15 minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, each
Okay, thank
presenter.
you.
Okay, okay. Okay. Okay, the next presentation will be Mrs. Indah Rosida, Medina Nilasari, and Randy Rizkiani, also Justin Tanuwijaya. Are you all there?
Ida here, and I think some few of my teacher are here as well.
Okay. Okay, you all will be presenting about the influence of social media usage, organizational attributes, and employer branding attributes on intention to apply for job vacancies, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, please start your presentation. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Please allow me to share my screen. Sorry, before I start the presentation, can you all confirm that you can see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello all. Good morning or good afternoon from Indonesia. Thank you for having us here. And in this occasion, we would like to present our research results with the title The Influence of Social Media Usage, Organizational Attributes, and Employer Branding Attributes on Intention to Apply for Job Vacancy. And the author of this research are myself, Ida Rashida, and Dr. B. Medina Nilasari, Dr. Reni Rizkiani, and Dr. Justin Tanuwijaya. We all from Trisakti University in Indonesia. The agenda of this presentation will be first, there will be introduction, and following by literature review. There are four variables in this research, and then methodology, and then finding and discussion, and the last is conclusion and recommendation. Yeah, now we are coming to introduction. As we know that the qualified worker are becoming an issue nowadays, where the online era, the business environment can change very quickly. Therefore, the company are facing the challenge of having qualified and competitive worker. So, in order to get quality worker, is to implement internet-based recruitment, or we we usually call it e-recruitment by placing a job vacancy on recruitment sites such as LinkedIn. And according to Napoleon Cat, the highest LinkedIn user in Indonesia are aged between 25 to 34 years old. It is at 62.2%, which means these are the age of working ages. And using recruitment sites such as this LinkedIn, for example, in Indonesia, it's not only make it easier for job seeker, but it's also make it easier for companies to find qualified and also the competitive job candidates. Social media can be used to inform about the job vacancy, but sometimes it but sometimes it disguised as a fraud. So there is a lack of public trust in the information. But still, it cannot be denied that the usage of social media makes it easier for a company to communicate their company branding, their company attribute. So the job seeker can get to know the company much way better. And the more company branding is known by the job seeker, the more the organizational attributes are known by the job seeker. So it's the more likely it is the job applicant will intend to apply for a job. Now moving forward to the literature review. As mentioned before, there are four variables in this research. First is social media usage. Um, According to Barad Watch Research 2023, social media usage is an effective recruitment tool to communicate desired information and get the attention of potential candidates. The author, it's also aligned with the research from Stevenson et al. On 2013 that social media can attract prospective applicant intention to apply and enhance corporate reputation. And nowadays, human resource manager also use the power of social media while recruiting, selecting, training, developing, engaging, and also image building. The second variable is organizational attributes. Organizational attributes influence organizational by functioning and constraints and supporting factor of organizational behavior. Another author also mentioned that organizational attributes, including work location, company condition, organizational image, job security, employment condition, and familiarity, can influence the intention to apply for a job. And another research proved that wages, promotional opportunities, layoff policies, and environment policies of an organization have a significant influence on potential employees in having an interest in the organization and also the intention to get a job in the organization. The next variable is the employee branding attributes. According to Putri and Abdurrahman 2023, job seekers also interested in applying for a job at a company that describe the company work environment on their social media, on the company social media, and provide content about the work environment at the company, the benefit received by the employees, and also the career development that employees who work at the company. And also company that successfully promote their employee branding through a various program will have a significant and direct impact on intention to apply. Company that offer perceived benefit related to application, development, and social value are considered more reputable by potential applicant and will have a positive impact on intention to apply. The last variable is intention to apply job vacancy. Intention to apply job vacancy, according to Zaki and Pusparini, is Zaki and Pusparini 2020, is a strong predictor of behavior at the recruitment stage, and it is really important to understand what option that job applicant will make. The intention to apply job vacancy will also play an important role in company branding and create an attraction for application to apply in the job market. Therefore, if the intention to apply is positive, it will have a positive impact, such as continuity of the organization in obtaining quality human resources. Next is methodology. This study used quantitative method for combining the finding of respondent data, multiple studies from a leading journal, review, and also the chapter book. And according to Hare et al., the number of samples can be obtained from the number of indicators times by 5 up to 10. So the indicator of this research was 37 items. So times 5 turned into 185. So the unit analysis for this research was 185 fresh graduates from Faculty of Economy and Business at the Islamic University in South Tangerang, Indonesia. And for the quantitative analysis proposed, the answer are measured on a 5 Likert scale as 1 is strongly agree, 2 disagree, 3 neutral, 4 agree, and 5 strongly disagree. I strongly agree, sorry. And moving forward to hypothesis development, the conceptual framework used in this research is like shown in the slide, where there are 2 independent variables and 1 dependent variable and 1 mediation. And from this framework, it turns to 7 hypotheses. First is social media usage influence intention to apply job vacancy, employer branding. Hypothesis 2, employer branding attributes influence to intention to apply job vacancy. Hypothesis 3, organizational attributes influence to intention to apply job vacancy. Hypothesis 4, social media user influence to employer branding attributes. Hypothesis 5, organizational attributes influence to employer branding attributes. Hypothesis 6, employer branding attributes significantly mediates the influence of social media usage on intention to apply job vacancy. And the last, hypothesis 7, employer branding attribute mediates the influence of organizational attribute on intention to apply job vacancy. Now, coming to finding and discussion, based on the analysis, the finding of this research are all 7 hypotheses that were mentioned before were supported and influenced intention to apply. And it could be seen from the p-value here. The p-value of 0.000, and also here there is 0.004, which is less than 0.05, and you can see it can also be seen from the 2 independent variables. The one that has the most influence on intention to apply is organizational attributes. I have highlighted here in yellow. But the variable of employer branding attributes has also influenced directly to influence intention to apply, as well as the mediating variable in hypothesis 6 and 7. Coming to conclusion of this research, this study successfully present that all variables influence on intention to apply job vacancy, with the employer branding attribute as an important role. This also proved that employer branding attribute is very visible as a mediating variable. And companies should pay attention to their branding in the eyes of public, especially job seeker, to get qualified job candidates. But for sure, this research still have a limitation, as this research is not mapping yet the use of social media by the target sample, which is fresh graduate at the sampling location. Therefore, the result of this research cannot be generalized enough regarding the use of LinkedIn as a social media that used by the object of this research. Then the research object is still limited as well, because it is limited to fresh graduates from Faculty of Economic and Business at the Islamic University in South Tangerang, Indonesia only. So the recommendation for a future research is the first and the most major restriction, because it's not mapping yet the social media. So for the future research, is a good will be good of advantage to know what are the most usage of social media that you are going to that the object using, and also the sample, because the sample, as mentioned before, is limited to fresh graduate in this university only. So for the future research could be more wider object. Okay, thank you for the attention. Should you have any question, please let us know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Indah Rosina, for your insightful presentation. I think we are going to the Q&A session. Is there any question for the presenter? Okay, any question? Okay, if there are no question, maybe I want to ask two questions about your research. Based on your findings and discussion that there are or hypothesis is accepted, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So may I know about the value of the coefficient determination or R square?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Okay, about the value of coefficient determination or R square.
R square.
Yes.
Wait. Sorry. I think I'm not really clear enough. Can you please repeat? Sorry.
Again, the value about the coefficient determination or adjusted R square.
Adjusted R square.
I think it is from the analysis part.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, we move to the second question while I'm looking for the for the data here.
Okay, okay. And the second question is about the data analysis model. What you use in this analysis? Are you use path analysis or something else?
I'm using the with the SAM model with the AMOS.
Oh, okay, okay. Good.
Well, for the adjusted R square,
Okay, maybe we can discuss it later if you are not on your paper. Thank you, Miss Indah, for
Yep.
your great presentation. Okay, we are moving to the next presenter for this session. Okay, for Ferike Sitohang and Prof.Dr. Wiwiek Mardawiyah Daryanto, are you here? Okay, Ferike Sitohang.
I think Ferike Sitohang is here.
Okay, Miss Ferike Sitohang, you can start your presentation.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, time is yours.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Did you see my slide?
Yes.
Okay, good morning. My name is Ferike Sitohang, and this session I would like to present my journal. The title is Financial Performance Analysis and Evaluation of AKR Corporindo TBK before and during COVID-19 crisis in Indonesia for years of 2018 until 2022. So the agenda now consists of introduction, literature review, methodology, findings, and discussion. And the last is conclusion and recommendation. So for the company AKR Corporation is Indonesian leading bulk supply chains and logistic company and developer Indonesia largest integrated industrial and post estate, supplying basic chemical energy and logistic to Indonesian industry through investment in critical infrastructure across the archipelago of Indonesia. So the AKR Corporation is currently investing in gas and infrastructure. In COVID-19 pandemic, the revenue was slightly declined in 2020, impacted by the COVID pandemic crisis at that time, but further years was able to maintain strong operational and financial performance in 2022, despite challenges posed by COVID-19. As we see in the graph for the sales revenue, see a decline on 2020, but the general gross profit is, the trend line is increasing. So this research objective, this study is to analyze the financial performance of AKR Corporindo before and during, and also after COVID-19 pandemic, as to advise to all stakeholders with financial performance ratio indicators for further strategic decision to achieve sustainability growth in the future. And for the literature review, the next, as we see, AKR Corporindo was founded in 1960 by a person, Sugiarto Adikusumo, started as a small chemical trading business in Surabaya, and has grown to be a leading distributor of chemicals and petroleum in Indonesia. So AKR Corporindo went public in 1994, expanding its infrastructure significantly. And by the early 2000, AKR ventured into petroleum distributor and becoming the first private company to distribute both non-subsidized and subsidized fuel. So AKR has diversified into various sectors, including energy, logistics, manufacturing, retail, investing in innovative technology for supply chain efficiency. This company supplies chemical, petroleum to various industry and operates a large transport fleet. So significant projects include the Java Integrated Industrial and Port Estate, GIIPE in Gresik, a special economic zone aimed at boosting industry competitive and investment. AKR also entered the retail and aviation fuel markets through joint venture with BP Global and continued to explore renewable energy distribution through a partnership with PT Bayu Buana Gemilang. And for the financial ratio, other quantitative measures used to assess financial health of the businesses by analyzing data for financial statement. This ratio helps financial analysts, investors, and managers evaluate liquidity, leverage, growth, margin, profitability, and valuation. So the two main purpose of this analysis is to track company performance over time to identify trends. And the second is making comparative judgment by benchmarking against competitors to assess relative performance. In this session, financial ratio, financial ratio are categorized into liquidity, leverage, efficiency, and profitability ratio. So this study quantitatively uses 4 financial ratio, which is liquidity, profitability, activity, solvency, to analyze the AKR Corporindo TBK performance. The data sourced from the company annual report on Indonesia Stock Exchange, IDX, website from the year 2018 to 2022. And then converted into this financial ratio to provide valuable insight for the investors and stakeholder, aiding in strategic business decision. So the findings, moving to findings and discussion. As we see from the year 2018 to 2022, the liquidity ratio as shown in graph, in average for the current ratio is above 1. Well, this will indicate sufficient current asset to cover its short-term liability, even during COVID-19 in 2022, demonstrating basic liquidity. However, the quick ratio in average below 1 suggests potential difficulties in meeting short-term obligation without selling inventory, which may not be easily converted to cash. The declining quick ratio in 2022 is most probably due to the pandemic, highlighted the need for improved liquidity management and inventory practices, though recovery began in the following 2 years. And overall, the liquidity ratio is above 1. This suggests the company is well positioned to meet its short-term obligation comfortably. And for the leverage ratio, as is seen in the graph, the company's average debt to equity ratio indicates above 1, and this shown a reliance on debt financing, which can enhance returns but also increases financial risk, necessitating careful debt management. Conversely, a debt ratio below 1 suggests a total assets exceed total debt, reflecting a conservative financing approach that boosts financial stability and investor confidence. The interest coverage ratio consistently above 1 and increasing before, during, and after COVID-19 pandemic as well shows in the company profitability is sufficient to meet its interest obligation, further enhancing financial stability and access to capital. So overall, the company's leverage ratio is considered sufficient from a financial perspective. Moving next to efficiency ratio, for the indicator for inventory turnover, asset turnover, days sales in inventory, and AR turnover ratio. So for the inventory turnover ratio declined significantly in 2019, this indicating less frequent sales, but began to grow in subsequent years, including during the pandemic. The asset turnover remained relatively stable before and during the pandemic. Days sales in inventory were low before COVID-19 pandemic, but increased significantly during the pandemic, reflecting impacted sales performance, which a positive decline trend in the following years. The account receivable turnover ratio declined in 2020, and this indicating longer payment collection times, highlighting the need for effective receivables management practices. And next, in a profitability ratio, as also is seen in the graph, the company's earning point margin remains stable from 2018 until 2022, and even increased during the COVID pandemic in 2020. Despite fluctuating operating margin before the pandemic, the increase in 2020 reflects effective cost management amid global lockdowns. The rise in gross margin alongside a decreasing operating margin ratio indicates successful management of operational expenses and direct production costs. And for the net profit margin also increased during the pandemic, which demonstrating the company's ability to manage costs effectively and adapt quickly to a digital transformation and e-commerce trends in COVID-19 pandemic. So in overall performance, as we see, during and after COVID-19 pandemic, declining PE ratio reflect heightened uncertainty, increased risk aversion, and downward revision in earning expectation. Conversely, the ROA ratio show an increasing trend before and during the pandemic, this indicating improved efficiency and profitability. And the ROIC ratio also increased during the period, suggesting effective cost management and operational optimization. Overall, the rising ROA during the pandemic indicates that companies successfully navigated challenges, capitalized on growth opportunities, and improved financial performance. So, for the conclusion and recommendation, AKR Corporate Finance performance before and during the COVID-19 pandemic highlights its dynamic response to market challenges and opportunities. And the company's diversified business model provided resilience, helping mitigate risks associated with demand fluctuation and supply chain disruption. And the effective inventory management and strategic adaptation were crucial in navigating through the crisis. And the next point is diversified portfolio, including trading, distribution of petroleum and chemicals and logistics services, help maintain the stability of the company. Next, the AKR Corporindo achieved an increase in net profit margin in 2020. This highly reflecting its ability to adapt, capitalize on opportunity, and manage costs effectively. And the company implemented measures to control operating expenses, optimize logistic and supply chain operation, and enhance operational efficiency. And the last, maintaining its resilience and continuing to innovate will be crucial for sustained profitability and growth in the future. Okay, I think that's from my side. Thank you so much for your kind attention. Referring back to the moderator, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Verika Situhang, for your great presentation. Okay, we are going to the Q&A session. Is there any question for Ms. Verika? Okay, any question? Okay, I think there are no more questions for your presentation, Ms. Verika. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. We are going to the next presenter. The fourth presentation will be Ms. Lina Prayogi. Are you there?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Lina will present about the research paper with the title "The Role of the Angklung Community Senang Barokah Sesama SBS in Improving the Life Motivation of the Older Generation." Okay, Ms. Lina, time is yours to present your paper.
Thank you. May I share the screen?
Yes, of course.
Yes, wait a moment, please. Wait a moment. Sorry. Yes. Sorry, have you already seen it?
Not yet, Miss.
Not yet. Okay,
Yeah.
wait. Sorry. Wait a moment, please. Yes, this is already. This is already seen?
Okay, not yet. Still not PowerPoint presentation, but
wait. I try again. Okay. Sorry. Wait. Yes, I try again. Wait. The presentation. Yes. And should be done. Yes. Okay. This already sent?
Yes, already
Yes.
sent.
Okay, thank you. We can start. Yeah. Thank you very much for my time. I'm Lina Prayogi from Polytechnic Bima Madani from Indonesia. The agenda consists of 1, introduction, 2 is literature review, 3rd is methodology, 4th is result and discussion, 5th is the limitation, and the last one is the conclusion and recommendation. Yes, the introduction. As we know, music and angklung. Music has many benefits, such as improving mood, strengthening memory, increasing creativity, and others. Angklung is a traditional musical instrument from West Java, made from bamboo, that has been recognized by UNESCO as an Indonesian cultural heritage. It requires teamwork to be played and can produce beautiful rhythmic sounds. And listening to music, especially in this research, is for the elderly, can help them fill their time with positive activities beneficial for themselves and others. One of the plays that my object of the research is that provide music activity for the elderly is the angklung community, the name of Senang Barokah Sesama, we call SBS. Yes, this is the background of angklung community of SBS. It's formed in November 2022. And with the honors, I introduce the chairwoman is Prof.Dr. Wiwiek Mardawiyah DARYANTO. It has 25 members, mostly elderly. The SBS Angklung have the mission and vision. The mission is to develop and perform Angklung music, promoting it as a cultural ambassador for Indonesia. And the vision is to introduce Angklung to all society levels, fostering cultural heritage awareness. We practice in the Professor Wiwiek home in Pondok Bambu, East Jakarta, and guided by Coach Mugi Pangestu. We can see in the picture. Yeah, the community focus on preserving traditional music while combating loneliness and uplifting the elderly and mentally disabled by engaging them in positive, motivating activities. And also, we aware that the activities of SBS Angklung community also aligns with SDGs 3, 8, and 11. By promoting healthy living for all ages and attracting tourists, which stimulate local economies. Yes, we find the three of the research question. One is, what impact does participation in the SBS Angklung community has on the life motivation of elderly individuals? And what kind of the activities, and also how do social interaction within the community influence the emotional well-being and life motivation of elderly members as related to the SDGs goals? And the research objectives consists of 3 part 2 is about to learn the SBS Angklung role in enhancing elderly life motivation. And the second, to find out specific activities. And the third is to analyze how the social interaction in the SBS Angklung community can positively influence participants' life in alignment with SDGs goals. We have some literature is for WHO 2024 about the SDGs. The SDGs seeks to safeguard the environment, promote prosperity, and enhance people's life everywhere. And also the cultural significance. Angklung is a significant cultural heritage of Indonesia, recognized by UNESCO in 2009. And community engagement. Collaborative music style promotes cooperating and social harmony, aligned with the SDGs of peace, justice, and strong institution. And also for the education and transmission, and for sure for community development, encourage cultural tourism and strengthens community bonds, potentially creating financial opportunity for local artisans and support SDG of sustainable cities and communities. And this is the step in practicing Angklung. For sure, we should remember one must familiarize oneself with how to shake Angklung properly learn to work in a team, and understand the hand sign for each note. Yeah. If we want to know more, a little detail of the step-to-step play the angklung, we can see in the video just a while. Wait a moment.
I'm sorry, Ms. Lina, maybe
Yes.
we can move to the
Okay.
next sheets.
Yeah.
Okay.
The methodology. This research use participant observation, interview, and documentation. Both authors are members of the SBS Angklung community and conduct participant observation. In the participation observation, participants can be interviewed, observer, and respondents in the research, according to Namely et al. 2012. And we know there is some advantage and disadvantage. According to Wiwiek 2005, provides richly details participants, improve data interpretation quality, and access to insider information and reduce reporting biases, and also help identify relevant questions and recognize data subtitles. This is the some advantage. And also we know there is the disadvantage too, is the potential lack of objectivity due to subjective interpretation, and data may idiosyncratic and difficult to generalize in study credibility. According to Namely et al. 2000, are conducted with 15 papers by photo and the others. And result discussion. Respondents' profile consists of 15. The age range from starting 25 years until 75 years. And one is about benefit of practicing Anglo. The second is the sufficiency of training once a week. And also obstacles is attending practice session. Also, we know the members' is expectation and input and also aspiration is already fulfilled in this community. And also we see the contribution to the surrounding community with the social impact, environmental awareness, and also psychological and social impact of Anglo music for increased emotional health, community development, and also cognitive benefit. And as we know, the SBS Anglo have the role of partners and collaboration with the SBS Angklung debate itself by participants in Jakarta-wide Angklung performance that was recorded in Muri for Angklung played by the largest number of elderly. ASEAN Confederation of Women Organization, and also we collaborate with World Heritage Music Academies and also do the Angklung saxophone collaboration for its performance. And also we have the future goals, where the collaboration with international organization, Indonesian Embassy, and also plan to combine Angklung performance with the dances adapted and with international song. The alignment of SDG, there is SDG 11, 3, and 8. We start for the SDG 11. Some of these consist of to support access to green spaces, public transit, and cultural heritage. And also the SDG 3, one of them is to encourage community development and social cohesiveness. And the SDG 8 is promote entrepreneurship and innovation. And also encourage a culture of innovation and creativity, leading to economic opportunities, and job creation. The limitation of this research. The scope of work is limited to a single community, the ABS Anglo, whose members are mostly elderly. However, there are numerous other Anglo communities outside and other traditional instrument communities that could become an object of study for further research. And also, to develop the study further, the authors are expected to be independent party who act purely as an observer and interviewer. This way, the data obtained may be more objective. Yes, and this is the last, the conclusion and recommendation. Conclusion, we see in our research that SBS Angklung community has the impact, improve life motivation and quality of life, cultural preservation, and alignment with SDG 3, 8, and 11. And we have the recommendation for further create an attendance sheet with the participant number to enhance training quality, regularly document the name of the song, and also tune the Angklung at least once a year to maintain sound and tone quality, and also improve Angklung storage method to ensure better maintenance and durability of sound quality. This recommendation aim to sustain and improve the SBS Angklung community, encouraging participants to stay committed and disciplined. This will help increase their motivation and quality of life in old age by enabling them to actively contribute to their community. Okay, thank you for your kind attention, and we give the time to the moderator again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Lina Proiki, for your great presentation. Okay, we are going to the Q&A session. Is there any question? Okay, any question? I think there are no questions to you, Miss Lina. Okay, thank you very much for your great presentation. I think it's enough. We are going to the next presenter. Okay, the next presenter will be Ali Al-Habshi and Yulita Fairina Susanti, MSc PhD. Are you guys there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. You are going to present about the factor influencing purchase decision of electric vehicle in Indonesia. Okay, time is yours, please. So you can start your presentation.
Wait. Can you see the presentation deck?
Yes.
Yeah. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here today. My name is Ali Al-Habshi. I'm from IPMI International Business School, and I'm honored to have the opportunity to present at the 2024 International CEO Congress. Today, I will discuss a topic that is factor influencing the purchase decision of electric vehicle in Indonesia. The authors is me and Bu Yulita Fairani Susanti, MSc PhD. And the agenda, these are more likely some agendas that I would like to discuss more in details into this presentation. First, there is introduction and also literature review. Next, there are methodology, findings and discussion, and last conclusion and recommendation. Introduction, as we progress further into the 21st century, one of the most processing challenges we face is finding a sustainable solution to mitigate the environmental impact of our transportation system. Indonesia is a rapidly developing nation with a burgeoning urban population and growing middle class. As the country strives to balance economic growth with environmental stewardship, understanding the determinants of electric vehicle (EV) adoption become increasingly important. My focus on this research will be on identifying key factors such as demographic, social media influence, price value, facilitating condition, environmental consciousness, government incentive, and product quality that play a significant role in shaping consumer intention to purchase EVs. Through this research, my aim to provide insight that will contribute to both academic knowledge and practical strategies, facilitating the accelerated adoption of electric vehicle in Indonesia and supporting the country ambitious goal of achieving zero carbon emission by 2030. Let's dive in and explore how these various factors interact and influence the decisions of consumer in this dynamic and rapidly evolving market. In literature review, demographic, based on Kotler and Keller, demographic factors significantly influence EV purchase decision. In details, the higher income level facilitate the absorption of higher upfront cost of EVs. Also, younger individuals who are more environmentally conscious and tech savvy show a greater inclination towards EV adoption, and factors such as gender, educational level, and family size also play a significant roles, with higher education levels correlating with a greater environmental awareness. Plus, urban residents with better access to charging infrastructure and technology are more likely to adopt EVs compared to those in suburban or rural areas. About social media influence, Moons and the Postmaker agreed that social media plays a crucial role in shaping consumer behavior and decision making. It is inclined with demographic factors that I mentioned before. Young generation and tech savvy are more exposed with social media. From what I've seen, information shared through social networks, blogs, influencer endorsement can significantly impact buying intention. Effective social media campaign by influencers, company, and government also can educate the public about the benefit and EVs and influence their perception and decisions. About the price value, scholars like Shirzula or Daziano found the high upfront cost of EV remains a significant barriers to adoption. Despite long-term savings on fuel and maintenance, the initial purchase price is higher due to the advanced battery technology. Consumers, including myself or one of you perhaps, often weigh this cost against potential savings and environmental benefits. In financing options, leasing program, and clear information on the total cost of ownership can make EVs more accessible and attractive. In facilitating condition, the availability and accessibility of charging infrastructure are crucial for EV adoption, said by Gallagher and Mulliger. Well-developed charging network can reduce range anxiety, which is a major concern from potential buyers. Public and home charging solution, fast charging networks, and clear information about charging station location enhance the EV ownership experience. I think initiatives by the government and private sector to expand charging infrastructure are also essential in these matters. About the environmental consciousness, while scholars like Franke, Newman, and others mentioned that environmental attitudes significantly influence EV adoption. Public awareness campaigns, educational programs, and media coverage of environmental issues can enhance this consciousness and encourage more consumers to consider EVs as a responsible choice. In the government incentive, based on Aksen and Kurani, government policies and incentive such as tax credits, subsidies, and rebates play a significant role in promoting EV adoption. These incentives, I believe, offset the higher upfront costs and make EV more competitive with traditional vehicles. In product quality, while scholars like Razak, Sang Dekhet, and Sang and Dekhet mention product quality, including efficiency, convenience, quietness, drivability, and reliability is critical in consumer decision making. High quality EVs that meet consumer expectation are more likely to gain market acceptance. Attributes like energy efficiency, smooth performance, minimal maintenance requirement, and the quiet operation of electric motors contribute to consumer satisfaction and confidence. In the dependent variable that I made, buying or purchase intention, I'd like to highlight that buying intention refers to the extent to which individuals plan to purchase EV in the future. It is influenced by the factors we've discussed, demographics, social media, etc. Understanding these factors, in my opinion, helps predict consumer purchase intention and provide valuable insight for manufacturers, retailers, and many more. This is the conceptual framework that I made. This is the independent variable and the dependent variable, and the research hypothesis. For methodology, I use a quantitative research approach to investigate these factors. Data collection will be conducted via online surveys using convenience sampling. In my understanding, multiple linear regression will be employed to understand the impact of various factors. The limitation and future research. The limitation, this thesis is primarily focused on understanding and predicting factors in consumers' intention to purchase electric vehicle in Indonesia. The research will not cover electric motorcycle and public transportation. The area of this research only covers respondents from DKI Jakarta, Surabaya, Bandung, and Medan, the most populous cities in Indonesia. Future research, further quantitative research is needed. Respondent will be divided into two genders, men and women. Age categories range from 17 to 50 years old. The educational background of respondent will include those with education levels starting from high school to doctoral degree. Occupation of respondent will cover student, working professional, and others. The expected monthly income of respondent will range from approximately 3 million rupiah and to above 50 million rupiah. And in the conclusion and recommendation, since this research has not been conducted, I will explain what can be found and discuss later. A linear regression, a model will be used to analyze the relationship between the independent variable and the dependent variable. The significance of each independent variable will be tested using t-test for the regression coefficient, and significant positive coefficient will support the corresponding hypothesis. Expected outcomes, H1, it is expected that demographics, especially higher income and education levels, will have a positive influence on the intention to purchase EVs. H2, social media influence is anticipated to positively affect purchase decision with more frequent exposure, leading to higher intention to buy EVs. A positive relation between the price value and purchase intention is expected, indicating the perceived affordability and financial benefits encourage EV adoption. Facilitating conditions such as availability of charging infrastructure are expected to positively influence purchase intention by reducing range anxiety and increasing convenience. Higher environmental consciousness is likely to correlate positively with purchase intention, as environmentally conscious consumers are more inclined to choose eco-friendly vehicles. And then awareness and perceived impact of government's incentives are expected to positively influence purchase decision, making EV more attractive financially. And the last age hypothesis 7, high product quality, including factors like efficiency, convenience, and reliability, is anticipated to positively influence purchase intention. Thank you for your kind attention.
Okay, thank you, Sir Ali, for your presentation. Okay, we are going to the Q&A session. Is there any question about the presenter? Okay, any question? Okay, I think there are no more questions about your presentation, sir. Okay, thank you very much for your great presentation. Okay, we are moving to the next presentation. This is the last presentation for
Thank
this
you.
session. Okay, Mr. Orlando Natapraja, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Okay, Mr. Orlando, you will present about the analysis of the role of young culture in implementation leadership in tobacco company origin of South Korea in Indonesia. Okay, are you ready?
Yes, I am ready. Thank you.
Okay, please, time is yours.
Sorry, is my screen visible? Is my slide visible?
Yes.
Thank you. Let me introduce myself. Good day. My name is Orlando Marcelo Prasetya Natapraja. I am from Jakarta, Indonesia, and I'm represented Universitas Kristen Indonesia. And the title of my journal, my paper is Analysis of the Role of Young Culture in Implementing Leadership in Tobacco Company, Origin of South Korea in Indonesia. So this paper, I was assisted and guided by Madam Neti Laura SEMM and Dr. E.R. Ketut Silvanita MA. And I'm once again representing Universitas Kristen Indonesia. So, this is the next one is the agenda, the main discussion of all the presentation and papers. The first one is introduction. Second one is theoretical background. And the third one is the research methodology. The fourth one is findings and discussions. And the last one is conclusion and recommendation. So the introduction of the company that I had the opportunity to do research there is called PT Rokok Korea Selatan. This is the company profile, overall the overview of the company. The foundings and the early history is that this company is founded by a royal family of South Korea, a conglomerate by origin of South Korea in 1899, and the initial role, the first ever main goals of the company is to manage tax income documents of the South Korean government, and the expansion is in 1948. PT Rokok Korea Selatan managed to expand to monopolize cigarette and ginseng products in tobacco industrial and government affiliation, because it is it's affiliated by the government. It is reformed into a government affiliated organization when in 1989. And the company itself became independent in 2002 after there was created a tobacco monopoly law was repealed in the in that country's constitution. And the market expansion is this company PT RKS Indonesia was founded in 2002 as part of a strategy, as part of their main target and goals, and expanded outside South Korea. And first cigarette product that managed to be launched in Indonesia is in 2004. It's called DFC. And the first ginseng product in Indonesia, it was launched in 2007. It's called Suryahan Red Ginseng, or to shorten it, it's SRG. The next one is growth and development. In 2011, the company managed to bought shares worth of 140 billion won, or as in Indonesia, converted to rupiah, it's around 1.12 trillion rupiah. It's from a major Indonesian tobacco company. And then as for the marketing aspect, it sold up to 3 billion cigarettes last year in 2023. And the market potential is the kretek cigarette market is open to not only Indonesia, but also to other Southeast Asian countries, where around 70% of each population of the country smokes. And the current status of PT RKS Indonesia, it remains to become one of the largest tobacco company and ginseng companies in Indonesia, employing over 1,000 of people with an extensive sales network. And this is some of the company challenges and the development of the economic and business itself. The first one is companies in industrial and service sector. Of course, it face unique challenges in distributing products to meet social needs, or the consumer needs, I should say. And the second one is the main challenge, the key challenge of the company. It's overcoming obstacles in sales and distribution to ensure optimal consumer satisfaction, as I said before, with production outcomes. And this next is impact of organizational culture on company strategy. PT RKS Indonesia has their own company culture, significantly influences both of formulation and implementation of the company strategy. And during the formulation, the culture itself, because it is origin of South Korea, it create and affects the strategy choices. And during the implementation of the culture itself, it creates to reduce obstacles influencing attitudes and decision of the leaders and employees at all management levels of every department of the company. Next one is the theoretical background. PT Rokok Korea Selatan, there are strategy formulation process. There are activities involved, environmental, determining strategic options, and selecting appropriate strategy. And the role itself of the organizational culture, it forms the framework of leaders according to Muksinjaya and decision makers. And the leaders of the company and also the decision makers, the top level directors and management, they're automatically this mindset. Employees of the workers, they are all involved in the company. And there are level of corporate culture according to Muksinjaya. There are 3 artifacts, values, and basic assumptions. And the next is integration according to Budi Harjo. Essential integration of the company culture is essential to integrate levels, artifacts, values, and basics, especially in operational values to influence employee behavior. And the second one is the value semantics. According to Titiningrum and Vera Elviana, aligning personal values with company goals through the firm value semantics. And this is the department where I do the research on the HR department, the human resources department, and the performance improvement. There are HR importance. This first one is key factor, which of course the company itself, the cultural company, it is crucial and is made from the human resources department. It's crucial for company survival and performance. The next one is the corporate cultural impact. The impact itself, according to Ningrum and Vira Elviana, has a positive and strong corporate and cultural influences, employee behavior, and performance. For the next variable, it's called the leadership, aside from culture, and the leadership itself is also important. The first one is culture formation, whereas the company culture itself it's shaped by the leadership of top to lower levels. And the second one is the influence of the leadership itself. It creates and affects the employee performance and productivity, according to Liana Renti. And the second section about the leadership is the autocratic leadership style based on the leadership and the decision makers from South Korea people in the company. It has characteristics where the leaders make the dominance in decision making, unilateral decisions, close supervisions, and limited creativity for subordinates or lower employees. And also, of course, with this autocratic leadership style, there are advantages and disadvantages. The advantages part is they make quick decisions, increase work efficiency, productivity, stability, and compliance. And as for the disadvantages, the autocratic leadership could create a stress to employees and job dissatisfaction, also create inhibited creativity and innovation, and reduce motivation and morale. The third one is the research methodology. This research I use is a qualitative based on a descriptive approach. And the focus of this research is to focus on understanding the social phenomena, the participant feelings, and the perceptions from the employees and the party that are involved. And the goal of the main approach is to analyze the role of Jong culture by the company culture in implementing the leadership at PT RKS Indonesia. And the data collection there are two primary data. There are observations, interviews. I should say there are one more primary data is documentation, and the participants is the head of HR, more specific in people and culture department, and other 14 HR staff at the company. And there are three methods. There are interviews, observation, and documentation. And the reference from this presentation is the qualitative approach definition. It means that descriptive data in written or spoken words is from the people and the observed behavior. And the next one is the findings and discussions based on what I've done research on this company. As for the variables of company culture, there are five philosophies implemented from the South Korea, origin from the South Korea words. There are gunge, there are chong, there are nunchi, han, and the last one is chaebol. And what are these means? What does this mean in Indonesia and in English? Sorry. The first one is there are a lot of key philosophies. The gunge concept the first concept is to determination, respect, loyalty towards superiors, and the implementation of gunge is to implement polite language, respect for seniority, fulfillment of duties with responsibility, and the impact is it's to encourage a respectful, responsible, and strong teamwork culture. Second one is chong. The concept is to cooperative, teamwork, warm interpersonal relationships, mutual trust, and empathy. The implementation is close work relationship. The company leadership demands a collaboration, empathetic communication, sensitivity to colleagues' moods, and celebrating success together. And the impact of these philosophies is to build strong social bonds, ensuring warm, trusting, and empathetic leadership. The third one is nunchi. The concept is to ability to read social situation and respond appropriately. And implementation is to avoid direct confrontation or any disintegration of the company between employees. And this implementation expects adapting to teammate dynamics, showing respect and courtesy, and polite communications. And the impact itself is to ensure conflict-free leadership, respect social sensitivity, prioritize smooth communication. And the fourth one is HAN. The concept is emphasized on harmony and unity. The implementation is to expect a high loyalty to the company from the employees and the workers, a teamwork, respect for seniors, drinking culture to strengthen relationship, and the impact is to create a cohesive work environment, fosters strong relationship and understanding. And the last one is Chable. The concept is centralized decision-making, authoritative leadership, strong business networks, and lifetime employment policy. And the implementation of this philosophy is major decisions by top leaders, maintain a strong leadership and stable employment. And the last key philosophy of Chable and the impact is to ensure stability, competitive business advantages, and it may limit employee involvement. And these are also the part of the findings and discussions. The culture is to respect a hierarchy because the culture from South Korea is very hierarchical culture, and leaders from South Korea in this company are viewed as more authoritative and must be respected. Use formal and polite language in communication, titles such as Sunbei for leaders and Hubei for employees. And the second one is communications protocol. Employees must speak politely, respectfully, and clearly to leaders. And public speaking without superior's permission is discouraged. So the lower employees from Indonesia are prohibited to public speaking, and questions between employees, approach top-down should be asked in private. Second one is decision-making. Major decisions in this company are made by leaders. There are presidents, directors, and high-level managers, and also employees can provide suggestions, but final decision remains with leaders. And the fourth one is recognition and rewards. Leaders receive greater awards, more frequent promotions, bonuses, and even salary increases. The last one is the cultural impact. There are advantages and disadvantages. As for the advantages, it's encourage hard work and productivity, but the disadvantage of this hierarchical culture is it could create a gap between leaders and employees, leading to feelings of underappreciation and limited development opportunities for employees. And this is also the second variable is the leadership, the findings. As I said before, as I mentioned, the findings is about leadership, whereas in this company, where I find it's about autocratic. The leadership is autocratic. It means that leaders make decisions without an input from subordinates, and the impact is to ensure a quick decision-making oriented but limits to teamwork and participation. And there are top-down approach. There are South Korean decision-making. The fourth one is the lack of strategic planning. It limits the employees of the growth and foresight. It also, the fifth one is there are challenge communication because the leaders are from South Korea and the subordinates and the employees are most from Indonesia. So there are challenges in that aspect. And also the fifth one is change management. And the third one is just do it mentality from the South Korea top levels, that leaders make decisions quickly without considering consequence. And the impact is very poorly planned decisions with undesirable effects. So this is the assessment of the grand theory of the Jung culture. Hierarchical of this company is based on the Jung culture. And what is Jung means? It means that it is influenced by Confucian traditions based on the South Korea's, the country itself, and the historical and the philosophical origin. And also it emphasizes loyalty, obedience, harmonic relationships, solidarity, resilience, and collective spirits. And also it includes part of South Korean people life since ancient times. And the second one is adoption of jong culture in PT RKS Indonesia, implemented due to its core value in South Korean society, interpreted as loyalty, affection, or compassion between business contacts, fosters close and trusting relationship between employees, customers, and stakeholders. And the third one is again based on jong culture. The history, the company itself was created and was founded by Lee Byung-chul in 1945. He believed in the jong culture as the key to the building of successful of the company, and also he made a programs and initiatives to develop jong among employees to retain the culture. There are jong training program before joining the company in Indonesia and other countries. There are CSR program, or corporate social responsibility, employee policies, and the last one is the benefits of jong culture. And what are the benefits? It increases the productivity and innovation. It demands a lot of final result oriented. The second one is to enhance the customer satisfaction, because it based on a product and consumer oriented. And the last one is to integrate the company's RKS Indonesia success and international recognition. The last but not least is the conclusion and recommendation. First one is relationship between hierarchical culture and the autocratic leadership. It mutually supportive relationship at RKS Indonesia. The second one, hierarchical culture legitimizes autocratic leadership. And the leadership itself focus on the leader-centered decision-making, power and authority, and emphasize obedience and submission to leaders. And what is the visibly and audibly impact on the employee performance? It clearly defines roles and responsibilities, improves employee productivity, full authority of leaders ensure compliance and focus on work, proven increase in productivity, and significant company growth. And there is also a negative impact on employee satisfaction based on the culture, hierarchical culture, and the autocratic leadership. The local employees, by local, I mean the employees, the workers from Indonesia, they feel unappreciated and lack of autonomy. They can lead to stress, fatigue, and turnover. And the company efforts to improve satisfaction, including training development, is very recommended, and creating more open work environment. And the overall assessment is to, based on the variable, the autocratic leadership boosts productivity, but it can create a harm employee satisfaction. The second one is the importance of wise implementation, considering the company culture and employee satisfaction. As for the company culture conclusion and recommendation, I suggest to the relatives, the people of RKS Indonesia who works there, to develop a clear and a written company culture, regularly promote and educate on place and the company culture itself, and create a supportive work environment to help employees implement company culture. And the leadership is, I as a writer recommend to the company is the leaders, especially from the South Korea, should adapt a more democratic line with Indonesian values, because this country is philosophy is based on Pancasila, and Pancasila is all about democratic. So the leaders from South Korea should adapt more, behave more about the democratic line with Indonesian values. The second one is involve subordinates in decision making, involve more lower employees from Indonesia to encourage creativity and job designation. Third one is improve communication to build trust and good relationship between subordinates. Create a comfortable environment for employees to share ideas and input. And the last one is for future researchers. I suggest to recommend to study more sources and references to culture and the leadership according to the variable itself, and better preparation in data collection for more comprehensive research. Thank you for the opportunity, and that's all for me. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Orlando, for your great presentation. Okay, we are going to the Q&A session. Is there any question to Mr. Orlando? Okay, any question? Okay, Mr. Orlando, are you already share your recommendation to the RKA?
Yes, I have shared the recommendation, especially on the variable of leadership, because this is Indonesian, and Indonesian people workers is based on Pancasila, democratic leadership. So I suggest to the leaders and everyone that is involved in the company is to create more Pancasila and democratic values.
Okay, very good, Mr. Orlando. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Orlando. I think there are no more questions for your presentation. Okay, thank you. Okay, I think we are, that's all. We are finished our session today. Thank you very much to all the presenter. Okay, thank you very much.
Dear
Okay,
Arti, thank you very much for your great moderation.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So the session has been finished. All the papers are presented. Thank you very much, all presenters also. It was great to listen to you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you all. Okay, I'm sorry if there are any mistake when I am being a moderator here. Thank you.
No, it was great. Thank you very much. Thank you. I think the next session moderator is Ferry Nugraho. Are you here, Mr. Ferry?
Yes, I'm here, sir.
Floor is yours, sir. You can moderate the session.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon from Indonesian time, ladies and gentlemen. Before starting session 18, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Ferry Nugraho from Indonesia and will act as moderator for this section. And thank you for taking the time today to present your research. Okay, before we begin, I would like to remind everyone to turn off or adjust the silent mode on communication device to maintain the smoothness of the presentation. And I will remember to, for the maximum presentation time, participants have around 50 minutes presentation and question and answer. And in addition, we invite you active participant in the question and answer session after each presentation. Okay, for this session, let's start with our first presenter, Roler Prihartini. Are you here?
Yes, Pak, I'm here.
Okay. Okay. We will present research with the title Financial Performance Analysis and Evaluation of PT Sumber Alvaria Trijaya Tbk before and during the COVID-19 pandemic crisis in Indonesia for years 2019 until 2030. So to Rolia, please feel free to present.
Okay, thank you, sir. It's a few minutes. Yes. Let me make sure for the screen is ready to show.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your time. Okay, I will to start. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here today. My name is Rolea Piartiani, and I'm student at IPMI International Business School with the lecture of Professor Wiwiek. So I'm going to present about financial performance analysis and evaluation of PT Sumber Alvaria Trijaya Tbk before and during the COVID-19 pandemic crisis in Indonesia for years 2019 to 2030. Okay, so before we start, let's go over the agenda. First is introduction, and then literature review, next methodology, after that finding and discussion, and finally is conclusion and recommendation. So I'm start with the introduction. The retail sector is crucial to Indonesia economy's contribution significantly to the GDP and serving as a key distributor of goods and service, record by Rashbini 2018. PT Sumber Alvaria Trijaya Tbk, Operation Alfamart, plays a major role by meeting daily customer needs and providing substantial employment, making its financial performance vital to both local and national economies. So we can look for this chart. This chart shows the COVID-19 pandemic significant impact on the retail sector, with sharp decline in early 2020 and a gradual recovery from middle 2021. This fluctuation reflects business adapting to changing customer behavior and restriction. To the continued recovery into early 2023 highlight the sector resilience and adaptability in facing global economic challenge. And this is for the literature review. In the literature review, we have the crisis management theory is for proactive leadership and swift decision-making are crucial. And for the financial report are crucial for stakeholder, providing essential insight through the balance sheet, income statement, and cash flow statement. And then finally, financial report analyst is conducting this analysis carefully with appropriate methods ensure reliability, aiding management in setting policies and achieving long-term goals. And for the finance performance, is professional management is crucial to prevent financial instability and potential bankruptcy. And then for the ratio analysis, is financial ratio analysis evaluate company financial performance using data from the balance sheet and income statement. And for the liquidity ratio, current assets include the cash, security receivable, and inventory, while current liability consists of payable and short-term debt. And for the activity ratio, its key metrics include inventory turnover, account receivable turnover, and total assets turnover. And for the solvency ratio, its analysis, this ratio help understanding a company long-term financial stability and risk. And for the profitability ratio, assess a company as ability to generate profit from its asset sales and equity. And this is for conceptual framework. The conceptual framework of this study is explore PT Sumber Alvaria Trijaya Tbk financial performance, comparing periods before and during the COVID-19 pandemic using three primary financial indicators. First is return on asset, or ROA. This metric measures the company efficiency in utilizing its asset to generate profit. And for the return on equity, or ROE, it indicates the return generated on stakeholder equity. And for the net profit margin, or NPM, it reflects the percentage of revenue that remain as a profit after all expenses are deducted. And then this is for the methodology. The methodology employ a quantitative approach with a descriptive and comparative design using a financial performance before and during pandemic. For the data collection and data analysis technique, the research analyst PT Sumber Alvaria Trijaya Tbk financial performance from 2019 to 2023 using an annual report to calculate ROA, ROE, and NPM. It also includes inflation data from Bank Indonesia to evaluate the impact of price change on cost and purchasing power. And this is for the element of strategy financial management. We have the research design, population sample, methodological limitation, and data collection technique. And for the finding and decision, the collected financial data will be processed to ensure consistency and accuracy before conducting data analysis. And this is for the analysis. We use the data research for data processing, and for the data of financial ratio to calculation of financial ratio. In here is a descriptive analysis. The graph illustrates PT Sumber Alvaria Trijaya Tbk financial performance change from 2090 to 2030, show the fluctuation in ROA, ROE, and NPM, and inflation. Despite inflation challenge, the company improved asset efficiency, equity profitability, and net profit margin. Indicate effective strategy in the COVID-19 pandemic economic impact. And this is for the comparative analysis. We use the data from the normality test. And then for the normality test, it indicate the data for return on asset, ROA, return on equity, and net profit margin have significant value above 0.05, confirming their normal distribution. And for the pretty-test, PT Sumber Alvaria Trijaya Tbk financial ratio fluctuated notability. They declined sharp in 2020 during the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, but show sign of recovery in subsequent years. And this is for data correlation analysis and data interperception. For the conclusion, this study examined the financial performance of PT Sumber Alvaria Trijaya Tbk before and during the COVID pandemic. The finding revealed significant impact on ROA, ROE, and NPM during the pandemic, indicating challenge in maintaining operational efficiency and profitability. Despite adverse effect in 2020, the company showed resilience and achieved substantial recovery and performance improvement from 2021 to 2023. And this is for the recommendation. The company continues to develop and adjust its operational strategy to improve ROA and ROE. And second is future study involve more external variable to gain a deeper understanding of the factor affecting financial performance. And then other retail companies consider adopting similar approach in cost control and revenue differentiation to enhance their resilience against future crises. And this is for the referency. Okay. Thank you for attention during the presentation. Should you have any inquiries, please do not hesitate to contact me via email or provide contact information. I will be delighted to offer any additional clarification you may require. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Maybe for this session, any question?
Okay, thank you. May I ask?
Okay, Mr. McWenny.
Yes. Thank you, Rola, for your nice presentation. My question is related to your presentation, which is your framework and your graph. Just I have seen three things, which is return on investment, return on asset, and net profit margin. I think in your graph, in between return on investment and asset, there is a decline of graph. It is comes in zero. But how the association between your research framework and your finding or the graph that shows?
Yes. Okay. Thank you for the question, Mr. McQuanin. Can I get your question complete to send my email? And I want to answer by email.
Okay, shall I write my email?
I'm sorry.
You just, I think you want to say write my email or how? Just I think it just based on your presentation from the slide, I have seen it.
Yes, you can to send your question to my email in here. So I will to answer your email from this question.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McQueen.
You are
Other
welcome.
question? Okay. If nothing question, thank you for Ms. Rolia Piharetini for your presentation. And I want to next the presentation to Rangga Perkasa. Are you here?
Yes, Pak. I'm here, Pak. Can you hear my voice
Okay,
clearly?
you're clear.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, Mr. Rangga Perkasa Simatupang and Prof.Dr. Wiwiek Mardawiyah Daryanto with the title present about the comprehensive financial performance evaluation and Z-score measurement of PT Indosemen Tunggal Prakarsa Tbk for years 2018 until 2030 before and during COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, to Mr. Rangga Perkasa, this time yours.
Okay, Pak Ferry, thank you for the opportunity.
Okay.
So thank you for everyone who attend this CEO Congress 9. I would like to present my research about the comprehensive financial performance evaluations and Z-score measurement of PT Indosemen Tunggal Prakarsa (TBK) for years 2018 to 2023, before and during COVID-19 pandemic. Myself is Rangga Perkasa Simatupang, and my lectures as my supervisor is Prof.Dr. Wiwiek Mardawiyah Daryanto. So we are from Sekolah Tinggi Manajemen IPMI Indonesia. Thank you. And for the agenda, it will be consist of the introductions, literature review, the company background, methodology, finding and discussions, and the last conclusions and recommendations. For the introductions, the background since the President Joko Widodo inaugurations in 2014 is prioritizations of the infrastructure development in Indonesia and increase the cement industry volumes, margins, and profits. After the COVID impact to Indonesia, the project is postponed, leading to the profit declines and potential bankruptcy risks. And after the post-COVID developments, the project is reassumption, stabilizing margins and increasing sales volume and the profits. Also, ongoing risk of the oversupply and decrease the cement prices. For the industry status in 2023, there are overcapacity of 51.8 million tons of cements with Java bearing the burns, and the importance of strategic financial management and adaptability to the industry status. PT Indosemen Tunggal Prakarsa has a challenges in 2018 to 2023, including the regulatory pressures and volatile the market dynamics, and also they have the strategies beside that, such as like introduction the new product such as jempolan cement, and also the capital expenditure of 1.2 trillion rupiah for the facility maintenance and upgrades. For the research focus, it will be 2 points, such as financial health evaluations through the financial ratio analysis and the bankruptcy risk assessment using the Altman Z-score model. And the last, for the research questions, there are 3 points, such as in financial health from 2018 to 2023. How about the profitability level during this period, and also about the Altman Z-score assessment. For the literature review, there are 3 importance of financial ratio, such as the critical in assessing the short and long-term company performance, Collectively, these studies underscore the critical role of financial ratio in understanding company performance and guiding the investment decisions. And the last, the Altman Z-score will help the investor, creditors, and analysts assess the financial distress and make the informed decisions regarding the investments and credit worthiness. For the key studies in the literature review, therefore, from the Blumenthal in 2020 about how importance of the ratio analysis, and from DARYANTO 2018 about the categorize of the financial ratio, and the third is from Pramod Nimbalkar and Marisetti Nagendra in 2022 how evaluated the financial health of major industry in Bangladesh. And the last is Majumder and Rahman in 2011, how to use the financial ratio and Altman Z-score model to analyze the pharmaceuticals company in Bangladesh, and with the findings about the weak profitability, liquidity, and solvency, but low bankruptcy risk. Before that, I would like to explain about the company background. PT Indo Semen Tunggal Prakarsa is cornerstones in Indonesia cement industry since 1985, with the testimony to innovations and reliability. And PT Indo Semen Tunggal Prakarsa is one of the Southeast Asia largest cement producers, and they are the first the portfolio cement, ready mix, concrete, and the aggregates. And the decade of the industry expertise and commitment to the sustainability and robust financial performance and market resilience. And they are experienced in management team focus on strategic investment and operational excellence. And also they are integrate advanced the technologies and address to strengthen the environmental standards, exit the industry benchmark, and become a trusted leader in long-term economic growth and superior returns. And for the last, they are invest with confidence, enduring the legacy meets futures forward visions. The methodology that I will be using is there are 5 about approach, key variables, data collections, financial ratio analysis, and Altman Z-score models. For the approach, there will be quantitative descriptive analysis using the balance sheets and income statements. And for the key variables, such as solvency, profitability, liquidity, activity, and Altman Z-score. For the data collections, I'm using the library research, phenomena, and gap journals that happen in Indonesia, and also the audited financial performance. And for the financial ratio analysis, I was using the current ratio, quick ratio, debt to equity ratio, total asset turnover, net profit margins, ROE, and gross profit margins. For the Altman Z-score is to use the bankruptcy prediction analysis to interpretations the safe zone, gray zones, and distress zone. About the finding and discussions, according to the balance sheets items, the key findings that I found that the current asset is decreased from 12,315,796 in 2018 to 19,9,228,33 in 2023, which means is indicating the potential liquidity issues. For the fixed assets, it show in the balance sheet it's increased from 14,637,185 in 2018 to 19,155,749 in 2023. It means reflecting the significant long-term investment. For the long-term debt, it shall increase from 641,324 in 2018 to a peak of 1,307,000 17,111 in 2022 and slightly decreasing in 2023 with 1,311,947. For the short-term debt, it shall increase significantly. Sorry. For the short-term debt, it's increased significantly from 3,925,649 in 2018 to 7,368,187 in 2023. And for the last, the equity is decreased from 23,221,889 in 2018 to 20,969,511 in 2023, with a notable drop in 2022. And for the discussions, the liquidity concerns is decline in current assets and rise in short-term debt highlighted potentially liquidity challenge, evidenced by the current ratio dropping from 269.67 in 2018 to 106.31% in 2023. And also for the investment and solvency, the increase is fixed asset and long-term debt suggested heavy investment, potentially for the expansion impacting to the debt equity ratio, which grew from 19.67% in 2018 to 41.39% in 2023. For the profitability trends, despite the fluctuations, the net profit margin and returns on equity generally improved from 2018 to 2023, which means it's indicating the better profitability and efficient equity use. For the other concerns, the operational efficiency, the total asset turnover ratio and gross profit margins reveal very efficiency in assets utilizations and cost management over the years. And for the bankruptcy risk, the Altman Z-score assessment showed the company moved from a safe zone in 2018 to gray zone from 2019 to 2023, indicating the increased financial risk. So for the conclusions and recommendations, in my opinions, the company have to enhance the liquidity management, prioritize the improving liquidity positions. About the strategic debt management, they have to manage the debt more effectively. And also they have to focus on the cost control and efficiency, like invest in the technologies more than now and process to enhance the productivity and reduce the cost. And for the expand market reach and diversification, they have to explore the new markets and diversity product offerings. And for the last, continuous monitoring and adaptations with the regularly review and adapt strategies to market fluctuations and regulatory change. And thank you for your kind attentions. If you have any questions, please let me know, and I will try my best to answer. And thank you for your time and this opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rangga, for this session. Are there any questions from Mr. Rangga presentation? Okay, any question? If nothing, any question, I thank you for Mr. Rangga for your presentation. And I will next presentation to Muhammad Fidi Afganis. Any here? Yes, Mr. Fidi?
I'm here.
Okay. Okay, from Mr. Fidi, your presentation title about the impact of fundamental and macroeconomic variable on the financial performance of PT Medco Energi International and the effect of the COVID-19 pandemic on its stock return. Okay, all right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Vidi, please feel free to present your presentation.
Is it already so? Sir? Okay. Okay, I will start. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Muhammad Vidya Penis Hermawan, and I'm thrilled to be here today to share my research on the impact of fundamental and macroeconomic variable on the financial performance of PT Medco Energy International.
Sorry,
and the
can you
impact of
please make it on your
Yes.
video? Your camera is not visible.
Yeah.
Please.
Oh, sorry, I'm
Yes.
using two devices. I'm using phone from here.
Okay, okay, it's okay.
Sorry. Okay, may I continue? That's about the title. This study is part of my MBA program at IGNI International Business School, and I'm honored to be present at this prestigious international congress. And here's what we'll cover today. First is about the introduction, literature review, methodology, finding and discussion, conclusion and recommendation. And now we are going to talk about the introduction, the behind of this research. Indonesia, with its rich natural resources, has been a key player in the global oil and gas industry. Despite recent production declines, it remains a significant exporter, especially for LNG. And my study focuses on understanding the fundamental and macroeconomic drivers of PT Medco Energy International, financial performance, and also the stock return. Particularly during the COVID-19 pandemic, I would like to explore key questions such as how leverage and liquidity asset turnover and the cash conversion cycle affect Medco profitability and stock return. And this is some quote that I took from the Benjamin Graham about the intelligent investor from 1949. In the short run, the market is voting machine, but in the long term, it's a weighing machine. Now we are going to dive into the literature review. I would like to cover several critical theory and analysis in this research, including the efficiency market hypothesis, ratio analysis, DuPont analysis, stock return, random walk theory, and arbitrage pricing theory. First is about the efficiency market hypothesis. That this theory I would like to use to leverage to understand how market efficiency impact Medco stock prices, considering both fundamental financial indicator and macroeconomic variable. And about the rational analysis, that I would like to examine various ratios such as liquidity ratios, leverage ratios, profitability, efficiency, and market ratios. These ratios provide a comprehensive picture of Medco financial performance. And the next is about the DuPont analysis, that we would like to break down return on equity into three components. First is about the profit margin, asset turnover, and financial leverage. And I try to offer a detailed understanding from this theory about the factor diving about the Medco financial performance. And about the stock return, that I would like to know premising capital gains and dividend is influenced by fundamental factors and macroeconomic variables, market sentiment, and industry performance. This section delves into how this element impact Medco stock return. And the next is about the random walk theory, that it's posited that stock price changes are random and unpredictable. And this aligns with the week from the EMH about indicating that past trading information is already reflected in the current stock price. And the last is APT, that to propose that asset return can be modeled as a linear function. And this theory helped me to understand the multiple dimension of risk affecting Medco stock return. And about the methodology, that in this research, I would like to adopt a quantitative approach that analyzing financial ratios and macroeconomic variables over a decade from 2012 until 2022. And the study includes hypotheses on how leverage, liquidity, asset turnover, and the cash conversion cycle affect profitability and stock return. We also examine the impact of macroeconomic variables and the moderating effect of COVID-19. So based on the target, I have some hypothesis development that starting from financial factors and profitability, and it resolves the hypothesis about the leverage and profitability, liquidity and profitability, asset turnover, and cash conversion cycle and profitability. And the second is about financial factor that impact to the stock return, and it results for the hypothesis regarding the leverage, the relation leverage and the stock return, and liquidity for the Medco stock return, and etc. And the next about the macroeconomic variable to the impact for the stock return. As we know that Medco has a several three pillar of business process from is about the oil, gas, coal, and also the power plant. So that's why we would like to test about the relation between these factors and also from the FX rate between the export and import regarding their energy to the international. And also, as we know that in the last period that we have a COVID-19 pandemic as a global, so that's why we would like to test that is there any moderating effect from the COVID-19 into the several items that may be impact to the stock return of Medco. And the last, we would like to try to test, is there any differences between the pre and during COVID-19 regarding the stock return differences and also the variance in the stock return. Now, maybe I would like to explain that it's not fully ready to calculate it, but I would like to extend about my hypothesis that Medco stock return and variable differed significantly before and during the COVID-19 pandemic. And I would like to, I would like to show the framework about the research framework. This is maybe you can see this is the framework that we would like to extend from the hypothesis from the leverage, liquidity, asset turnover, cash conversion cycle. Is there an impact to the profitability and also the impact to the stock return? And at the right side, I would like to extend about the macroeconomic variable from the oil price, also FX rate, to show that is there any moderate effect from the COVID-19 into the stock return, Medco return. And the last is about the finding and discussion. As we know that from the hypothesis first that there's several analysis so to the leverage measured by debit to equity ratio and has a significant positive effect on Medco profitability, and liquidity also has adequate liquidity ensure Medco can meet its short-term obligation and contribute to smoother operating and better financial performance. And also the turnover asset ratio significantly enhance Medco profitability and also the cash conversion cycle. And the second is from the financial factor that most of them has impact to the Medco stock return, and leverage and liquidity positively influence stock return, and investor perceive high leverage and adequate liquidity as indicator of financial stability and potential for higher returns. And efficiency, asset utilization, and high profitability ratio also contribute to better stock performance. And the next is about the macroeconomic variable in stock. Macroeconomic variables such as oil, gas, coal, and electricity, along with the USD or ADRC exchange rate, a significant effect Medco stock return. For instance, higher oil price, increased revenue and profitability, and leading to the positive stock return. And for the impact of COVID-19, the COVID-19 pandemic moderated the effect of this macroeconomic variable on the stock return, and the pandemic induced volatility and uncertainty altered the usual dynamic, and highlighting the need of for robust crisis management and strategies. And the last is about the stock performance pre and during COVID-19, that Medco stock return and variance differed significantly, and before and during the COVID-19 pandemic, and the increased market risk and uncertainty during the pandemic period impact to the stock market. In the conclusion and recommendation that in conclusion, both leverage and liquidity are crucial for Medco profitability and stock performance. And Understanding the sensitivity to macroeconomic variable is essential for managing financial performance and investor expectation. And the pandemic impact underscore the importance of resilient business strategies. An efficient asset management and a shorter cash conversion cycle enhance profitability and attract investor. So thank you for your kind attention. I'm happy to take any question if I can answer it. Maybe I will soon the answer. If I took time, I will maybe send the answer from the email. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. PD. For this session, any question to Mr. PD? Okay, Mr. PD, I have some question about your presentation, but this is
Yes.
very interesting. For your presentation,
Yes.
do you have any recommendation success strategy to deal with conditions such as a pandemic in the future, especially to maintain financial and performance?
Okay, it's a good question
Do you have any
because as we see, based on my research, and I already interviewed several management from the company, that because there are several, each company has their own policy regarding the pandemic or COVID. So the policy, it will be impact for the decision. For example, like in the Medco, when the pandemic happened, they made some budget for helping the impact employee, and they're helping all of employee that working on the asset to get healthy or maybe get some booster for their health. Because as you know that in the Medco, maybe for several companies, not in energy, the main things or the main business is about the operating still running. So that's why the Medco doing the business, how they maintain their business is first to secure their employee, secure their operator, and make it more healthy, or maybe avoid for the COVID-19. So maybe for the I got from maybe for the another companies, first thing that we should know the main business that it will impact first. Because in the Medco case, that the first thing will be impact to the Medco is the employee. If there's no one to operate the oil or gas, it will be impact the production. So that's the first thing Medco do to secure their production. And after that, they made some efficiency, they made some policy, for example, like working from home, or maybe they adjust some doctor to attend to their each company, each employee houses to check their health, so that they make sure the health and the production and still running. That's I got from the Medco.
Okay, Mr. PD, thank you for your answer about the question. Are there any question? If nothing question, I would like to next presentation to Dr. Yolanda. Are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Okay, just a
Doctor.
moment. Yeah, I want to share my PPT first.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Doctor.
Okay, can you see my PPT?
Yes, Doctor. I can see.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Ferry Nugroho. Good morning to friends in Turkey, of course, and good afternoon to friends in Indonesia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Before starting the presentation, let me introduce our team, because our team very variety. Like me, I am from Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Trisakti. My name is Yolanda, and then my colleague is Pipi Puspitasari. She is analyst of Committee Economics and Financial Syariah Jakarta, Indonesia. And then the third one is Sari Prihartini. She is Department Head of Sampurna Bank Jakarta, Indonesia. And this is my colleague from my same faculty, Mangkurat. And then the last is our colleague, the other of Indonesia, Anna Bekowicz from University of Social, Warsaw, Poland. The title of our paper is A Muslim Customer Intention to Invest in Product Banking Syariah in Muslim Majority Country. We have 5 agenda. First, introduction, and then literature review. The third is methodology, result and discussion, and the last is conclusion and recommendation. We know Indonesia managed to enter the top 3 in the global Islamic economy indicators in the State of the Global Islamic Economy Report 2023 released by Dinar Standard. And then currently Indonesia is ranked 6th in the Syariah finance category in world. So Pramono in Sintak et al. 2018 said the dependence on bank services is very difficult to avoid in our daily life practices when people are living in this modern era without banks. It could be imagined how difficult it is to save and transfer money, get additional business capital, or conduct trade transaction between countries effectively and safely. On the other hand, usury and then controversy about bank interest make people need a solution. The solution that has been present in this case is the establishment of Islamic banks. The emergence of Islamic is a response to the anxiety of the Islamic community in Indonesia about economic traffic that is work-life oriented. So we know nowadays our dependence on banking is very highly. All our payment needs are solved by bank, especially banking on our mobile phone. So this research is very important to do that. The literature review, we have a lot of literature review, such as Muslim consumer behavior in Indonesia. Indonesia is a Muslim majority country with the largest Muslim population in the world, as many as 86.9% based on data Indonesia ID 2020. Based on existing data, it cannot evoke good growth for Islamic banking in Indonesia, which is tailored to the need Muslim customer. The market share for Islamic banking in Indonesia is 65% as of February 2022 and has increased in 2019 by 5%. This is data from OJK statistic. In addition to having a lower market share than conventional bank, this research focus more on the lack of knowledge and information about Islamic banking product to the Indonesian people who are predominantly Muslim. And then we have a literature review about trust in Islamic banking in Indonesia. In Islamic banking, trust means that customer believe that the bank will run its business in accordance with what its customer will predict. The level of customer confidence is reflected in the Islamic bank will perform according to the needs of customer. In this research, trust in Islamic bank was about banking transaction carried out based on Islamic values. Banks fulfill obligation to customer according to Islamic values and Islamic banking services with compliance system in accordance with Islamic values. And then we know deposit in Islamic bank. That's mean interest rate are considered gharar and usury, which is prohibited in every economic transaction. Gharar or fraud is a fraud that interpret the quality, prices, and type of product. In Maqasid al-Syariah reflect the Islamic view to facilitate a normal life that has to increase public problems and avoid harmful action. And now we know about product knowledge. Unclear information about customer usually affect a person interest in investing in Islamic bank. Even consumer don't really know the philosophy of Islamic bank. Most of them only know about interest prohibited in Islam, well, they still don't understand about Mudarabah, Ijarah, Istisna, and others. And then this is our conceptual models. We have a lot of variable like product knowledge, product quality, product risk, perceived value, invest product banking, and we have a dependent variable is trust. And then from the conceptual model, we have 10 hypotheses, start hypothesis 1 until hypothesis 10. And then the methodology, we use ANOVA. Yeah, we use ANOVA to see the results, this research, I mean, and by the SPSS software. And then we get a data analysis that's profile, look about the gender, and then about the academic qualification, about monthly income, marital status using, and the last is using a bank. So the result discussed a measurement model. First, reliability and convergent validity of the measurement model were tested or according to HARE. And then we look at Cronbach alpha by composite reliability, and then we look about the Cronbach alpha and factor leading had to be eliminated. This is the table. So a lot of indicator measurement from the variable, I mean like a product knowledge, we have a lot of measurement, a lot of indicator, and then perceived quality, perceived risk, and so on. And we look all of that indicator have cut off about validity and reliability. Like I said before, for the Cronbach alpha, we use 0.6, and then for validity, we use factor loading 0.4. And then from the result in the table above, it could be concluded that were several measures that were marginal fit, but the three were several measures of goodness of fit, so that the conclusion of the model produced was goodness of fit, like you can see in the table 3. You see a lot of like CMIN, marginal fit, but for RMCA and GIFI and CFI, that's a goodness of fit. So we look the table about the hypothesis 1 until hypothesis 2, all of that accepted, included for H2 and H7. That's unsupported, or we call that rejected. That means H2 is knowledge of the product has a negative impact with the risk that will be obtained is rejected. And then hypothesis 7, perceived quality has a positive impact on intention to invest in Islamic banking is rejected. So that's conclusion and recommendation. First, in this research based on several banking characteristics, conventional bank rank first in the use of bank, while mixed bank rank second and Islamic bank rank third. This data showed that the interest of the Indonesian people toward Islamic bank is still lacking. And the third conclusion is the factor that influence the slowdown in Islamic banking. It is an addition to products that are less competitive, human resource and technology for digitalization, which are owned by the Islamic banking system, which is very lacking, are also a priority must be addressed. And the last of conclusion is the small number of Islamic banking in Indonesia is one of the reasons that Islamic banks are not experiencing good and development. The last is a recommendation, and I look Pak Ferry always asking after every presenter, the end of their present, always asking about the recommendation. So we give a recommendation. First is the government must have several important roles in the development of Islamic banking in Indonesia by issuing several regulations that can facilitate the development of Islamic bank. For example, by requiring conventional bank to have Syariah business unit in each bank, as well as monitoring in each Islamic banking business unit every year. The second recommendation is having a large enough Syariah market in Indonesia can be used as a segmentation for the government to be able to develop Islamic banking, to be able to compete with conventional bank. By prioritizing Syariah first in the banking system, which means that in approaching the community by providing education about the introduction of Syariah in the world of banking. And the last recommendation, maximizing existing technology with banking digitalization is very important in the current area. If the Islamic banking system is better and more sophisticated, then indirectly Islamic bank will develop more in the future, making it easier for customer to make transaction, and the government must evaluate regularly. So we always give a recommendation or suggestion for the further research. It is hoped that it will not only analyze public interest in time deposit, current account and saving product and credit at Islamic bank, but treasury product must also be able to be analyzed, because economic development does not only occur at the national level, but business with foreign countries is also very important to help Islamic bank to get high profit. I think that's all of my presentation. Thank you for your kind attention. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for Dr. Yolanda. It is so very interesting presentation about your research. Maybe it is so very many knowledge about we are researcher. For this, any question to Dr. Yolanda?
May I?
Okay,
Yeah.
Mr. Quinn?
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you so much, Dr. Yolanda. It's a very nice and understandable presentation. I have one question related to your presentation. I think the banking development, especially Islamic banking development in Indonesia, is a very good experience to the rest of the world also. My question is, what are the mediating factors that promote or to contribute for the enhancement of just Islamic bank developments, you know?
Pardon? Can
What
you...
are... Okay, do you understand me? Yes.
Sorry, can you repeat again?
Yes, did you get the point, my question?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Please,
What are the mediating factors that contribute or associated for the fostering or promoting the Islamic bank development in Indonesia?
Yeah. Yes. Thank you for the question. I think the mediating government is an important factor for how Islamic bank. I think not only in Indonesia. I think all of the country in the world, government must be give support to make banking not only a conventional, but for the Syariah banking should be can access in the banking in the world. I think that's very important for that.
My question, that's very good for your answer, but my question just research, just checklist or factors or just mediating factor, which is objectively associated for your research. That's my question.
Oh, you mean about my like this? You mean about my conceptual model? You mean what the variable mediating variable I must
Exactly. Yes. Okay.
Okay. This is a medium variable is I have a 4 mediating variable like perceived quality, perceived risk, perceived value, and of course invest product banking. That's a 4 variable to mediating how come consumer can trust about the banking Syariah. That's for variable very important to make people can trust Islamic banking. Yeah. Okay. Maybe better if you can read my full our full article. A lot of indicators of the every variable. Maybe can make signing to be to build trusting for the customer, especially for the banking of Syariah. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for just actually I was just interested to take the experience which factors that is important for the other countries also. I would like to be share the experience, but I think it's maybe difficult. Okay, I will read it. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for Dr. Yolanda. And I will to the next presented to Mr. Agus Rianto.
Okay.
Here. Okay. For Mr.
here.
Agus Rianto about the title, The Nexus of Cigarette Tax, Economic Growth and Public Health in Indonesia, a Semantic Literature Review. So for this time, please feel free to present Mr. Agus Rianto.
Thank you. The PPT is shown in this Zoom meeting.
Yes, Mr. So very clear.
Okay, good. Okay. Good afternoon all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ferry Nugroho. My name is Agus Trianto, and I'm honored to present our research on the nexus of cigarette taxes, economic growth, and public health in Indonesia, a systematic literature review. The research is a collaborative effort by Professor Muhammad Silaf Hamzah, Professor Eleonora Sofilda, and myself from the Public Policy Studies, the Faculty of Economics and Business at University Trisakti, Jakarta. Okay. Wait. Okay. We are going to structure our presentation. This outline consists of introduction, and then literature review. And the third is methodology. And the fourth is finding and discussion. And the last is conclusion and recommendation. As you know, smoking costs over 8 million deaths annually, including 1.2 million from secondhand smoke. That data from WHO 2020. And then many countries have increased cigarette tax to reduce smoking rates, and also higher tax, lower smoking rate, especially among teenager and low-income groups. And the last is tobacco tax revenue can fund public health program, but political and economic factor may cause inequality. Our research gap is continue research gap from Hofer et al. 2018. More research is need to the long-term effects of tax increase on revenue, health expenditure, and the illegal cigarette trade. Our novelty, I think, is the research present a novel approach by unifying economic analysis and the health impact of the tobacco industry within a comprehensive research framework, serving as foundation basic for informed policy formulation. In the literature review, we found few journals that give me information about smoking is significant public health issue in Indonesia with many smoking-related diseases. Research indicates that higher cigarette price from tax increase effectively reduce smoking rates. And then cigarette taxes aim to lower tobacco consumption and improve public health, but do not significantly reduce government healthcare spending in Indonesia. In another country, in Japan, tax increase focus more on revenue stabilization than public health. And then higher cigarette taxes can prevent catastrophic health spending and reduce more poverty among low-income households, suggesting a redistributive effect that could reduce economic inequality. And the last is higher tobacco positively impact on economic growth and public health. We use methodology in qualitative research. We use secondary data for qualitative analysis, and the data is sourced from Scopus database search using the published or Paris application. We use sampling technique that is SLR bibliographic analysis using sample of 210 data from Scopus database from 2019 until 2023, narrowed down to 66 relevant articles. We use SLR to identify research gap and further novelty and synthesize evidence or finding from previous existing research. And there is a mind map from the literature review. Let me explain one by one. In the first, the influence of cigarette taxation on smoking habit, and then tobacco consumption and health financial application. The first is the influence of cigarette taxation in influencing smoking behavior, and then tobacco consumption and associated with health and financial consequences. And then higher taxes increase e-cigarette use and reduce alcohol consumption. Concern about aggressive impact and illegal market highlight the need for careful design. And then at the second, we find cigarette excise tax increase on smoking prevalency, smoking behavior, and smoking cessation effort, as well as tobacco use reduction. There are three explanations, and the first is cigarette excise tax increase effectively reduce smoking prevalency, and then studies from various countries show positive impact, and then in the long term, smoker might need additional intervention. Overall, higher taxes benefit public health, particularly for low income groups. And then and the third is about linkage of cigarette tax with economic aspect. I think a few explanation behind this. First, it says increasing tobacco taxes significantly impact on smoking behavior, and then promoting quitting attempt tax increases curb smoking behavior, and then illegal cigarette market present challenge with variation in cigarette price affecting tax impact. And then The last is most evidence support tax hikes for reducing tobacco consumption and improving public health. And then there are relationship of cigarette tax with health aspect. I think higher tax and regulation such as reduce fire risk and then pictorial warning motivate of quitting and safe health policies. And then WHO strategies and documenting e-cigarette use to highlight the need for comparative approach. And then how important economic aspect relate to smoking habits. This finding explore the economic aspect of smoking habit, highlight challenge in tobacco control, and then higher taxes is correlated with reduced smoking rate, but may become less effective over time. And then understanding policy endogeneity and ongoing research is crucial for developing effective tobacco control strategies. And the last is how tobacco tax impact to economic growth. In many countries, tobacco taxation positively affect on economic growth by improving public health, and then higher tax can reduce consumption and redirect saving, stimulating growth. And then benefit include reduced smoking rate during recession and need for stronger policies in Southeast Asia. And the last is comprehensive strategy must address economic factor. From six highlight, this research is highlight about long-term effect of tax increases on revenue and health expenditure. There are four points. First, the influence of cigarette taxation on smoking behavior, tobacco consumption, and associated with health and financial consequences. And the second is higher taxes increase e-cigarette use at the moment, I think, and reduce alcohol consumption among male smoker. Concern about regressive impact and illegal market also underscore the need careful for policy design. Benefit include fewer deaths, economic saving, and more years life. And the last is moreover study from various countries show positive impact such as smoking days, more quit attempt, and particularly with warning levels. And the conclusion from this study is effectiveness of cigarette tax increasing. That is increasing cigarette excise tax is effective in reducing smoking rate and improving public health. And the second is economic benefit. Higher cigarette tax offer economic benefits such as reduced healthcare costs and poverty reduction. And the third is effective tobacco control policy should consider economic and behavioral factors. And the recommendation from this study, the government should increase cigarette tax exactly as a part of comprehensive tobacco control strategy, and then include strict regulation and public smoking, and then more research is needed to understand the relationship between taxation policy, smoking behavior, health outcomes, and economic factor. And this is all I have to present to you, Mr. Ferry. Thank you for your kind attention. For more information, can send me email on agusrianto@pekenstan@aceh.id or eleonora@trisakti.aceh.id. Thank you, Mr. Ferry. The time is back to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Agus. This is the last presenter for this session. And then I think our presenter have presented all the research in this session. And I will say thank you for all presenters in this session. For the next session, I return to the main moderator. Okay, Mr. Agus.
Hello, dear participants. We have time for the next session, but to use the time effectively, we can start this session earlier than the time. Raka Fajar Nukhato, are you here? Raka Fajar?
Good morning. Yes, I'm here.
Good morning, dear. If you are ready, we can start with your presentation.
Okay, thank you. I will share my screen.
Yes, please.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the time. My name is Raka Fajar Nugroho. Here, I would like to present our team study, which is the title is Enhanced Oil Recovery Technology Disruption as Navigation Toward Global Challenge. Myself is Raka Fajar Nugroho, then my colleague Mugi Wiratomo Widya Bhakti, then our supervisor is Ms. Rini Setiati, Mr. Suryo Prakoso, and then Muhammad Taufik Fatajan. We are from the Faculty of Earth and Technology and Energy from University of Trisakti. Our agenda is the introduction, then literature review. Next is methodology, finding and discussion, and the last is conclusion and recommendation. Okay, as we know, currently the world is researching towards the energy transition to reduce the fossil fuel and zero emission, and the current spending for the energy transition is 1.8 trillion. But at the meantime, the oil and gas technology after the pandemic reached its highest peak, which is the production 95 million barrels per day, according to the Bloomberg. And then, as in the oil and gas technology, we face some challenges and some things that we need to face now. We have some uncertainty like this unintegrated and ineffective process and identified waste. And then another threat is climate changes, and then reduce the fuel usage and green energy transformation. But we have the strength, we have the time, capability, money, and then some opportunities out there, which is industrial revolution 4.0 and 5.0, which is IoT, robotic, AI, big data, cloud computing, and human-robot co-working, and etc. Next, how to adapt the industry for the industry advancement, and then the role of this disruptive innovation in maintaining competitiveness and market leadership. Here we can see that we can use remote surveillance, predictive on the left for the industry 4.0. We can use the remote surveillance for the well analysis, and then predictive maintenance using the automated sensors and everything, which can be processed using machine learning or AI. Then by that we will get 10 benefits with using the data-driven methodology. We will have real-time reporting, faster decision-making, more detailed examination, reducing failures in the field, analyzing risks faster and quicker, increase the efficiencies, reduction of human error, completing time consuming tasks, and providing human more time for analysis, and increase potential with scaling. Next is literature review. How disruptive technology affect the society, businesses, and economies by McKinsey Global Institute analysis. Here we can see that advanced oil and gas exploration and recovery will affect primarily there are three aspects for the individual and societies, then established business and organization, and the implication for economic and government. We will have the primary effect on this shift in this surplus between producer and our industries, and then also drive the economic growth and productivity, and also change the comparative advantage for the nation. And also for sure it will affect the new regulatory and legal challenges, and also change the pattern of the consumption of the society itself. Here we come with the AOR, enhanced oil recovery, which is a process that will enhance the production from the oil reservoir from the firms, that will increase for sure the benefit and ROE and ROI, and of course also we are trying to get the maximum with less waste, less effect for the environment. The adding value added to the company will be like, but better rocket, the accumulate, characterize the flow potential, and then optimize the production using the OIP and etc. And also for sure it will add to the value for the company asset. The milestone of EOR process usually will take 10 years into the implementation, and with the technology like software and etc., hopefully it will help the process shorten, and then it will get more benefit from it. Case study from the company X. It's an Indonesian company operating in multiple working area with brown or mature fields and diverse reservoir characteristics. Conducted a study on increasing the recovery factor, and the purpose of the study was to maintain production levels by exploring the application of the EOR methods. The estimated original oil in place exceeds 12 billion barrels of oil, approximately 7.99 billion barrels of oil, which account of 65% of the original oil in place, is derived from 10 structures with the highest OIP, as measured by the Pareto analysis. The average estimated recovery factor for the examined reservoir structure is 3.6%. By multiplying this RF with the estimated ultimate recovery, the number of this 5,078 mmSTB, we obtain an estimated enhanced oil recovery potential, which is 183 mmSTB. The objective of the study is to identify the most suitable AOR method for the oil field reservoir that has been primary and secondary recovery phase. This will be achieved by conducting literature review, screening process both manually and using AOR software. This study will focus on a candidate reservoir within the company X. Then the methodology. We use the PDCA, or plan, do, check, action. As you can see, the screening workflow is on the left, and then using the improved screening, which from the EOR process, we add some fluid type, injection, fluid treatment, oil price, and revenue, which will be the output will be the NPV for the company. Here's the screening workflow. First, we determine the field that will be subjected for the EOR screening, then gather the necessary field data, including API, oil viscosity, saturation, formation type, reservoir thickness and fluid composition, depth, temperature, and permeability. Then establish the screening criteria that will be implemented. And then the manual will use the Tabor and Aldasani. Meanwhile, the software will use AOR Guide. The result, we will compare the result and then assessing the methods that achieve the highest conformity rate in both manual and software. Then after that, we implement that one. Here, the finding and discussion. Is the data from the 10 reservoir that I mentioned before. And on the right is the graph of the oil production, which is decline. On the left, you will see the Tabor method, which is 1997. And on the right, you will have the Aldasani method, both for the reservoir B, D, and F, which is each method having different result. And this one is the screenshot from the AOR Guide, which is from the reservoir B. And this is the spider chart from the software. And after the comparison, we can see that we found that the immiscible gas and polymer flooding is the most fitted AOR method that can be implemented in the reservoir. Last conclusion is adaptation to disruptive technologies will create a huge benefit for the company and also the environment. Then as the focus towards the industry 5.0, which is more focused on the human development, not the machine development, and then the use of the advanced software will shorten the timeline for the AOR research, and then by using the PDCAs, make sure the research is continuously done and improved by the time. And recommendation for the companies are invest more in technology to get more better solution for every challenges that the company will face, and then focus on sustainability, continuous improvement, comprehensive management system, and then training and development for the staff. That's all. Feel free to contact to those email. If there is any question. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, dear Raka. Is there any question from floor to Mr. Raka?
Sir, can I have some questions?
Yes, please, Fadi.
Okay, thank you, sir. That was a really good presentation. Maybe I have two questions regarding your material. First, maybe as we know that in the oil and gas field, or maybe the reservoir has some characteristic in the formation. So for each characteristic, maybe how long it will took the time for know that the EOR or maybe your program it's already run efficiently for each reservoir system. And the second is, as you mentioned in the first time, that there's some disruptive in business of oil and gas, and we need took some faster to recognize some kind of method that we will use for the tertiary recovery, or maybe to know that to increasing the production. So my question is it have some possibility to us to make it faster for the recovery production, or maybe is there any option for us to make some new exploration field with help of AI, or maybe the technology related to the AI to make it faster or maybe cheaper for the technology when we are doing some exploration? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Fidi. Yeah, for sure. For the first question, how long it needed? It will need it. The first, you will need the preliminary data from the reservoir itself. Then only we can input all the data into the software. So, speaking of faster, yeah, since the software having the database and everything, yeah, it will be faster. Let's say compared to the manual, that some mistake may be there when we see the table or something like that. With this one, it's already simplified with the algorithm, and you can check in the petroleum solution from UK. Yeah, at least not taking years if you use the software. And the second one, regarding the disruptive technology, yes, as we know, as you are also in the oil and gas industry, it can be faster, which is, as we know, Shell moving all the engineer and everything to India. They use all the automation to control all the operation in the most of the refinery and etc. And with the needed of the oil and gas for the 10 or 20 years is still high. I believe this AI and the help of the technology will help reduce the error in the industry, and of course create more profit, and yet it will become cheaper operation for us. That's what I can answer.
Thank you, Pak Raka, for your answer. That's really good. Thank you. That's really good.
Thank you.
Software. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, dear. And also thank you for the question. Added value. Is there any more question from floor to presenter? I think there is no question. Thank you very much, Mr. Raka Fajar.
Thank you.
Let's
morning.
move on to second paper. Bagus Prasetya Rinisetiati Surko Prakoso and Taufik Fataddin. Are you here?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Bagus, welcome. Bagus will present vibration prediction software to estimate and evaluating harmonic vibrations in drilling operations, Australia, West Territory, and East Territory.
Yeah.
Floor is yours, sir. You can present your.
Thank you. Let me share my screen. Okay, please do let me know if you can see my screen.
You are visible and audible.
All right, thank you. All right, good morning to everyone and good afternoon. That's in Jakarta. Thank you for the opportunity. Please allow me to present the evaluation on vibration prediction software to estimate and evaluating harmonic vibration in drilling operation in Australia Western Territory. With me, Bagus Prastia, and my advisor, Mrs. Rini Setiati, Mr. Suryo Prakoso, and Mr. Muhammad Taufik Fatadin. All right. So in this presentation, in this agenda, I would like to introduce what the fibroscope is looks like, and then I'm going to touch a little bit of literature review and our fibroscope review, the software that I use in order to estimate the vibration, and methodology that I use, finding and discussion, and also study case, and conclusion, and basically all of the last part is all about conclusion, but I put also recommendation. Okay, as introduction, in the oil and gas industry, the drilling operation face many challenges with vibration in the bottom hole assembly. Being the major issue, excessive vibration can damage the tools and reduce the efficiency and increase the cost. This is mostly because of the productive time. So therefore, addressing these challenges is crucial, especially with the advancement in digital technology that we can use in order to improve the overall efficiency. One technology advancement is the fibroscope software, which we use to predict, to estimate, to analyze the potential vibration, including torsional, axial, and lateral vibration during drilling. So by using this data such as BHA design, well trajectory, geological formation, well profile, drilling parameters from the past wells, the software perform what we call critical speed analysis. And this analysis recommend the optimal string rotation speed in order to minimize harmful vibration, and also to protect the drilling tools and equipment. So as I mentioned that I would touch a little bit on the literature review. I use this model, this picture on the left side from Zheng Shengzhen, the common mode of the downhole vibration. So basically, all of these vibration will have three major categories, which is the axial, lateral vibration, and then torsional vibration. All of these categories will affect differently in the drilling efficiency, and also how they can damage the tools. Yeah. And then the factor that influence the downhole vibration itself. So we have BHA design, and we have drilling parameters as mentioned before, and also we have geological formation. And so a little bit about the fibroscope overview. That the software uses finite element method to model and analyze the entire drill string from the bit to the rig floor, allowing user to perform the critical speed analysis. And this analysis can be run with the drill string positioned at different location along with the well path, and under various drilling parameters and operating conditions. This basically the fibroscope itself, it can predict the BHA tendency. We can use to model the roller reamer, torque and drag, and motor excitation dynamic analysis. And then what I will discuss in this presentation is mostly about the critical speed analysis. Just a little bit how the software is. So as you can see here, this is basically the the input that we need. Yeah. So we have the hole size, we have the mass, we have the mud weight, we have the weight on bit, and then we have this the well profile. And then we have to input all the tools and all the tools, including the OD or outer diameters, inner diameters, lengths, and then the material in order to conclude about the mass. So all of this will affect how the algorithm will use in order to estimate the critical speed analysis. This is the critical speed analysis looks like. So as illustrated on the right side, the software will give us the estimate downhole vibration with respect to depth. So as you can see in y-axis, this is depth. And then on the x-axis is the string RPM. So basically, all the software that wants to tell us that please avoid these lines that potentially has drilling vibration when you drill the formation. Okay, so the methodology that I use is qualitative. We calibrate the MWD tools so that they have accurate measurement, and then do tool programming and system check to make sure that all the sensors is working properly. On the drilling operation, we continuous monitoring and recording the parameters by real time. Usually we get the parameters from the MATLAB, or we can ask the rig crews. We can get the data from the drilling console as well. And then in the post run, we processed, and then we do correlation studies. The thing is, not every client can open this data for us for the analysis. So some of the clients can really be secretive about the data. So I am gathering all the data that I can get, and then I will have to double check and validate with the MW tools because it has the real-time sensors for the vibration. As you see here, that in my study case, this is the drilling parameters, and this is the shock level that I get from the LW tools. This is the critical speed analysis that we have from the fibroscope. This is real-time data. This is the recorded data from the ASCII from the drilling consoles. So from the ASCII data, from the last data, I plot them, right? And then I match and correlate them with the software. As you can see here, that the accuracy of the fibroscope validated in correspondence with the downhole vibration sensor data, which is the ADN6 or the LWD. So from here, for the upcoming drilling campaign, so we have like the idea. Okay, the idea. So okay, so this is the parameters that we should avoid in order to not touching this torsional vibration. something like that. Same thing. This is the case still in the Western Territory in Australia. All the data that I get from drilling parameters in drilling console, and then I try to correlate them, and I can see that this is the vibration, the lateral vibration, the vibration, and in corresponding with the stick slip, and it also picked up by the fibroscope fairly well. So when we are seeing these parameters, when we do have the stick slip and then the torque, this is the torque. Usually it will correspondence very well with the stick slip, because at a stick slip, the torque is going to be like strong torque and then low torque, and strong torque and low torque, something like that. So this is how it's pictured, and the fibroscope pretty much picked up fairly well from the parameters. So as the conclusion, this paper evaluated the output of the fibroscope critical speed analysis and its correlation with the downhole sensor data typically obtained from the MWD tools. And the analysis indicates that the fibroscope algorithm is relatively accurate as validated by the MWD tools. And usually, before we start the drilling campaign, the client will ask me to make this drilling roadmap. So as you can see on the previous slide, based on the critical speed analysis, we give the clients idea about parameters that they should avoid in order to not get the severe, especially severe torsional or lateral vibration. In order to yeah, I think that's it from my side. Please, if you have question, please do let me know. Thank you.
Hello, dear Mr. Bagos. Thank you very much for your great presentation.
Yes.
Is there any question from floor to Mr. Bagos presenter?
Yes, I have
Yes,
two
I
questions.
have a question from Mugi,
Let's
Jakarta.
take the first Mugi, Mr. Mugi, then Mr. Mugian.
Oke, terima kasih. Thank you. Mr. Bagus, thanks for your great presentation. I have two questions for you. The first one is there any special skill or train to be master for operate the software? And the second one is how long does it take for someone to be master to the software? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mas Mugi. Basically, we do have sort of training, and the thing is, if you do a software, I mean, if you're doing software, all you need to do is used to the software. I mean, once you get used to the software, and that's it. That's pretty much it. All the trainings will give you the basic skills, and then you can sort of explore the software yourself. And then if you have a question, usually I will just contact the software expert, and then ask them about if my analysis is accurate, or is there something that needs to be done, or if there's a correction that needs to be done. That's it. But from my point of view, as long as you are familiar with the drilling operation, this software is pretty much straightforward. So straight to the point. I mean, straight to the point. So doesn't really like has sophisticated technical skills that you need in order to operate this software. That's it, Mas Mugi.
Okay, thank you, Mas.
Thank you, Mas.
Thank you also, Mr. Mugi, for adding value to the presenter and also to us. Mr. Mugi, we can take your question also.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you, the presenter. It's very nice, and I think it is odd and very hard science. I appreciate for that. My question is, in your methodology, I have seen that you mentioned qualitative just analysis or qualitative method. So for this hard science, how you use qualitative data? And the second question, you have to answer simultaneously. I think it is a software which is related to a CNC lathe machine or drilling machine, which is already in market. So I think the superiority of your software will be for speed up the process, you know. So in this case, I think I have two tricks. One is just how you control the rate of occurrence of emergency for operators, because if the operation is very speed up, it will also a negative side in the other perspective. So how can we control, and what's your suggestion? What's your design parameters?
I don't really get the second question. The second question. Could you please repeat that, please?
Okay. I think there is the existing software or the existing operation related to yours, maybe CNC lathe or CNC drilling, which is a computer integrated drilling operations is available in market, you know.
Yeah.
So I think your software, the superiority of your software from the existing one is, I think, just making speed up the feed or the speed, you know.
Yeah. Okay.
If that's the case, what will be the suggestion or design suggestion of when the speed is increased, the emergency or the danger will also increase for operators especially, you know?
Oh, okay. I got your point, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So for the first question first, yeah. I did gather the data qualitatively because the more data that I have is how to say, it's much better for me in order to for the analysis. And the thing is, as I mentioned before, that not every client is willingly give us the data. So if I will just go back. If let's say that because the drilling parameters, drilling ASCII, right? The drilling data, I can get that fairly easy from the client. Okay, but the thing is, for the vibration data, they don't usually share this with us. So based on the data that I have, the software is matched properly. So yeah, go on.
Okay, that's need assessment. I think it is need assessment. It's very good. Okay.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Need assessment.
Okay,
and your second question is that if let's say the operator wants to increase the speed or the RPM, right?
Yes.
That's that potentially harmful to the drilling? Basically, yes and no. If you know, I'll be a little bit specific. If you know what's your top drive capabilities, right? I can go up can go up until certain RPM, and it can run just fine. As you can see, hold on a second, let me zoom. Say this is the string RPM, and it can goes up to 200 RPM. Yeah. So basically, this line that you want to avoid, if you are within this line, I mean in the space between the line, should be okay. This is what the software is mostly highlights. As long as you don't intersect with the line, it's either the okay, it doesn't have the lateral in this one. It's as long as you don't intersect like this one, this or this one. This is almost intersect with the potential torsional vibration, which is why it has it picked up this the line, yeah, the torsional vibration potential. As long as you don't intersect with this, should be fine. And the thing is, as I mentioned before, that this critical speed analysis is really affected by how the BHA design and how the trajectory. So so if the, let's say is if it's horizontal profile, it may goes like this. I mean the line is pretty much short, I mean close to each other. But if sorry, I don't, if not, let's say if this okay, this is a building this is a built section, yeah. So as you can see here, that the line is not as tight as you see on the previous slide. So it's really affected by the BHA design and how the trajectory it's going to be.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your thoughts. Maybe just as a comment, or you can take it as another need. As you know, just the world is going to be the smart city or Internet of Things or integration of systems, you know.
Yes.
So due to that, you have to just align with the future or the bright future of the world. So you have to make it aligned with the need of the world, not only the Australian peoples, but also to the world, because the software is applicable in everywhere, you know.
Yeah, sure.
So
yeah, the thing is, the study case that I have is mainly from the Australian Western Territory. So
okay,
which is why I took this as a study case.
That should be fine. Thank you so much. I wonder.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Oops, sorry, I didn't share the screen, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry guys, sorry. Yeah, just sorry, just to make sure, I mean, see here, what I mean is that as long as you don't intersect with this line, you should be okay. Like this one, for example, the RPM is between the line, which is why it didn't pick up by the software. Sorry, I didn't realize that I stopped my share.
No problem. I got the point. No problem. Just it's
yeah,
understandable, because I have the engineering background. No problem. Just I can take the lessons.
All right. Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry for that. Okay, I think that's all from my side. Is there any more question, please?
Mr. Bagus, thank you very much for your presentation. I think there is no question. You already answered 2 questions. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
You are welcome. Let's move on to next speaker. The speakers of the title is Nintya Siaftita Nurhayati Harmaini Koramen Harulian Sirait Osni Erza. Are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Sorry for my pronunciation. Floor is yours. You can share your screen and you can present your paper.
Okay, thank you. Is my voice audible?
Yes, your voice is audible and your presentation is also visible. You can start.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nindya, and I'm here representing my team from Universitas Trisakti in Indonesia. Today, I'm delighted to present our paper titled The Influence of Regional Competitiveness Aspects on Inclusive Economic Development in Indonesia. The next agenda for today's presentation is the first is introduction, second literature review, third methodology, fourth is findings and discussion, and the last is conclusions and recommendations. And now we'll begin with an introduction where I'll provide an overview of the topic and research gap we'll be presenting today. The first is inclusive. Indonesia is an upper middle income country, and it would be beneficial to consider ways to positively impact every layer of society. In the context of regional competitiveness, as an independent nation, it is important to consider how to rely on one's own capabilities and strengths, and this can be observed in the dimension of macroeconomics, education, and tourism. And this study could I ask, how does regional competitiveness affect inclusive economic development in Indonesia? The World Bank said Indonesia first became an upper middle income country in 2019, but fell back due to the pandemic COVID, and Indonesia got the status back in 2022. We believe that a useful tool to measure and monitor the level of inclusiveness of development in Indonesia could be the Inclusive Economic Development Index, or IEDI. We have identified three pillars as the dimension of the calculation, namely economic growth and development, income equality and poverty alleviation, and expansion of access and opportunities. And next. The second discussion is related to the literature review. Many previous studies have looked at the impact of several macroeconomic indicators, education, and tourism. But the novelty in this study is to make these studies more comprehensive, looking at all the three aspects at once, which are combined in the aspect of competitiveness. I will now explain each of the hypotheses proposed for this study. The first is the relationship between exports and IEDE. It's clear that export activities are overseen by the government through the Directorate General Bea Cukai, which is unit under Ministry of Finance in the Republic of Indonesia, and study conducted by Ginting in 2017, Indonesia and Anand in the scope of emerging countries, found that export variable has a positive influence on economic growth. So that is our hypothesis one. And now the study about the relationship between import and the IEDI is conducted by APEC and IMF, found that inclusive economic growth is positively affected by increasing import variables. And this become our hypothesis too, that import have a positive influence on the IEDI. And next, the relationship between foreign investment and the IEDI. Now, investment activity in the Republic of Indonesia by inbound foreign investor, and the findings studies in Indonesia and East Kalimantan region conclude that economic growth is positively affected by foreign investment, thus supporting the third hypothesis, which is FI has a positive influence on the IEDI. And for the domestic investment, as investment activity by domestic investor and using domestic capital, found in Indonesia that this has positive influence and on IEDI and support our fourth hypothesis. And next, relating to the gross domestic product per capita in the scope of region, research in Indonesia states that the IEDI is positively influenced by the GRDP per capita variable of a region, thus supporting the fifth hypothesis. Next, for the Human Development Index, is the result of a composite index based on the three main dimensions, namely health, education, and a decent life. HDI is one of that has positive influence on IEDI in East Java, and that's become our sixth hypothesis. And the last hypothesis is about tourism. The finding of a study conducted by APEC suggests that tourist arrivals may have the potential to contribute to inclusive economic growth in a region, and thus become our last hypothesis to test. Is tourism has a positive influence on ADI? And as the conclusion, it seems that all hypotheses point in the same direction, namely positive influence on IDI. Next, we move on to the third agenda, which is methodology. This study aims to analyze the influence of regional competitiveness aspects on IDI. To this end, secondary quantitative data on 34 provinces in Indonesia over the period 2018 till 2022 was employed. The EViews 9 software was utilized to facilitate data processing through the panel data regression method. The resulting model was selected based on the best fit. Next, a conceptual framework is evident, indicating that the 6 variables independent, as hypothesis sized before, exert a positive effect on IDI. And on the right side of this presentation, we would like to describe the 7 variables that we use in this study. We have included the Inclusive Economic Index in Indonesia as the dependent variable from Bappenas with unit the percentage, and the other as independent variables. At the bottom of the presentation is the hypothesized panel regression model, which will be tested using 3 models to see which is the best and appropriate model to choose. Next, and now we would like to move on to the findings and discussion. The first is we can conclude that the fixed effect models is the best and most appropriate model to use in estimating data. This result is stated through the LM, Chow, and Hosman test. And for the goodness of the results, capability of the independent, we can explain by the adjusted R square, which is 89%, and capability of the independent variable of our competitiveness aspect in explaining the dependent variable or IEDI is 89% in the sense of the impact of 89% of variation in provincial inclusive economic development variables in Indonesia is influenced by export, imports, foreign investment, domestic investment, GRDP per capita, HDI, and tourism, while the other 11% is affected by other variables that are not included in the research model. And now, the results show that of the 6 independent variables tested, there are 2 variables that have no effect on the results. And the regression model using fixed effect models estimation result in the bottom of the presentation. We will now discuss each of the results and further analyze the variables that have no effect in the next presentations. Slides. First is the influence of export on the IEDI. The result of the study show conformity with the hypothesis proposed that the level inclusive economic growth in Indonesia will increase if the value of exports also increases. And this is according with the study conducted in Indonesia and in emerging market before. Next, for the influence of imports on IEDI, that the results of the study are consistent with the proposed hypothesis that the inclusive economic development rate in Indonesia will increase if the value of import also increase, and this supported by research from the APEC and the IMF. Next, for the influence of foreign investment on the IEDI, and this study found that the negative Fi coefficient is not in accordance with the hypothesis, which states that Fi has a positive influence on inclusive economic development. This can occur because the amount of foreign investment that comes has not been able to be evenly distributed to improve the living standard of all its citizens. And next, it's the influence of domestic investment on the IDI. The results of the study appear to support the hypothesis proposed that the rate of inclusive economic development in Indonesia will increase if domestic investment also increases. Next is the influence of GRDP, or gross regional domestic product per capita, on the IDI. The results of this study are consistent with the proposed hypothesis that the rate of inclusive economic development in Indonesia will increase if the GRDP per capita of a region also increases. Next, for the sixth hypothesis, is the influence of HDI on the IDI. That the result of the study show conformity with the hypothesis proposed, that the inclusive economic development rate in a region will increase if the Human Development Index of a region also increases. And for the last hypothesis, we can conclude that this is a study that the coefficient of the tourist variable, which is negative, is not in accordance with the hypothesis that the number of tourists has a positive effect on inclusive economic development in Indonesia. This can occur because the factors that influence tourist travel are quite complex and depend on the comparative advantage of a region, both in terms of natural resources and technology as a tourist goal. Next. Finally, we'll move on to the conclusions and recommendations. The conclusion of this study is conclude that of all the independent variables proposed, there are two variables that have no effect on the IDI in Indonesia, namely foreign investment and for the tourism, which the possibility of not having this influence has been further analyzed in the previous interpretation. And for the recommendations, based on the insight gained from the literature review and our analysis, I will propose a practical recommendation or solutions to address the issues identified. By first, it suggests that there is a need for commitment to increase HDI, because HDI is the most probability value for enhance the competitiveness of the region, which in turn is able to increase inclusive economic development in a province and Indonesia. And number two is to harmonize the implementation of foreign investment in order to increase decent living standards and qualified added value in the province. And the last is to affirm sustainable tourism schemes to that Indonesian natural preservation is maintained, which will increase the attractiveness of tourism and improve the quality of life of a province in Indonesia. And that's all my presentation. I hope this presentation has provided valuable insights and sparked some new ideas. Very thank you for all your time and attention in this afternoon.
Thank you very much, dear Ninta, for your presentation. Is there any question from floor to Ninta Siaftita? I think there is no question. Thank you very much, Ninta, for your presentation. Let's move on to next presenters. Shirley Santa Rindiani, Nurhayati, Muhammed Yuti Lutfi, Firdayati Siafri. Are you here?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Yes, Shirley, you can share your screen and start your presentation. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, distinguished guests, respected colleagues, and fellow professionals. I would like to start off by saying thank you so much for the opportunity that given to me. It is a great honor to be here today at 9th International Communication, Economics, Organization, and Social Science Congress to share my themes finding concerning a topic that is vital, the role of women in inclusive economic development with a specific focus in Indonesia. As many of you are aware, the landscape of economic development is evolving, and the inclusion of diverse voices, particularly those of women, is crucial for sustainable and equitable growth. Today's agenda, starting from the introduction, the background of this study, strengthened with literature review and previous empirical study. And then we continue the research methodology, discuss this study findings, and close with conclusion as well as recommendation. Women's role in building a nation should be recognized by society because it is a crucial component to develop a civilization. However, women's participation in the workforce is not as large as men. Economic growth used to be a tool to evaluate a country's economic performance. However, the increase in regional gross domestic product, or RGDP, that used to be measured economic growth does not necessarily have the same impact to society's welfare. Therefore, inclusive economic development concept exists as a modern paradigm in order to achieve a better improvement for a country that benefits the entire population. Therefore, this study will examine to what extent is the role of women in inclusive economic development. As we can see in this graphic, the average proportion of women in Indonesian parliament not even reached 30% as mandated by law. The stereotype of women will not perform in their work once they become mothers also contribute as an inhibiting factor for women's career development. Bappenas, or Badan Perencanaan Pembangunan Nasional Indonesia, use Inclusive Economic Development Index, or IEDI, to measure the level of economic opportunities and prosperity, as well as providing broad access to all levels of society. The index range from 0 to 10, which higher values means a greater the inclusivity development level. IEDI score shows a positive trend in Indonesia, as we can see in the graphic here. Indonesia's IEDI was 6.13 in 2022. That is increased from 2021. There are 21 indicators, 8 sub-pillars, and 3 pillars that account for the index: economic growth and development, income distribution, and poverty reduction, as well as the expansions of access and opportunities are the 3 pillars constituting the index. Women's role in this study be composed of gender development index, the proportion of women working in managerial positions, the proportion of women in parliament, and women's life expectancy. Gender Development Index is used as an indicator to examine the level of development accomplishment that has accommodated gender issues. A previous study had proven that when GDI increased, the poverty level would decrease significantly, in contrast to research conducted in European countries, which found that there was no direct relationship in general between the level of GDI and GDP per capita growth, regardless of their level of development. According to this description, the hypothesis of this study, the first hypothesis of this study is the Gender Development Index, or GDI, has a significant and positive effect on IEDI. Women's entrepreneurship has the potential to contribute directly to the national economy through empowering women and creating jobs. However, studies conducted by AJAS in 2020 and Lokil in 2019 found that gender diversity in board position has no effect on sustainability. Therefore, the second hypothesis of this study is the proportion of women working in managerial positions has a significant positive effect on IEDI. Women's participation in politics needed to bring a broader perspective in decision-making process so that it will lead to a more innovative and effective solution. Meanwhile, the lack of women's involvement in politics and social empowerment causes a barrier for women to access resources such as financial resources and opportunity. Thus, the third hypothesis of this study is the proportion of women in parliament has a significant and positive effect on IEDI. The relationship between women's life expectancy and economic growth is actually a complex issue. These conflicting findings from HAMMAD and Anggraini indicating that a further research is required to explore the relationship between women's life expectancy and economic growth. Hence, the fourth hypothesis of this study is women's life expectancy has a significant positive effect on IEDI. This study uses panel data regression method. The data comprises a time series from 2018 to 2022 and a cross-section of 34 provinces in Indonesia with a total example of 170 observations. There are 4 independent variables used in this study to represent the women's roles or women's empowerment, namely gender development index, the proportion of women in managerial positions, the proportion of women in parliament, and women's life expectancy as the health indicator. These 4 independent variables tested using panel data regression method to examine their influence on inclusive economic development index. Based on the model selection test, it can be concluded that fixed effect model is the best estimation model to answer the hypothesis in this study. From the estimation output here, we can see that the R-square value, we can conclude that this model meets the principle of goodness of fit. And in the global test, the F statistic probability value is 0.00, which is not greater than 5%. We can see in this table only 2 hypotheses that are accepted. It is the hypothesis 1 and hypothesis 4. We move into the discussion of the findings. For hypothesis 1, GDI has a positive impact to promote inclusive economic development index in Indonesia. These findings align with the other study conducted by Rahayu, which found that the increase of GDI will promote economic growth. For the second hypothesis, according to the panel data regression estimation output, it can be concluded that hypothesis 2 is rejected. The proportion of women in managerial positions doesn't influence the inclusive economic development index of Indonesia. This finding aligns with previous studies conducted by Ajas and Lokil. The interesting thing is for the hypothesis 3. From the estimation output, we can see that the coefficient is contradicting with the hypothesis or with the theory. The negative sign in the coefficient estimation output means that the hypothesis 3 is rejected. Therefore, it can be concluded that the level of women's representation in parliament does not influence the inclusive economic development index of Indonesia. This could happen because the women involvement in Indonesia's parliament not even reached 30% as stated in law number 22 of 2007 concerning the implementation of election. The low level of women's participation makes it difficult to actually measure women's role in enhancing inclusive economic development. The stereotype of women, society expectation of women, and cultural norms can be attributed as a barrier for women to participate in politics. For hypothesis 4, it is concluded that hypothesis 4 is accepted. Women's life expectancy can contribute to economic development through the increase of labor force productivity. The life expectancy at age 60 can be used as a health indicator. Thus, a higher life expectancy value will generate a greater economic benefit. So in conclusion, I would like to leave you with a few key takeaways. This study is limited to the period from 2018 to 2022 in Indonesia, with the level of women's involvement in parliament and managerial positions that are relatively low. So further research is needed in regions with high female participation in professionals' environment. And to fully realize the potential of women's empowerment in driving accessibility and the Inclusive Economic Development Index, it is essential to address barriers such as unequal access to education, healthcare services, and opportunities, as well as social and cultural norms that limit women's rights and potential. I want to emphasize that our collective effort is crucial in ensuring that economic opportunities are accessible to all, regardless of gender. Let us use the insights gained today to drive forward initiative that will create a more equitable and prosperous future for all. I would like to express my deep appreciation for your attention. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and good afternoon.
Hello, thank you very much for your great presentation. Is there any question from floor to presenter?
Sorry, stop the session.
I think there is no question. Thank you very much. And let's move on to last presentation. The title is Suku Temple as a Cultural and Arts Education Tourism in Central Java. Menul
Yes.
Rianti.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, the floor is yours, madam. You can share your screen and you can start your presentation.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
You are welcome.
Yes. Thank you for your time. Good afternoon to all friends. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Healthy greeting. Today our team will present Suku Temple is a culture and art education tourism in Central Java. Me, Menul Rianti, Puan Suhaila, Bambang Triwadoyo, Ekananda Haryadi, Virginia Suryani, Faculty of Art and Design Untas Trisakti, and Sultan Ibrahim, Malaysia. Agenda, introduction, literary review, methodology, finding and discussion, and conclusion. Suku Temple, introduction. Suku Temple, the uniqueness and uniqueness of Suku Temple, which is not found in all the temple, does not make its existence as popular. And all the temple, namely, is an object of research and so on for historical tourism, for the community, especially among young people or millennial. Indonesia is a country that is diverse culture because it consists of many islands inhabited by different tribes. And next, Suku Temple. How is the analysis of internal and external factors in the Suku Temple area? Number 2, what is concept of development culture tourism at Suku Temple as the regional tourism center of Karanganyar district? Literature review. Culture heritage tourism, promotion and also self-promotion visualization. And next, methodology. The research approach uses this research as qualitative approach. But what we mean by qualitative research is research then to understand the phenomena experience. By research subject holistically and by means of the description form of word on language and spatial natural context by utilizing various scientific methodology. And Suku Temple for finding and discussion. Suku Temple. The Suku Temple tourist attraction has the potential to be very unique tourist attraction because it's different from Hindu temple in general. The shape of the temple trapezoidal and similar to Mayan temple. Because this temple is very interesting. Temple is Southeast Asia. The unique Suku temple fertility symbolism. Suku temple contains a lot of fertility symbolism, which can be seen from the Palus and Uni statue, as well relief depicting the birth process. This indicates that the temple was more likely used for ritual related to fertility and life. Suku temple, art and culture, education, tourism, education about the history of Majapahit and Hindu history, about Javanese architecture, introduction to sculpture and carving. As analysis, secondary data, tourist attraction, primary data, identification object problem, strength, weakness, threat, opportunity, SWOT analysis, instruction development. Internal factor, strength. The existence of Suku Temple provides a culture feel Karanganyar as culture tourism destination. The artistic or cultural potential that exists, especially the Karanganyar, which is historical heritage. Weakness, in term construction, many the buildings are no longer intact, such as statue or relief that are no longer suitable because some are missing, so they cannot describe the history of Suku Temple. The lack of tourist attraction Suku Temple is rare to find tourist service package, especially for historical tourism toward the country Karanganyar region. Next, opportunity, especially close to Solo Tangmangu transportation route is opportunity to connect greater Solo tourism, various tourism object attraction, and sport development synergy. The Suku Temple addresses the part of tourism package is Karanganyar area, creating interest even around the Suku Temple, improving human resource, especially providing professional guides provide direction strong enough for the brand historical theme become a characteristic of Suku Temple object. Opportunity, weakness, tragedy, minimal internal problem, develop cross-regional cooperation and Central Java in the from creating tour package to encourage the development of the Suku Temple object, especially in the Karanganyar area in general. Next, responding identity per presentation, women and men, 62.5%, and men 37.5%. Must feel cost you visit the Suku tourist attraction is very cheap, different word. For example, blue 10,000 rupiah until 100,000 rupiah in Indonesia, 23.8%, 100 until 300 rupiah thousand, and yellow 300.500%. So how did you Suku Temple tourist attraction in Karanganyar? In blue color, 12.5%, newspaper, magazine, brochure, poster, and red, 8.3%, electronic, and more big green color, information with family and friend. Design plan from promotion, the logogram about Suku Temple, and design plan, for example, Instagram, Facebook, web, poster, ticketing, and sticker. Conclusion and recommendation. 1. Suku Temple is a tourist destination that rich in artistic and cultural educational value. And 2, the importance of preserving and introducing cultural heritage to younger generation. 3, the active role of community, the government, and maintaining the temple. Recommendation. Suku temple only important as archaeological site, but also is symbol of Javanese culture and history. The uniqueness of the architecture and its symbolism provide this insight into the spiritual and social life of Javanese society at the time. And reference. Thank you for your kind. Thank you very much. And stop share.
You are welcome. Thank you very much, dear presenter, Professor Menul Teguh Rianti. Is there any question from floor to presenter? I think there is no question. Thank you very much. With this presentation, we have finished the session successfully. 5 of the 5 papers are presented. Thank you very much, all presenters. It was a great session again. Let's move on to next session. Dr. Niti Hoda, are you here, Dr. Niti?
Yeah.
Welcome. You will be moderator of this session. Floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You are welcome.
So I am Dr. Nidhi Huda, and I'll be moderating the session. So I am just inviting the first presenter, M. Husne Saleh Shati Emalia Sari. Are you there?
I'm here.
Okay. So your topic for the presentation is improving the productivity, hydraulic bodyline productivity through root cause analysis approach with eliminate, combine, rearrange, simplify method. So let's start with your presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name Muhammad Husni, Industri Teknologi Fakulty Universitas Trisakti. In this occasion, I will try to present my paper with theme improving the productivity hydraulic body length productivity through root cause analysis approach with elimination, combination, rearrange, simplified method. Again, one introduction, 2 literature review, 2.1 hydraulic length, 2.2 problem and hydraulic length, 2.3 root cause analysis, 2.4 ECRS. Number 3 methodology, number 4 finding and discussion, number 5 conclusion. Introduction. Wait. The productivity as a comparison index between and service input and form and labor, money, material and others. Productivity will be equal to productivity capacity of the efficiency of cycle time is 100%. So that lost time certainly has a direct impact and production target and productivity. Lost time is absolutely inevitable in the production process. Many things can unexpectedly cause in such as quality problems,
adjustment of a new operator, material shortage, and various other costs. This research begins with management finding on productivity in hydraulic lines 1 to 17, lost time as a result of machine failure, long change overtime, and several other technical causes that result in production rates becoming not smooth and production targets not being achieved. The company that is the object of research, which is the public companies that produce automotive component in the form of radiator, oil coolers, condenser, brake pipes, fuel pipes, fuel tanks, exhaust system, and press part, including the manufacturers of filter. Number 2, literature review. Number 2.1, hydraulic line. Automotive component manufacturing components in Indonesia have emerged in tandem with the development of the automotive industry. The variety of product produced in this industry is very wide and diverse, ranging from engine component to motor vehicle, body component, and even including belts, accessories. The hydraulic lens is one to the lens in the production division of company ICE that produce body filter product using 3 types of hydraulic machine: full manual tip, full manual tip, one stroke tip, and transfer type or manual modification. The hydraulic lens consists of 17 lanes, which are the following. Number A, lines 1 to lines 8 is a one-stroke hydraulic lens where on process produce one product that includes several processes. B, lens 9 is a whole use a manual process. Number C, lane 10 to lane 17, the basic of the process in manual process, but between process semi-robot, modification have been carried out for this line. The application of its use in larger type of product so that capacity product per minute of lower than lane 1 to 8. You see templates hydraulic lane. Okay. 2.2 problem on the hydraulic. Productivity as a comparison index between output and input. Output in the form of goods and service, input in the form of labor, money, material, and others. Productivity will be equal to productivity capacities if the efficiency of working times is 100%, so that lost time certainly has a direct impact on productivity targets and productivity. Lost time is absolutely inevitable in the productivity process. Many things can unexpectedly cause it, such as quality problem, adjustment of new operators, material shortage, and various other costs. Waste in anything that is excessive beyond the minimum requirement for equipment, material, component, place, and working time that are absolutely necessary for the process of added value of a product. And simply conclude that if something does not provide added value, it's call it waste. Overproduction, whiting, transportation, excess processing, inventories, machine, and defect. 2.3, root cause analysis. The method involves conducting an initial investigation to classify and define and the problem. A complete analysis should be considered only if the event can be fully classified and defined, and in same then a cost-effective solution can be found. Analysis is generally not performed on problems that are found. They be random, not a recurring event. Problem that's often justify the use of method include equipment, machine, or system failure, deviation of operating performance, problem of economic performance, security, and regulatory compliance is a number of common techniques useful for problem solving. Failure mode and effect analysis. Failure mode effect analysis, or FMEA, is a design evaluation process used to identify potential failure mode and determine the effect of its on system performance. FMEA produce or logistic step starting with the analysis of subsystem or lower level components. Analysis the failure viewpoint and identify potential failure models along with their failure. The effect of each failure mode is done to system level. Each mode a failure and the resulting effect is assigned a clarity rating based on the probability of occurrence, severity, and usefulness. FMEA process result in to measure improvement. 1. Improve ability to anticipate problem and make improvement before producing and product. 2. Increase validity of analytical method resulting from rigorous documentation of the regional of each step in the decision-making process. Cause and effect analysis. Cause and effect analysis is graphical approach a failure analysis. It's also referred to a fishbone analysis, a name take from the fish shape pattern used to plot relationship between various factors that attribute to a particular event. Root cause analysis include 4 steps, namely 1. Identify ongoing business process. 2. Draw causal factor. 3. Identify root cause. 4. Proposal recommendation. The first step in the analysis is to obtain data, which is to identify the business process that take place to find out the cause type, factory, and root of the problem, while the causal factor is describable using the causal diagram fishbone. 2.4 HCR elimination, combine, rearrange, simplify. Elimination is the process of reducing certain work activity for job that is considered to have not value added and does not affect the process or is considered not important. Combine is combination of 2 or more process which, if combined or carried out simultaneously, will be better and reduce process time. Combining can also be done on workstation operation of or machine. Rearrange is a way to reorganize of process if there is sequence of process that are still considered untied or random. This is to make the process more effective and efficient. Simplify is simplification of process for this that are not too significant, but if done repeatedly can have to better impact. 3. Methodology. The research approach carried out in overcoming.
Sir, you already finished your time. Can you please conclude it up?
Okay, thank you. The research data collection, data with literature study, to file data from observation, identification problem, analysis corrective, next it make improvement to work into the method. 5. Furthermore, after getting the result of development HR concept, driving conclusion and giving recommendation. 8. After that, suggestion were also given. You see research method flowchart. Number 4, finding and discussion. Identification of problem in the production process in hydraulic lines is carried out by the cost analysis method and illustrate with the cost and effect diagram or the fishbone by identifying the cost in process fluid in a component is hydraulic line. This the slide hydraulic line fishbone diagram. Based on the result of cost analysis using the cost of event diagram, observation and studies carried out to find the most likely causes to the following data or obeyed. The causative engine for lag the hydraulic tap, the causative method factor are COT, change over time, material loading, pallet grabbing, or type problem. This line 1 to 17 the cycle time this run time before repair and PS after repair and improvement. Conclusion and recommendation based on the result of cost analysis using and causal diagram, the most likely main cost that cause and decrease in productivity in hydraulic lines is obtained, which referee for important. Important are made by directly applying suggestion for important to the production process. The result of the application of improvement suggestions obtain an increase in the value of PMH, pieceman hour, and an increase in the time efficiency.
Very nice presentation.
Yeah, thank you for attention.
Any questions? So moving to our next presenter, Aiznawati, are you there?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Isnawati and will present a
You have
paper.
10 minutes
and
to
this
finish your
paper is
presentation. You have 10 minutes to finish your presentation. I kindly remind you. Thank you.
with Dr. Dewi Puspanitiaspaini, BSc MBS Mother, and this paper is judged the role of occupational safety and health education in improving knowledge and awareness of students at Sumur Batu 4 State Elementary School. Then I will explain the points of my paper, which are introduction, literature review, and hypothesis development, methods, result, discussion, and conclusion. The first point, introduction. The study aims to explore the impacts of occupational health and safety education on elementary school, student knowledge and awareness at Sumur Batu 4 State Elementary School, highlighting the critical importance of early education and occupational health and safety. The research underscore how such initiative can instill a proactive mindset towards safety from a young age. By integrating occupational health and safety educational curriculum, the study seeks to empower students with foundation safety knowledge, fostering a culture of prevention and prefers to mitigate workplace hazards and their future careers. And then literature review. First, occupational health and safety education in elementary school. Next, impact of occupational health and safety education on student knowledge. Next, increasing awareness through occupational health and safety education. Next, implementation of occupational health and safety program in school. And the last, literature review, case study, Sumur Batu 4 State Elementary School recommendation for developing occupational health and safety programs. And then hypothesis developments. First, effect of occupational health and safety education on knowledge. Next, effects of occupational health and safety education on awareness. Next, comparative analysis between experimental and control groups. Next, student feedback on occupational health and safety education program. Next, teacher observation. Next, long-term impact and sustainability. And the last, hypothesis development, descriptive statistic. And then methods. The population in this study comprises all students in grade 5 and 6 at Sumur Batu 4 State Elementary School. The sample is selected using purposive sampling technique involving the selection of 2 classes to be designated as the experimental and control group. Each group consists of 30 students, resulting in a total sample size of 60 students. And then results. First, awareness improvement. Next, behavioral change. Next, knowledge enhancement. Next, active participation. Next, impact on school environment. Next, knowledge diffusion. And the last result, sustainability. Hopefully, the results mentioned can have a good impact on Sumur Batu 4 State Elementary School. And then discussion. First, significance of knowledge and awareness improvement. Next, interactive learning methods. Next, the role of teacher and school sport. Next, parental involvement. And the last discussion, challenges and limitation. Overall, the above discussion points are necessary to provide a comprehensive overview of the importance of occupational safety and health education, how best to implement it, who should be involved, and the challenges to be faced to ensure the success of the program. And then conclusion, this study demonstrates that occupational health and safety education can significantly enhance students' knowledge and awareness at Sumur Batu 4 Public Elementary School. Effective implementation of occupational health and safety education supported by teachers, school, and parents can create a safer and healthier learning environment. These findings underscore the importance of integrating occupational health and safety education into elementary school curricula and the need for sustained efforts to support safety and health education at the elementary level. Thank you for your kind attention. More or less sorry. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much. So, next presenter. Any questions or any doubt, any query, you can ask freely. Okay, so thank you so much. So we are moving to our next presenter. Shilling Anam Prayogyo, the impact of workload, work environment, and stress level on employee mental health at XYZ office.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Please introduce myself. My name is Anam Prayogyo. I am from Bayangkara University, Jakarta Raya, Indonesia. In this question, I will present my article entitled "The Impact of Workload work environment, and stress level on employee mental health at executive office. The agenda is introduction, literature review, methodology. The 4 is feeding and discussion. The 5 is conclusion and recommendation. The introduction, the executive company is a shipyard company located in Lamongan, East Java, which run is a shipyard repair division that focused on providing ship repair, management and maintenance service with the aim of becoming a shipyard and large shipping line capable of receiving ship to be repaired. Excellent service as timely completion of work is one of the company vision and mission. This can be achieved if employees work with high performance, especially when there are many customers. The role of human resources is very relevant. Is helping the company achievement its vision and mission. Therefore, the company spread human resources into various departments to manage various activity and function. Construction, the section is a construction section, planning, installation, human resources, logistic, quality control, and various operation. So my article is the impact of workload, work environment, and stress level on employee mental health at EasyJet office. My literature review workload is Munandar 2001. Job responsibility is a condition where employees are given various tasks and must be complete according to deadline. The environment, Sudarmayanti said that the work environment is conditioned with the group and the different types of support in obtaining company target. The stress level, Lutan said that the stress is the interaction of individual with their environment, but it can also be described as individual difference and psychological process and behavior outcome linked in adaptive response. Mental, Suranto said that the mental health can from internal factor and external factor. The third is a methodology. Methodology as a data analysis is carried out through data collection and observation, interview, documentation after data collection within the predetermined period of time. The data analysis type of qualitative research is carried out actively, continuously until completion to ensure that the data is appropriate. The one is data collection, interview, and observation, where then use the basis data collection, which was continue with the research with the search for data additional. In this examination, information was collected with the several PT XYZ worker through meeting and perception. The data reduction. Data reduction means the summarizing, selecting important component and focus on the most relevant component. Data presentation is a brief understanding structure interaction between the category, flowchart, and the other that display data research. Conclusion is a qualitative research that the drawing conclusion in the third step, qualitative data analysis. The following is the distribution of employee at PT XYZ based on the section. We can see that the most allocation in the production section. This is in the table above. It can be seen that the number of overtime hour is almost the same annual hour. We saw that the workload is so high that is required very high overtime hour to complete the works. The increase in worker hour is believed that because by increased workload, if the work is not complete with the specific time, the worker must work long hours through the night. If the work has not been complete that time, the worker will continue the work the next morning and do other work according to other job that has given. Cost work for worker in the production department. Discussion. The provision of workload must be adjusted to the ability and competence of employee. In good work environment can maintain the mental health of employee so that performance can be achieved. Stress management needs to be done and considered by the company so that mental health of employee is maintained. Conclusion and recommendation. Workload, work environment, and stress level have a relevant influence on employee mental health. So the company needs to pay more attention to the distribution of employee workload. Second, the company must also focus on the leaders to improve their performance. The company needs to pay more attention to monitoring mental health of their employee. This is my presentation for my article. Thank you for attention. Good evening.
So thank you, Anam, for such nice presentation. Any questions? So moving to our next presenter, Noor Enda. Her topic is the influence of occupational health and safety, work environment and workload on employee performance at PT Asuransi Bhakti Bhayanakara. So we welcome you to present the topic.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nur Enda Sabarini from the Master of Management Program at Bayangkara, Jakarta Raya, a university in Indonesia, and my lecture name is Dr. Dewi Pos Purpaning Tias Faidi, BSc MBA. I am Nur Enda Sabarini, and I will present a paper, and this paper is the influence of occupational health and safety of work environment and workload on employee performance at PT Asuransi Bhakti Bayangkara. Then I will explain the point of my paper, which are: 1. Introduction, 2. Literature review, 3. Method for research, 5. Discussion, 6. Conclusion. The first point in the introduction, here is the office of PT Asuransi Bhakti Bayangkara. PT Asuransi Bhakti Bayangkara is a company engaged in the insurance sector. This company has established a partnership with the Indonesian National Police Force and also provide insurance service for the general public. PT Asuransi Bhakti Bayangkara has important factor that significantly influence employee performance, namely occupational health and safety of the work environment and workload. Literature review of first, occupational safety and healthy. Occupational health and safety is a crucial aspect of management in any company, including PT Asuransi Bhakti Bayangkara. To work environment, mention that a good work environment can enhance employee productivity and performance, ultimately improving organization effectiveness and reducing company expenses. 3. Workload. Workload refers to the tasks assigned to employees general just according to the rank or position of the employee. 4. Employee performance. Organization perform is the total result achieved by an organization. Identification of instrument for data collection. Objective, identify and utilize valid and reliable instruments, e.g. questionnaires to measure employees' perception of occupational health and safety. K3. 2. Work environment. 3. Workload for employee performance. This data collection. 1. Method, distribute questionnaire or conduct structured interview. 2. Sample size, target 181 employee of PT Asuransi Bakti Bayangkari. 3. Validity and reliability, ensure the questionnaire in the research instrument are aligned with the study focus and are both valid in reliable. Result. Based on this research, it can be conclude the occupational health and safety K3 family have a significant positive impact on employee performance. This indicates that occupational health and safety K3 partially and significantly influence employee performance. This means that good occupational health and safety K3 will affect the performance of employees at PT Asuransi Bakti Bayangkara. The occupational health and safety program provided by the company greatly helps in improving employee performance because almost all of their activities are conducted in the field, which can cause research or workplace accidents at any time and place. Employees feel that this program provides sense of security in carrying out their responsibilities, aiming to reduce workplace in the production process. This safety program not only enhances enthusiasm, teamwork, and employee participation. 5. Discussion. 1. Increase productivity. 2. Comfort and well-being. 3. Collaboration and creativity. 4. Workload management. 5. Improve focus. Increase productivity. Employees who feel secure and protected tend to be more focused on their tasks, which can enhance for overall productivity. Comfort and well-being. A pleasant working environment, both physically and psychology, and can improve employee satisfaction, well-being. 3. Collaboration and creativity. An environment that supports collaboration and provide space for creativity can motivate employees to contribute more effectively within teams. 4. Workload management. A measured and well-managed workload can reduce stress and fatigue, ultimately enhancing employee performance. 5. Improve focus. Employees with workload tailored to the capacity tend to be more focused and productivity in their tasks. Next, conclusion. 1. Improvement of occupational health and safety program. Strengthening the implementation and monitoring of health safety and environment to ensure employee safety and healthy. 2. The development of work environment, creating a support work environment including both physical and psychology aspects. 3, workload management, adopting a more effective approach to workload management to reduce stress and enhance productivity. Thank you for your kind attention.
Okay, thank you for the nice presentation. So any questions? The session is open now. You can ask the questions. Okay, thank you. So we are moving to our next presenter. Tanuvijya Justin.
Yes, we are here.
Okay, so your topic is impact proteger, career optimism and person organization fit. Study from e-commerce employees in Jakarta. So we welcome you.
Thank you very much. Just a moment. Okay. Can you see the screen, Doctor?
No, it's not visible.
Oh, sorry. Just a moment. Yep, sorry. Now, can you see?
Yeah, it's
still
visible.
not.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Niti Huda from University of New Delhi. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good afternoon from Jakarta, Indonesia. Let me introduce myself. My name is Desi Asyanti, and then let me introduce our colleague, Miss Netania Emilisa, Miss Justin Tanwijaya, and Miss Aziza Idris Kurniawan from Trisakti University, and also the other colleague, Miss Nurzana Matnur from UiTM Malaysia. So thank you very much for this opportunity for us to present our paper with the title Impact Protect Career Optimism and Person Organization Fit, Study from E-Commerce Employees in Jakarta. And as usual, we have an agenda. First, introduction, literature review, methodology, findings and discussion, and of course, conclusion and recommendation. So we go to the introduction. Rapid changes in the global economy, currently primarily through the e-commerce phenomenon, have fundamentally changed the business paradigm. So this phenomenon also happened in Indonesia as one of the manifestation of modern business and has a significant positive and negative impact on societal dynamics. So this phenomenon not only creates a dynamic global market, but also causes a change in the human resource management paradigm. The use of information and communication technology in daily life has significantly increased efficiency and effectiveness, helping to save people's time and energy. And of course, electronic commerce or e-commerce have become the base of modern business in Indonesia, where people increasingly turn to online shopping. And during the success of e-commerce, the role of workforce becomes crucial in maintaining business continuity. And behind these achievements, the workforce faces high pressure to adapt to rapid changes in the e-commerce industry. Now we go to the taken from the Wayan et al. 2023 that support for protects career optimism and person organization fit, vital to increase employee commitment and ultimately influencing intention to stay. For the literature review, the protects career optimism taken from the EVA and also MEC 11 is a concept that refers to an individual's optimistic view to career development, and primarily through a mentor-protege relationship where a protege or subordinates receive guidance and promotion from more experienced individual. And next we go to the person organization fit from Shifa, a concept that combines individual characteristic and company characteristic. Based on several studies, when individual characteristic match the company's characteristic, the individual tends to have more positive attitude and behavior. Next, we go to the organization commitment. Organization commitment from Dewi Nurhayati. The description is an individual recognition and participation in their company. The last, intention to stay from Sahid, measures that extent to which an employee feels bound to undertake a work trip with a company, reflecting their level of loyalty and commitment to the company. And now we go to the conceptual framework, and then we have also the several hypotheses. And for the first hypothesis, there is a positive influence of protest career optimism on organizational commitment. Second, there is a positive influence of person-organization fit on organization commitment. The third hypothesis is there is a positive influence of organizational commitment to intention to stay. And the fourth hypothesis, there is a positive influence of protest career optimism on intention to stay. The fifth hypothesis is there is a positive influence of person-organization fit on intention to stay. And hypothesis 6, there is a positive influence of protest career optimism on intention to stay mediated by organizational commitment. And the last hypothesis, hypothesis 7, is there is a positive influence of person-organization fit on intention to stay mediated by organizational commitment. Okay, from this methodology, we know that applies a quantitative description research, and the data analysis was carried out through hypothesis testing, of course. And then we know the data analyzed in this study is cross-sectional data, and the unit of analysis of this research include individual who works as an employee in an e-commerce company located in the central Jakarta. And we have also several variables, dependent, independent, and also mediating variables. And for the protect career optimism, adapted from Rottinghaus, the measurement around 11, and then organization fit 3, and also the commitment 6. The last one, intention to stay with 3 statement of indicator. And we go to the population and sample. The population is all the employees of e-commerce companies working in the central Jakarta, and the samples will be taken by distributing questionnaire to e-commerce company located around in Jakarta. And according to Hare et al. 2019, when e-commerce company, when taking sample, the minimum number of sample that can be should be 5 times until the 10 times for maximum. Now we go to the research instrument testing. Yeah, of course, we have to know the validity and also the reliability from the research instrument testing. And for the data analysis, we use for the statistic descriptives and also the structure equation model with Amos software. Okay, now we go to finding and discussion. Okay, so for the finding and discussion, we know that the result of descriptive statistic analysis, the protect career optimism around 3.78, and then for the person organization fit, it's around 3.33, and also from the organization commitment, we got the 3.71, and the last one for intention to stay, we got the 3.85. And the result from hypothesis testing, all of the hypotheses, the decision are supported. Now we go to the conclusion and also the recommendation. Yeah, for conclusion, we know that from statistical analysis, it showed that there is an attitude of optimism embedded in a commerce employees in central Jakarta. Organization fit of e-commerce employees is also quite high, which indicates the employees feel comfortable and compatible with the company where they work. The result also show there is a commitment or a sense of attachment of employees to the company where they work, and there is a quite high interest in staying with the company where they work. And all hypotheses proposed are supported. The level of career optimism processed by employee contributes positively to the level of engagement and commitment to the company. The existence of protected career optimism can provide encouragement for employees to be more committed and involved in their work environment. Employees feel that there's compatibility between individual values and culture and organization values. Now we go to the recommendation. And for the recommendation, exploring e-commerce companies in different regions or other industry sector is recommended to produce innovative and also diverse findings. It could enrich variability by adding other factors that can potentially influence intention to stay, such as organizational culture and work-life balance. I think there is all from us. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and go back to the moderator. Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah. Thank you so much for your nice presentation. So, any questions? So we are moving to our next presenter. That is the last one. Deslina Sidabutar. The topic is brand image role in consumer intention to use home financing through multi-finance company, a case study in BFI Jakarta. So I welcome you.
Thank you very much. Deslina is not here, so I'm here represent Deslina. Deslina is my student, and I want to share her work. Okay. What is it? Okay. The topic is the title is the role of brand image in consumer intention to use home financing through multi-finance company. A case study in PTBFI in Jakarta. So I'm Firda, I'm here in Jakarta, representing Desliana Sidabutar. Okay, introduction, I will be very quick. Introduction is home financing or home loans provide money for people to buy property. Currently, in Jakarta, home financing for both mortgage and house refinancing is still dominated by the banks. So the proportion of multi-finance who will give home loans is still very small, and not many people are interested by home loans provided by multi-finance company. So this research explored the various aspects of that influence customer decision in choosing a multi-finance company for home financing. So not many studies have examined the factor influencing the customer intention in home financing. Normally, multi-finance is they provide financing for car or for motorbike. So this paper used the theory of planned behavior or TPB and extend it with brand image construct as a moderator. So this is a literature review. I will skip this and we go to the objective. So the objective of the research was to analyze the effect between personal attitude. The theory of planned behavior, they have three variables: personal attitude and customer intention, also subjective norm and perceived behavioral control. So we would like to find the relationship between those variables and also whether or not the brand image has a moderating effect. This is our research framework. So we put brand image to moderate whether or not they have moderation effect between those variables. So the method is the study utilize a quantitative survey. Questionnaire was sent to 88 respondents in Greater Jakarta area who were selected among the good collectabilities in 3 years. So it's a method of area sampling and proportion sampling. So SPSS and Smart PLS4 were used to analyze and test the hypothesis. The questionnaire was built based on the theory of planned behavior by Edson and 1981 and also brain equity theory by Ecker in 1989. This is our finding and discussion. So all hypotheses that we propose in the first place. So attitude toward behavior to behavior intention, and also brain image to behavior intention, also perceived behavioral control and behavior intention, and subjective norm to behavioral intention, and also all the three moderating effects all have the value less than 0.05 the threshold. So we conclude that our hypothesis is all supported. So conclusion and recommendation, the result proves that brain image has significant effect as a moderator on the relationship between attitude toward behavior, subjective norm, perceived behavioral control to behavior intention. So this confirmed to previous study by Lamia and Iqbal, stated that the image of the brand has a direct impact of the purchase decision. And according to Bob Foster, the image of the brand had an impact of purchase decision. And also, the brand image has a moderating effect on the relationship between three variable and behavior intention. So most leasing company in Indonesia only focus on refinancing car and motorbike. Meanwhile, only a handful of leasing companies are engaged in home refinancing. So the implication is to the management, they should intensively work on the brand image to pursue higher intention to get home loans from multi-finance company. Not only they go for the banks, but also they have intention to multi-finance company. So thank you very much for your attention. This is my Facebook, LinkedIn, email, and phone, and I would like to have a joint research with you all, especially with
Thank you so much.
yeah, Niti Huda. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So it's all about ending our session. Like 6 presenters were there. So I thank all of them. So yeah, it's an ending here. Thank you so much to all the presenters. So we are starting our next session. That is the first presenter, Juan Adam. The topic is financial performance analysis of PT Jasa Marga Tebak based on number kept 100/MBU 200 before, during, and after COVID-19 in Indonesia. So I welcome you. The session is up to you now.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Neti. Let me share screen my presentation first.
Okay.
Okay. The title of my paper is the financial performance analysis of PT Jasa Marga Tbk based on number cap 100 MBU 200 before, during, and after COVID-19 in Indonesia. Okay, the table of content will be chapter 1 is introduction, number 2 is literature review, and the chapter 3 will be methodology, and number 4 will be the result and discussion, and the last chapter will be the conclusion and the recommendation. So for the introduction, for the company that I chose is PT Jasa Marga. PT Jasa Marga is a nation toll road in Indonesia, established in 1978 and listed on the Indonesia Stock Exchange since 2007 with the code of JSMR. So the arrival of COVID-19 likely had a significant impact on GSMR financial performance due to the government new policy Indonesia, which we call it the lockdown. So this is a little about the PT Jasa Marga. So PT Jasa Marga is Indonesian largest toll road operator, responsible for developing, operating, and maintaining toll roads across the country. Jasa Marga is a state-owned enterprise, or we can call it as SOE Indonesia, with the Indonesian government as its major shareholder. The company focuses on infrastructure, development, and efficient toll road management to support economic growth and connectivity in Indonesia. So before COVID-19, PT Jasa Marga experienced steady growth driven by increasing toll road usage across Indonesia. However, the pandemic in 2020 significantly impacted its operation with a sharp decline in toll revenue due to travel restrictions and lockdown in early 2020. This is from business.com. So as you can see in the figure, in 2018 to 2019, the PT Jasa Marga has a revenue growth steady increase due to expanding toll road network and growing traffic volume. But since the COVID-19 invaded Indonesia in 2nd March of 2020, the revenue of PT Jasa Marga declined significantly, dropped due to travel restrictions and lockdown, and implemented cost. So PT Jasa Marga have to implement cost optimization and debt restructuring. But in 2021 to 2022, there are some government ease due to the COVID-19. So the toll revenues began to recover as travel restriction ease, profit margin getting better due higher traffic volume and cost management strategies. So what is this research paper question? The question is, how did COVID-19 impacted the financial performance of PT Jasa Marga from 2019 to 2023, which means it is before COVID era, during COVID era, and after COVID era. So the research objective is to evaluate the financial performance and rate the financial health of PT Jasa Marga before, during, and after COVID-19 using the method that was issued by Indonesia Ministry of SOEs, which is the decree number cap 100 MBU that is issued in June 2002. So for the literature review, fewer vehicles on the road because of the new policy called the lockdown directly impacted JSMR main revenue, which is the toll revenue. Reduced revenue combined with going fixed costs such as maintenance expense, etc., could potentially leading lower profit or even losses. It is proven that JSMR hit their net loss as per 2022. So these are the chart of the total revenue and the total net income. In the white one is the total revenue, and the black one is the net income. As you can see, in 2018 and 2019, there are the era where COVID-19 weren't invaded Indonesia, but in 2020, the COVID is coming to Indonesia and impacted the net income of Jasa Marga that came into a loss 41,629. So for the financial performance, is the company condition over a certain period that includes the collection and use of funds measured by several indicators of capital adequacy ratio, liquidity, leverage, solvency, and profitability. So financial performance is the company ability to manage and control its issue. It's according to EIE 2016. So for the ratio analysis that will be used is liquidity ratio, including cash ratio, current ratio, and then will be solvency ratio. The details is total equity asset ratio and profitability ratio, which is will be using return on asset and return on investment, and there will be efficiency ratio, which is the inventory turnover, total asset turnover, and the collection period. Okay, for the methodology, the study uses financial ratio as mentioned before, using the method of the decree number cap 100 MBU 2002 that was issued by Indonesia Ministry of SOE to calculate the score and rate Jasa Marga financial performance on before, during, and after COVID-19 Indonesia. So this is the methodology. I will skip this one. Okay, this is how we can calculate the score using the decree number cap 100 MBU 2002. So there are return on equity. The return on equity here means that if the return on equity is below 1500, then the infrastructure will be get 15 points. Non-infra will be get 20 points, just like the other. So ROE, ROI, and cash ratio and current ratio will be getting a point that will be in this table. This one is the same in the collection period, and then turnover asset, and then etc. Okay, after we calculate the score, this one is the rating. How to rate how after we got the score, this one is how we can rate the company financial health. So the company will be categorized as healthy if they get an AAA rate, which means they have to get the score higher than 95, and then AA if the score is higher than 80 but under 95, and then the score is A if the score is higher than 65 and under by 80, and etc. Like in the B point and the C point. So this one is the how we do the methodology. So we take the financial statement, and then we calculate the financial ratios, and then we score the financial ratio of the company using the decree number cap 100 NDU 2002 issued by Indonesia Ministry, and then we will rate the financial health of the Jasa Marga. For the chapter 4, the findings and discussion. This one is the findings and discussion for PT Jasa Marga. As you can see, during COVID-19 era, in 2018 and 2019, they have a rate BB and B. But since the COVID invaded Indonesia in 2020, the financial health of Jasa Marga became CCC, which means it is not healthy. And in 2021 and 2022, the rating become B again and BB, which means PT Jasa Marga can recover from the invaded of the COVID-19. This one is the chart to use. Okay, and for the conclusion and the recommendation, so the study discovered that the overall financial performance and the rating of financial health of Jasa Marga was significantly affected during the pandemic of COVID-19. The rating resulted CCC in 2020 during the COVID-19 era, indicating that Jasa Marga financial performance is not healthy, especially on the profitability margin. PT Jasa Marga experienced a huge decline in profits during the COVID-19 era. So thank you for your kind attention. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, John Adam.
Thank you, Doctor.
Any questions? Okay, we are moving to our next presenter, Mohammad Fende. Are you there?
Yes, Doctor.
Okay. So, financial performance analysis and evaluation of PT Selamet Sampurna TBK, manufacturing and distribution automotive components of listed companies for years 2019 to 23. So, I welcome you to present the topic. Let's start your presentation.
Let me share my screen. Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to introduce myself first. My name is Mardawiyah, and I'm here with my lecturer, Prof. Wiwiek DARYANTO, and today I will present our research about the financial performance analysis and evaluation of PT Selamet Sampurna Tbk manufacturing and distribution automotive component listed company for years 2019 to 2023. And here's the presentation agenda. First, there's an introduction, and second one, the literature review. Then go to methodology, and 4, result and discussion, and 5, the conclusion and recommendation. Okay, let's go to the chapter 1, this introduction. The company name is PT Selamat Sempurna Tbk. This is the company overview. The company's name is Selamat Sempurna, and this is the company focusing on automotive components manufacturing. And this company founded in January 1976, and their headquarters in North Jakarta, Wisma ADR. And this company already listed on Indonesia Stock Exchange since 1996, and the ticker symbol is SMSM. And this company competencies, their production is about the manufacturing and distribution of high quality automotive components specialized in filters, radiators, oil coolers, condensers, brake pipes, fuel tank, exhaust system, and press parts. Serve a diverse range of vehicles such as passenger cars, commercial trucks, and industrial machinery. So on this research, their future prospect is it is positioned for growth and global market expansion, and they are embracing trends such as electrification, digitalization, and sustainability, focus and advanced technology and strategic collaboration. And chapter 2, it's a literature review, and this is the literature review about the industry overview, and the critical role is integral and national economic global supply chain, and research focus on development and strategic direction, such as the growth trajectory, the expansion drive by domestic and export demand, government policies, technological innovation, and they have challenges and opportunities. The challenge about the skilled labor shortage, competition from the other hubs, environmental regulation, and the opportunities shift toward electric vehicles and green manufacturing practice. And we go to the methodology. This study uses purposive sampling technique with a quantitative, descriptive, and inferential research technology, research methodology to get the necessary data sample. And we do like data collection. We got the annual report from PT Selamat Sempurna, annual report for the past 5 years. And this report provides comprehensive financial statement, including balance sheet, income statement, and cash flow statement. And the second one is financial statement analysis. We do a horizontal analysis. This involves comparing financial data over multiple periods to identify trends, growth rates, key metrics such as revenue, net income, and expenses will be examined. And the vertical analysis, this technique analyze each line item as a percentage of base figure, total asset or revenue, to assess the relative size and significance of different components. And third one is ratio analysis. We'll do a profitability ratios, and these ratios including profit margin, return on asset, return on equity, and measure the company's ability to generate profit relative to its sales, assets, and equity. And we'll do the liquidity ratios, such as the current ratios, to assess the company ability to meet short-term obligation. And we'll do leverage ratio, consists of a debt to equity ratio and debt to asset ratio to evaluate the company finance leverage and its capacity to service debts. And efficiency ratio, such as asset turnover ratios, measure how effectively the company utilized its asset. And the final one is the stock return analysis to evaluate the gain or loss on investment in company stock over a specific period. The analysis make informed decision regarding the potential returns on investing in PT Selamat Sempurna. Next chapter 4 is the result and discussion. And on data collection, we already collect the 5 years annual reports from PT Selamat Sempurna, and here's starting 2019 until 2023. And on this is all the data collection. This on the income statement, the cash flow statement, And we go to financial statement analysis. First, we will do we do the horizontal analysis such as revenue, net income, and expenses. On this chart, we can see the total comprehensive income. It's aligned with the profit trends, showing a real resilience and growth. Despite fluctuation in other comprehensive income components, the overall financial health has improved significantly since 2022. And the vertical analysis, its comparison with the total asset and revenues. There is a consistent growth in total asset from 2019 to 2023, and the revenues from 2022 to 2023. In this report, indicating increased demand or higher price for company products. The drop revenues in 2022 can be attributed to the global economic impact of the COVID-19. Okay, we go to profitability ratios, profit margin. And as we can see in here, PT Slamet Sempurna has shown strong and improving profitability trend over for 5 years. The consistent increase in profit margins reflects the company effective management and its ability to adapt to changing market condition while enhancing its financial performance. So as you can see on the chart, the improvement in profitability, they have increased since beginning until 2023. They have a significant increase in the later years. So the share price in profit margin in 22 and continue increase in 2023 suggests that the company has effective enhanced its operational efficiency and cost management practice. And this is the return on asset chart. So PT Slamet Sempurna has demonstrated a positive trends on its ROI from 2022 into 2023, indicating improving efficiency in using its asset to generate profits. And the ROA, the return on equity, the trends also demonstrate that PT Slamet Sempurna has able to generate significant returns on shareholders' equity. But on the 2023, the slight decline should be monitored also. But given the consistently high ROI in recent years, it indicates robust financial health and efficient equity management by the company. And this one is the current ratio. Well, there were fluctuations. The company ability to meet short-term obligation remained strong through the period, with an overall positive trend towards improved liquidity by 2023. This suggests that PT Slamet Sempurna Tbk has been effective in managing its working capital, particularly in the latter years of the period analyzed. So as you can see on the chart, the strong liquidity in 2019 and a little bit decreasing on 2021. There were noticeable decline in 2021, indicating potential challenge to manage current asset and increase in current liabilities. But they already get recovery and improvement in 2022 and 2023. The current ratio improved, showing the positive trends toward better liquidity management. And this one, the leverage ratio for the debt to equity ratio and debt to asset ratio. For the debt equity ratio, the chart shows that PT Slamet Sempurna experienced a peak in its debt to equity ratio in 2021, indicating a higher leverage during that period. However, the company managed to reduce its leverage significantly by 2023. Bringing the ratio back to a more moderate level. This reduction in debt to equity ratio is a positive indicator, suggesting improved financial health and more conservative approach to debt financing. And on the debt to asset ratio, PT Slamet Sempurna has demonstrated prudent financial management by initially leverage debt for potential growth and subsequently reducing its strength in financial position. The sharp increase in 2021 might have been a strategic decision to leverage debt for growth or investment purpose. A lower debt to asset ratio towards 2023 suggests improved financial health with less reliance on debt financing. And so that the efficiency ratio or asset turnover, the Selamat Sempurna turnover shows the trend decline in 2022, followed by consistent improvement and stabilization from 2021 to 2023. The stable asset turnover has maintained its efficiency in utilizing asset, which is positive sign for the operational performance. And the last one is stock return. The stock returns show the volatile performance with a significant recovery and strong growth in the latter years. This suggests that PT Sampurna has successfully navigated through challenges and improved in market performance, resulting in substantial stock price appreciation by 2023. And in 2029, they have positive start and subsequent decline and gradually recovery again in 2021. I think this is because during the pandemic for the COVID-19, and the starting recovery start from 2021, a strong recovery in growth in starting 2022 to 2023, and this positive trends reflects improved investor confidence, better company performance, or favorable market conditions. And actually, this research has limitation on a corporate financial performance analysis perspective. So the conclusion of this research from the financial performance analysis, PT Selamat Sampurna has demonstrated strong financial performance and resilience over the past 5 years, and despite the setbacks in 2022 due to the pandemic, the company has shown significant recovery and growth. Based on financial analysis, PT Selamat Sampurna for period 2019 to 2023 demonstrates steady revenue growth over the 5 years, reflecting effective sales strategies and market expansion efforts. And this is a recommendation that PT Selamat Sampurna is well positioned to capitalize on emerging market opportunities and sustain its growth momentum. Key focus area include further enhancing operation efficiency, expanding product offerings, and leveraging technology advancement to drive the future profitability and shareholder value. And the company prudent financial management, strategic investment, and competitive positioning have laid a solid foundation for continued growth and value creation into the coming years to continue its growth trajectory and expand its influence in the global market. Okay, I think that's all from me. Thank you for your kind attention.
Okay, thank you so much. It was a nice presentation. Any questions you can ask? We can move to our next presenter, Hussein Abiu. Okay.
Yes, hello.
So, yeah, you can start with your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining today. My name is Hussein Abiu from IPMI Jakarta, Indonesia, and I hope you are ready to listen my presentation. And also, I hope I don't bore you because, yeah, Dr. Neti, Prof. Wiwiek, Prof. Ashish, and everyone, I know you have been listening to many presentations today. Now I'm pleased to present my research on the financial performance analysis and evaluation of PT Pabrik Kertas Ciwi Kimia Tbk TKIM 2018 to 2023, the period before and during COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, the agenda today is structured into 5 key sections. 1, introduction, overview of manufacture of pulp and paper in Indonesia. 2, literature review. 3, methodology. 4, finding and discussion. 5, conclusion and recommendation. Chapter 1, introduction. The Indonesia pulp and paper industry has rapidly expanded since the late 1980s and pushed itself into a group of the largest pulp and paper produced in the world. At the end of the 2014, Indonesia was third largest pulp and paper manufacturer in Asia and the largest Asian pulp and paper producer. Around 84 pulp and paper mills contribute to the total pulp and paper production in Indonesia, with a total capacity of 8.8 million tons pulp reached in 2013. TKIM was a major player in paper manufacture, which was founded in 1972 in Indonesia Stock Exchange, list on Indonesia Stock Exchange. And then the company operated highly integrated pulp and paper mills in Mojokerto, East Java. In Indonesia, pandemic COVID-19 officially began when the first cases were reported March 2020. And then remote working significantly increased during the COVID-19 pandemic. And office and educational institution moving to remote operation, and declining the demand for office supply, printing paper, and school-related paper product. Then, how did PT Pabrik Kertas Kimia perform financially from 2018 to 2023? And this paper aimed to analyze the evaluate financial performance in that period. Okay, next chapter is chapter 2, literature review. Financial performance is one of the indicators of the company achieved in a period in terms of financial aspect related to income, operating cost, debt, assets, and company investment result. Financial performance is used by the company to assess the prospect, growth, and potential development that has been achieved by the company. Financial report analysis is useful tool for evaluating company's financial performance. Obtaining knowledge of a company financial performance and states require analyzing its financial reports. Okay, next. Profitability ratio are crucial metrics used to assess a company's ability to generate profit from sales and investment over a specific period. There's a ratio such as return on asset, ROA, net profit margin, and economic profitability offer value insight into a company financial performance. Then liquidity ratio is a ratio that illustrated the connection between the company's short-term liability and its cash on other current asset. A high liquidity ratio indicates that the business can pay its current liability using its available assets. On the other hand, an excessively high liquidity ratio suggests that that business is not managed its current asset as efficient. Then solvency ratio is a number that it shows how well a corporate manages its debt. The solvency ratio is calculated by dividing available capital by the capital requirement, providing insight into a company's financial strength. Okay, next, chapter 3, methodology. The data in this research consists of secondary source including the company financial report and other relevant resources, especially the data pertains to TKIM company listed on Indonesia Stock Exchange or ITX for the period from 2018 to 2023. The research cover both the pre-COVID era and the pandemic COVID period, aiming to provide insight into the financial performance and strategic decision of TKIM company during this time. A net profit margin evaluate the profitability of the business in relation to its equity asset and revenue. A higher net profitability margin generally indicates a company capacity to turn profit at a given sales level, whereas a lower margin suggests managerial ineffectiveness. The net NPM, or net profit margin, is calculated by dividing the earning after interest and tax by the sales, and then multiplying the result by 100% to express as a percentage. Next, liquidity ratio. Liquidity ratio assess the company operational effectiveness and financial health, determining its ability to use most liquid asset to pay short-term obligation. The current ratio is determined by dividing the current assets by the current liability, then multiplying by the 100% to express its in a percentage. Yeah. And the last, debt equity ratio, DER, assess the company ability to pay off its long-term debts and commitments, providing insight into its level risk and stability. The debt equity ratio is calculated by dividing the total debt by the total equity and then multiplying the result by 100% to express as a percentage. Okay, next. Chapter 4, findings and discussion. Based on the research conduct for PT Pabrik Kertas Ciwi Kimia Tbk or TKIM during 2018 to 2023. Okay, this is the profitability ratio from TKIM. The impact of COVID-19 in 2020 on the set to pandemic significantly affected TKIM sales and earning, as evidenced by the sharp drop in sales and EIAT. During the COVID pandemic in 2020, sales is dramatically falling down to $866,453. And earning after interest dropped down to $148,334, while the net profit NPM increased slightly to 17.120%. This suggests that following the first effect of COVID-19, the company profitability and operational efficiency have significantly recovered. Then in 2020, sales reached $1,143,593 and EAIT increased to $463,345, resulting a significant increase in NPM to 40.570%. This marked improvement suggests the company not only recover from pandemic but also achieve a high level profitability from before. And then the liquidity ratio from TKIM between 2018 and 2022, TKIM consistently maintained current ratio between 100 and 200, suggesting a favorable liquidity position over the period. The COVID-19 pandemic financial challenge and operation challenge caused TKIM experienced noticeable decrease in its current asset and an increase in its current liability from 2018 to 2022. The increase in current liability indicates the financial strain that company express maybe as a result increased short-term borrowing and postponed payment during the pandemic. The combined effect of declining and current asset and rising current liability during 2022 and 2021 show significant liquidity pressure. TKIM also financially flexibility was side epidemic had a significant impact on TKIM's financial flexibility. And then little rebound in 2022 signify an enhancement in fiscal well-being as activities commence to stabilize TKIM perform. Then the company strength its financial position are apparent, demonstrating shifts toward improved liquidity and operational stability after that. For the solvency ratio of TKIM, there was a continuously declining in the overall amount of debt and obligation from 2018 until 2022. The path of debt equity ratio or DER exhibits noticeable decline from high risk level beyond 140% in 2018 to favorable one below 60% in 2022. This trend signify a noticeable decrease in financial risk and transition toward a more secure and enduring financial framework. During COVID-19, corporation decreased its reliance on borrowing and bolstered its ownership stake particularly. As of 2022, TKIM had successfully attained a solid solvency position with a debt-to-equity ratio that fell comfortably below the safe threshold. The strategic enhance indicate that TKIM is in a favorable position for the future expansion and growth for the company. Chapter 5, Conclusion and Recommendation. The conclusion, PT Pabrik Kertas Ciwi Kimia Tbk or TKIM provides significantly insight into the company financial resilience and adaptability from 2018 to 2023. These years highlight TKIM's ability to effectively manage its financial resource and strategy, enable the company withstand, recover, and safeguard the economic. Then the comprehensive financial analysis of TKIM during this period reveal how the company navigate through initial financial stress, adapt its operation, and implemented strategy measure the stability and recovery. And the recommendation, TKIM's enhanced financial resilience, operational efficiency, debt reduction, and increased market competitiveness will ensure sustained development and stability, positioning the company for long-term success amidst a rapid economic change. Finally, this initiative will guarantee consistent development and stability. Therefore, orienting TKIM for long-term success in an environment of last economic move. Thank you for your kind attention. Please feel free to reach out me via LinkedIn or or email. Thank you. Have a great day.
Okay. Thank you, Zain, for such nice and detailed presentation. So, any questions? You can ask. So thank you so much. So moving to our next presentation, assessment and evaluation of state-owned enterprises, financial health performance of construction company, PTPP in 2018 to 22. Kunvardhani, are you there?
Yes, I will share my presentation.
Yeah, okay.
Uh, Hello, sorry, I'm sorry, I have technical issues. I will share right away. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay, hello, my name is Deska. I'm from IPMI, Indonesia, and I'm here with my professor, Professor Dr. Wiwiek Mardawiyah. And today I will present the research on the assessment and evaluation of state-owned enterprises financial health performance of construction company, PTPP, in 2018 to 2022. And before we dive into the details, let's outline the agenda for today's presentation. The first is the introduction. The second is the literature review. The third is the methodology. And the fourth is the finding and discussion. And lastly is the conclusion and recommendation. Let's move to the introduction. And so since 2016, infrastructure development has been a priority in Indonesia. According to Presidential Regulation Number 3 of 2016 was released by Indonesian government in 2016 with the aim of expediting the advancement of important infrastructure project. The National Strategic Project or Proyek Strategis Nasional or PSN initiative are anticipated to have significant economic effect. This project must incorporate a growth and equitable development strategy in order to enhance welfare and regional development. And from 2016 to 2022, 153 PSN projects of 1,040 trillion rupiah in investment value were finished between 2016 to 2022. And investment realization for PSN development was highest in 2022 with an investment value of 320 trillion rupiah. And in the figure, we can see that the economic and industrial zones cluster has the highest investment value, and meanwhile, the roads and bridges and electricity had the next high values. And we also shown in the figure, the data indicates that the Indonesia has significantly increased its infrastructure budget over the past decade, starting from 155 trillion rupiah in 2013 to proposed 422 trillion rupiah in 2024, and it reflecting a strategic focus on infrastructure development. And according to the decree of Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises, number cap 100 MBU 2002, it mandates all SOEs in Indonesia must conduct a comprehensive financial health assessment. And this assessment utilizes key financial ratio and metrics to assess the SOE ability to generate profits, manage its debts, and maintaining financial sustainability. And one of the prominent construction companies contributing to Indonesia's infrastructure growth is PT Pembangunan Perumahan or PTPP. As a major player in the construction industry, PTPP financial performance can be analyzed through various financial ratios, which provide insight into companies' efficiency, profitability, and overall financial health. And for the research objective, our primary objective is this research aims to examine the financial performance of PTPP as the one of state-owned enterprise in the construction industry during period 2018 to 2022. The Ministry State-Owned Enterprises Decree will be used as benchmark to assess the financial health of SOE. And our research questions are, the first is, how do financial performance of PTPP during period 2018 to 2022 as evaluated using the framework established by the Ministry of SOE Decree? And the second is, how has the overall financial health of PTPP has changed between 2018 and 2022 measured by the key financial ratio? Next, we move to the literature review. For the literature review, we use financial ratio analysis. Financial ratio analysis is widely recognized for its ability to identify financial issues across various industries, and it has proven efficiency in diagnosing financial health and forecasting potential problems. So these are the previous research using financial ratio analysis in various industry. There's a banking industry, construction industry, manufacturing industry, and also using descriptive quantitative framework and extended temporal analysis. Next, we move to the methodology. And for the methodology, the core methodology of our study is based on financial ratio analysis, and this technique involves the calculation and interpretation of various financial ratio, which provide insight into different aspects of companies' financial health, including liquidity, solvency, profitability, and efficiency. And we align our analysis with the Decree of Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises, number CAP 100 MBU 2002. This decree mandates a comprehensive financial health assessment for all SOEs using financial ratio and metrics to evaluate their ability to generate profits, manage debt, and maintaining financial sustainability. For the data processing, the data for this analysis was collected from secondary sources, specifically the annual reports and financial statements of PTPP for the period from 2018 to 2022. And we begin by calculating various financial ratio for each year within the study period. And next, we converted this individual ratio into total weight score. And finally, we evaluate the total weight score over the study period to identify trends and patterns in the financial performance of PTPP. And these are the assessment indicator from the decree. The total weight score is 70. There is return on equity, ROE, and ROI, cash ratio, current ratio, collection period, inventory turnover, total asset turnover, and total equity to total asset. And these are the assessment indicator score level of healthiness. The category is from unhealthy to healthy, and which with each level, for the unhealthy, it's C level from C to CCC, and less healthy from B to BBB, and healthy from A to AAA. For findings, and next for the findings and discussions. For the profitability ratio, from the figure reveals a concerning trend in PTPP profitability from 2018 to 2022. And PTPP started with healthy ROE of 12.01% in 2018, and a significant drop in profitability occurred from 2018 to 2020. and ROE fell to 6.98 in 2019 and further plummeted to a low of 1.91% in 2020. There is a slight upward movement in 2021, 2.52%, and relatively stable in 2022. However, the ROE remains considerably lower compared to the initial value in 2018. And the ROI data mirrors the ROE trend, showing the decline from 7.53% in 2018 to a low of 1.01% in 2020. Similar with the ROE, a slight increase in ROI is observed in 2021, 1.42%, and 2022, 1.19%, but it remains significantly lower than the initial level. It suggests a substantial decline in PTPP profitability from 2018 to 2020, with a very limited recovery in the recent years. And next is the liquidity performance. The figures reveals PTPP liquidity performance from 2018 to 2022. And there is a clear downward trend in the cash ratio over the 5-year period. A decreasing cash ratio indicates that PTPP has been holding less cash relative to its short-term liabilities each year. And this could suggest a declining liquidity position in terms of immediate cash availability. And by the 2022, the cash ratio has dropped to 20%, which may raise concern about the company's ability to cover its short-term liabilities purely with cash. And the current ratio also shown a downward trend from 2018 to 2021, but it increased slightly in 2022. A decreasing current ratio typically suggests that the company's ability to cover its short-term liabilities with its short-term asset is weakening. And for the collection period, the figure shows collection period from 2018 to 2022. PTPP collection period increased dramatically from 149 days in 2018 to a peak of 287 days in 2020, and this represents a substantial lengthening of time it takes to receive payment, which can negatively impact cash flow. Next is the activity performance. In the figures reveals a concerning trend in inventory management. Inventory turnover measured in days it takes to sell and replace inventory has significantly worsened over the period. It increased from healthy 79 days in 2018 to a concerning 273 days in 2021. And there is a slight improvement observed in 2022, but it remains considerably higher compared to the initial value. And for the total asset turnover, which measure how effectively the company generates sales from its total asset, the data reveals a concerning downward trend in total asset turnover. The continuous decline from 48% in 2018 to 30% in 2020 suggests that PTPP was becoming less efficient in utilizing its asset to generate revenue during these years. And in 2020, it's 30%, and 2021 indicates that the company's asset utilization efficiency did not deteriorate further also, but did not improve. The increase to 33% in 2022 is positive sign indicating a potential improvement in how effectively the company is using its asset to generate revenue. And the last one is the solvency ratio. It's the total equity to asset ratio shows in the figure is a relatively stable trend throughout the period and ranging from 26% to 31%. A higher ratio indicates a larger portion of asset financed by shareholders' equity, reducing reliance on debt and improving solvency. In this case, PTPP seems to maintain a moderate balance between debt and equity financing. And this is for the test result. For the scoring measurement of PTPP, the highest score incurred in 2018, which has total of 51.5, based on the scoring and weight of PTPP over the period from 2018 to 2022. PTPP financial health exhibit a clear downward trend starting from a healthy status in 2018, and the company moved to a more critical, less healthy status from 2019 onwards. And the primary factors contributing to this decline include deteriorating profitability, ROE and ROI, liquidity issues, cash ratio and current ratio, and inefficiencies in asset management, collection period, and inventory turnover. Next is the conclusion and recommendation. For the conclusion, the financial performance of PTPP exhibit a clear downward trend over the period from 2018 to 2022. And in 2018, PTPP was categorized as healthy with score of 51.5, and the total weight score is 73.57, placing it in an A level. And by the 2019, the score had dropped to 36.95 with the weight score of 52.79, going in less healthy and the BBB level. And from the 2020 onwards, PTPP was categorized as less healthy at B level. And the key factors contributing to this decline include significant reduction in profitability, ROE and ROI, liquidity issues, cash ratio and current ratio, and inefficiencies in asset management, collection period, and inventory turnover. Next is for the recommendation. Based on the financial ratio analysis and observed decline in PTPP's financial health from 2018 to 2022, it highlights the urgent need for the effective manager intervention to reverse the downward trend and ensure long-term sustainability. And the management must prioritize action that improve key financial ratio, particularly those related to profitability, liquidity, and efficiency. And proactive measures in cost management, revenue diversification, and technological investment are critical to enhancing profitability. I think that's all for my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. So, any question from the audience they can ask? What we are moving to our last presentation for the session. Padma Pioneer Rupitra, analysis of Indonesian lifestyle reliance industries financial health level before and during COVID-19 pandemic, a case study of PT Mitra Bisra, TBK.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Neti. I will share my screen now. Okay. Can you see it?
No. Yeah, it's visible now.
Okay, great. Okay, first of all, I would like to thank, of course, the CEO of Congress, Dr. Neti as the moderator today, and also Professor Wiwiek, our beloved lecturer, and also my supervisor for this paper. Thank you very much for the chances given to me to present the result of my research, basically. The title of my paper is Analysis of the Indonesian Lifestyle Retail Industry's Financial Health Level Before and During COVID-19 Pandemic, a case study of PT Mitra Adi Perkasa TBK for years 2016 to 2023. My name is Padma Pioniri Putra with Prof.Dr. Wiwiek Mardawiyah DARYANTO as my supervisor, and we are from Sekolah Tinggi Manajemen IPMI, Indonesia. Okay. Now, what I'm going to talk about today, firstly, of course, I'm going to explain the background, introduction about this paper, and then we'll talk about literature review, methodology, findings and discussion, and lastly, we're going to talk about the conclusion and recommendation from this research. Now, first, introduction. So the background of this paper is basically because we realized that the retail sector is a key part of Indonesia's economy, significantly contributing to the GDP and reflecting consumer confidence. PT Mitra Di Perkasa Tbk or MAPI is a major player showcasing the sector's vitality by operating a vast portfolio of international brands. Now, the pandemic that happened during 2020 to 2023, where Indonesian government declared it ended on June, has disrupted multiple sectors, including retail itself, leading to economic decline. The restriction on mobility affected consumer behavior, particularly in physical retail spaces, necessitating adaptability and strategic response from the companies like MAPI. This study will examine MAPI's financial health over 8 years period, including pre and during pandemic period. By analyzing financial ratios, the research highlights MAPI's resilience and strategic financial management, offering insight into the retail sector's adaptability during economic disruptions. Next is the literature review. I will skip a lot of part in this section. Firstly, financial ratios. So financial ratios actually serve as multiple purposes, including assessing a firm's debt-paying ability, evaluating business and managerial success, and regulating statutory performance, ultimately becoming normative and influencing actual performance. By Barnes, 1987, financial ratio models predict significant corporate events and future performance by Ak et al. In 2013. And financial ratio analysis aids in assessing and improving company performance, and it should be used in conjunction with other sources of information. By Dragorbir, 2007. Analysts appropriately use certain ratios to evaluate multiple aspects of the business by Henry et al. 2011. Now, in this research, we're going to use profitability ratios, which is a metric designed to assess a company's ability to generate profits over a specific period, while also offering insight into the effectiveness of management in executing operational activities. By Darmawan, 2020, page 103. This paper will use return on equity and return on investment ratios to understand the profitability of MAPI. The return on equity here described as net income over average equity, while return on investment is calculated by net income plus interest times 1 minus tax rate over long-term liabilities plus shareholders' equity. In the liquidity ratios, this paper will use current ratio and cash ratio to understand the liquidity of MAPI. The cash ratio described as cash plus cash equivalent over current liability, while current ratio is current asset over current liability. Next is the activity ratio. This paper will use the collection periods, inventory turnover ratio, and also total asset turnover ratio to understand the activity of MAPI. The collection period is calculated by accounts receivable over sales divided by 365. And then inventory turnover is cost of sales over inventory, and total asset turnover will be calculated by revenue over capital employed. Next is the solvency ratio. Here we will use total equity to total asset ratio to understand the solvency of MAPI. The formula calculated with total equity over the total asset. Next, I will explain about the decree of Ministry of State-Owned Enterprise, the decree. The paper uses the decree number KAP 100/MBU/2002, It is a recognized Indonesian standard for evaluating financial health. Originally, it is used for assessing the health of state-owned enterprise, but this method is also applicable to private companies, emphasizing financial ratio analysis to maximize profit within good corporate governance. According to the decree, the companies are divided into financial services and non-financial services. The non-financial group is further split into infrastructure and non-infrastructure categories. MAPI, as a retail company, falls under the non-infrastructure categories. Now, the health of SOEs usually assessed based on financial, operational, and administrative performance. In this paper, we will specifically examine the financial aspect of MAPI, excluding the operational and administrative evaluations. Next is the effect of COVID-19 pandemic on retail condition in Indonesia. Indonesia's retail sector faced significant declines due to lockdowns and social restriction during COVID-19 pandemic. Non-essential stores saw drastic drops in foot traffic and sales, and many shopping malls closed or limited access to tenants. According to Budiharjo Idjuwansa, chairman of the Indonesian Shopping Center Tenant Association, or HIPINDO, mall visitor number decreased by up to 50% in the first quarter of 2020. And by February 2020, the retail sales index had declined by 0.8% year-on-year, with retailers anticipating further drops. It was projected that the RSI would decrease by 5.4% in March 2020, accompanied by a decline in sales across all commodities. Notably, clothing sales were forecasted to fall by 45.9% year-on-year. The data based on Bank Indonesia 2020. Now, lastly is about Mitra Adi Perkasa itself. Mitra Adi Perkasa is a prominent Indonesian retail company specializing in lifestyle brand and fashion retailing. Since its establishment in 1995, MAPI has expanded significantly to become one of the nation's largest and most diversified retail conglomerates. The company operates a broad portfolio encompassing over 2,200 retail outlets across multiple sectors, including fashion, sports, food and beverage, and department stores. MAPI is renowned for its representation of prestigious international brands like Starbucks, Zara, Sephora, and Marks & Spencer, effectively catering to a wide range of consumer preferences. Next is the methodology. Now, the assessment for this paper involves descriptive analysis of financial ratios, as well as evaluation of the company's fiscal health based on Ministry Decree number KAP 100/MU/2002 standards. The study utilized secondary data sourced from the company's annual financial report spanning an 8-year period, 4 years preceding the pandemic, 2016-2019, and 4 years during the pandemic, 2020 to 2023, supplemented by other pertinent data necessary for analyzing the company's health status. From this report, we will obtain and measure performance of MAPI based on the financial ratios, including liquidity, solvency, activity, and profitability. And this is the research framework that I use. So from the financial report, we will extract the balance sheet and income statement, and then we calculated the financial ratio analysis, including ROE, ROI, current ratio, cash ratio, collection period, inventory turnover, total asset turnover, and also total equity to total asset ratio. From there, we can see the company performance, and then we use the decree number KAP 100/MU/2022 to check the financial health of MAPI during the period. Next is the table that I use. For the first table is the indicators of evaluation. So this is the weight that we use based on the Ministry Decree. So ROE having 20 score as weight, ROI is 15, current ratio to TATO 5, theta is 10. So the total weight is 70, while the health criteria that I use is that we can see here from 80 to 95, it's AAA to A, and then from the 30 to 65, it's less healthy, triple B to B. From below 10 to 30 is triple C to C, considered as not healthy. Now the finding and discussion. So this is the result from the analysis that we do. So we have 4 figures here. The first one is the profitability performance, liquidity performance, activity performance, and also the solvency performance. From the profitability performance, we can see that over the 8 years period, 2016 to 2023, the company was actually on an upward trend for both ROE and ROI before the pandemic. MAPI experienced a huge dip in ROE and ROI performance in the first year of pandemic, 2020, where we can see that the ROE even fall below 0. But for the next 3 years period of the COVID-19 pandemic, 2021 to 2023, we can see that the company managed to rebound starting from 2021 and managed to achieve even better performance in 2022 compared to pre-pandemic situation. Although the performance was reduced in 2023, the ROE and ROI performance was still better than their situation before the pandemic. As for the liquidity performance, it shows that over the 8 years period, we can see that the cash ratio of MAPI was maintained between 30 to 55% before and during the COVID-19 pandemic. The company even going on an upward trend starting in 2019 and peak at 2022. This indicates that MAPI managed to maintain its cash level and have no problem in paying their short-term debt with cash and cash equivalent even during the challenging situation of COVID-19 pandemic. Although the current ratio of MAPI was heavily impacted during the first year of pandemic, the company can be said to be still in a good position as the current ratio was still maintained above 100%, and the company will face no difficulties in fulfilling their short-term debt with its current asset. Next is the activity performance. We can see that it is evident that the collection period was significantly affected during the initial year of the pandemic, raising to 8.397 days in 2020 from 6.899 days in 2019. This increase indicates a prolonged duration for the company to convert accounts receivable into cash compared to pre-pandemic conditions, a trend that persisted through 2023, indicating that the company has not yet returned to its pre-pandemic collection efficiency. Inventory turnover was also affected during the initial year of the pandemic, 2020, resulting in decline to 2.364 compared to 3.308 in 2019. However, the company subsequently recovered and achieved improved inventory turnover rate starting in 2021, reaching a peak of 3.537 in 2022, surpassing their pre-pandemic levels. Although performance decreased to 2.851 in 2023, it still exceeded their performance in 2016 to 2017. This indicates that the company successfully increased sales or enhanced inventory management efficiency during the period analyzed. The data indicates that MAPI total asset turnover was adversely affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. In 2020, TATO declined significantly to 0.940 compared to its performance of 1.624 in the previous year, 2019. Although there was an upward trend subsequently, MAPI has not yet reached its peak performance observed before the pandemic. This suggested that the company is still struggling to effectively utilize its asset to generate sales compared to the pre-pandemic period. Lastly is the solvency performance. The figure depicts MAPI's performance have a significant upward trend for theta before the COVID-19 pandemic. This trend was disrupted by the pandemic, causing theta to decline sharply to 0.412 in 2020, a level maintained through 2021. However, the company successfully rebounded and approached pre-pandemic levels in 2022 and 2023. This indicates that by 2022, MAPI had efficiently utilized its total assets, nearing pre-pandemic efficiency. Overall, the theta ratio shows a general upward trend, reflecting the company's adequate solvency to meet its long-term obligation. Next is the financial health of MAPI from 2016 to 2023. From the table 3, we can see it's during the pre-pandemic era 2016-2019. We can see that MAPI actually was on an upward trend, achieving ratings of A in 2016, A again in 2017, and improved to AA level in 2018 and 2019. But during the pandemic era, 2020 to 2023, we can see that the ratings actually fall down significantly from the previous AA level to BB level, from the score of 85% to 47% in 2020 due to the COVID pandemic situation. It's lowered its health classification to the less healthy. But despite this, MAPI managed to turn around in the second year of the pandemic, regaining a healthy A rating and return to a healthy AA rating in the subsequent years. Now, the conclusion and recommendations for this research is that one, this research underscores the profound impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on MAPI's financial health, especially evident during the first year of the pandemic. But despite these challenges, overall, MAPI still demonstrated financial robustness because it managed to rebound quickly. Only 1 year after the initial pandemic hit Indonesia, they managed to rebound to A and AA in the subsequent years. And then 2, MAPI's recovery from the second year of pandemic onwards highlight that MAPI's effective management and adaptive strategies in navigating the pandemic's volatile business environment, ultimately enhancing its financial position in the later years. The third, however, MAPI still faces ongoing challenges as indicated by the decline in financial health in 2023 compared to the previous years. Moreover, MAPI has not yet reached pre-pandemic levels in terms of current ratio, total asset turnover, and total equity turnover. Total equity to total asset turnover. To avoid similar situation in the future, we recommend that the company should always maintain higher level of liquid assets to safeguard against future economic shocks, explore new revenue streams, and also diversify business operations to reduce dependency on limited numbers of markets or products. And lastly, due to the study limitation, it is recommended to expand the evaluation scope to include operational and administrative aspect as well. So not only the financial aspect. Also, we need to conduct comparative financial performance analysis with other retail companies to identify best practice and enhance MAPI financial resilience. I think that's all from my research. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Should you have any further inquiry, you can reach me through LinkedIn, email, or my phone number directly. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your nice presentation. So we are here ending up with our session. After having 10 minutes of coffee break, we will go to the next session that will be moderated by some other person. So I would like to thank all the participants who spare their valuable time by presenting their views on various topics. So thank you so much, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Neti. Thank you, Prof. Wiwiek. Bye.
Thank you.
much.
Hello, Professor Mr. Zulfikar, Muhammad Zulfikar. The
Yes.
moderator of this session is you. Floor is yours, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, all scholars. I am Dr. Muhammad Zulkifli. Will facilitate the presenter on this session 22nd. I don't know, look like of the 4 paper what we have present tonight or this session, I can see only two presenters available, Mr. Ibeck and Mr. Mekwanin. Is it correct, the spelling?
Yes, you are correct.
Okay. I don't know for the rest. Look like only 2% of the 4 presenters available tonight. Let's start with Mr. Mekwanin with the paper Amharic language socioeconomic significance for the future world. Without further ado, this is yours, Mr. Mekwanin.
Actually, sir, we are a bit earlier than this session time. So I see two academics from Kazakhstan. Their alphabet is a bit different from ours.
Oh.
So maybe if we announce their names, maybe we can understand who are here.
Okay, let me say the name. The first, convergence of neuromarketing and digital content method for improving interaction with the consumer and social media, from Prof.Dr. Darybaya and Assistant Professor Samir Denova and Assistant Professor Molda Deseva. Is there any in here? Okay, no. The second, measure for the implementation of project management in GSC Kazakhstan, from senior lecturer NM Alasbayeva and Associate Professor Dr. Lukvanova. Is there in this season? Okay, no. Let's go to the next. The role of importance of human resource of the Republic Kazakhstan in achievement of the UN SDGs analytical data, from Professor Dr. Dametkan Turakelova, Professor Dr. Berik Bezen Galib, Associate Professor Dr. Inga Rumkina. Is in the session? Okay. Look, we have the two in this room. Mr. Mekwanin Birhan Alem and Assistant Professor Dr. Ibeck Imasep. Ibeck Imasep, you are available now?
He is here. Ibeck is here.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues.
Yeah. You are Ibeck Imasep, right?
Yes, I'm back. Okay. Can I send my report, my presentation?
Sure. You want to start first or Mr. Mekwanin and Birhan first?
I sent my presentation. You see my presentation? Okay.
Okay. Can you the impact demographic?
You see my presentation?
Yeah, I can see it.
It's okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Actually, you know, in the session, you will be in the last, but can we start with Mr. Mekwanin Birhan first?
It's okay, no problem. Just we can alter after his presentation. I will follow him.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Mekwanin, we can start from Mr. Ibeck first, right?
Because I am always here.
Okay. Okay. Good. Without further ado, go ahead and you can start. Assistant Professor Dr. Ibeck Imasep with the title of paper, The Impact of Demographic Trends and Migration on the Economic Development of Zambil Region. Okay, you can start.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. For your attention, a report of the topic, impact of demographic trends and migration on the economic development of jumbled regions. Migration process that have permeated the history of making science and science times have always played a significant role in the formation and development of societies. Population migration, as is widely known, can affect the social, economic, and cultural development of a country or region in both positive and negative ways. The collapse of the Soviet Union at the end of the 20th century dramatically changed the pattern of global migration, especially in the former Soviet republics, that they become independent states. Unlike some of these countries, Kazakhstan has managed to avoid stresses such as armed conflicts, separatism, and nationalism that they could stimulate migration processes. Instead, the intensification of migration flows in the country was initiated by other factors, such as crisis phenomena in the economy and the reparation programs for compatriots involved in Kazakhstan and a number of other countries. Despite the past 30 years, the problem of labor migration of the population, including young people, remains important and relevant for Kazakhstan. The purpose of our research is to study the characteristics of migration flows of the population, including young people, concentrated in the Jambal region. In accordance with this goal, we set ourselves a number of tasks, including analyzing the dynamics of the international migration in the country and in the region. Starting in the decrease of immigration flows of the working age population, the characteristics of youth migration, and identify the main reasons for migration sentiment among young people. In this study, we used a variety of analysis methods, including in accordance with this goal, we set ourselves a number of tasks, including
your slide is not
analyzing the
moving,
dynamics
Yeah, your slide still not moving.
international migration in the country and in the region.
Mr. Ibek, can you move the slide?
How?
Okay.
What?
Okay, go ahead. You can continue.
Excuse me?
No, you can continue.
Okay.
Now it's moving. Yeah, okay.
Okay. In accordance with the goal, we set ourselves a number of tasks, including analyzing the dynamics of international migration in the country and in the region, studying the directions of migration flows of the working age population, the characteristics of your migration, and identify the main reasons for migration sentiments among young people. In this study, we used a variety of analysis methods, including data visualization, comparative analysis, and statistical data analysis, to more deeply understand and describe the dynamics and characteristics of migration process in the region under consideration. Literature review. Migration is a complex and multifaceted phenomenon that attracted the attention of researchers from various fields of scientific knowledge. Political scientists, historians, lawyers, sociologists, economists, and other disciplines study various aspects of migration, which was the unique approach for understanding the phenomena. Some scientists consider migration as a social political phenomenon, while others consider it a demographic or socio-economic phenomenon. 1, 2, 3. The scientific literature activity discussing the causes and concerns of migration, the structure and directions of both international and international migration flows. There is a significant amount of research devoted to labor migration and its role in the formation of migratory policy, both in the short and long term. Particular attention is paid to regional labor migration in order to understand its characteristics and impact on the economic development of specific regions. With attention, recent studies have related the need to study the problems of young labor migration. Youth play an important role in migration processes, and understanding their motivation and consequence of migration is key to developing appropriate policies. However, there is a lack of research on the causes of migration and its impact on different regions. Future analysis is needed to understand the relationship between migration and social mobility of populations, including youth, and their impact on social and economic development. Main body, during 2015-2022, the balance of international migration in the Republic was negative. At the same time, the largest excess of department relief to arrival is typical for 2019. The balance of international migration this year amount to 32,970 people. In 2022, the current trend continued to persist. Through the value of the negative balance of international migration, this year compared to 2021 has decreased by more than 3 times. However, in 2023, the situation with international migration in the Republic changed dramatically when the migration balance began to have a positive value. It should be noted that available statistical information on international migration by region of the Republic is available for the period up to 2022 inclusive. As can be seen from slide 3, it is impossible to analyze the dynamic of migration process in relation to newly formed administrative terrorists. In other regions of the country during 2050-2022, the situation with population migration was not stable. This is the only region where over the specific period of time, the balance of external migration had a positive value and showed an upward trend was the Mangistau region. This region is chosen mainly by immigrations from Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan as a permanent place of residence. Almaty, Atrau, and Turkestan regions are generally characterized by a positive balance of international migration, with the exception of central years. In Aktobe, West Kazakhstan, Karaganda, Kostanay, Uzolorda, Pavlodar, North Kazakhstan, and East Kazakhstan regions, the balance of international migration had a negative value, which tending to decrease. The majority of residents of these regions traveled to the CIS countries. Its cities of Republic signification, Almaty and Astana until 2021, the balance of international migration was negative, with scientific fluctuated from year to year. The current trend changed in 2022, when the balance of international migration became positive. At the same time, the largest increase in the indicated were observed in the city of Almaty, which is associated with the arrival of Russian citizens who avoided partial mobilization. The only regions in which the value of the balance of external migration has remained negative for a number of years, and these growths are Akmola and Jambul regions. Then the Jambul regions by 50%. According to the date presented in slide 4, in 2023, the balance of migration of the working age population of the Jambul region remained negative, as in previous periods, and amounting to 9 143 people. In this context, it should be noted that the most intense migration processes are observed in rural areas. For example, the number of arrivals in rural areas exceeded the number of arrivals in urban settlement by 2 times, and the number of departments from rural areas exceeded the number of departments from city by 2 or 4 times. Next slide.
Mr. Ibek, can you speed up a little bit? Yeah.
Excuse me?
Okay, can you speed up a little
Okay.
bit? I mean, yeah.
What?
Okay, you can continue. Just
Excuse
speed
me?
it up. Okay, you can continue.
Okay.
Just speed it up.
It is important to note that the migration process of the jumble regions and dominated by international migration of the working population. The balance of international migration exceeded the balance of international migration by almost 29 times. Most people arriving in the region from other countries choose rural areas as their place of residence, and among them the immigrants from countries as far away as Afghanistan and Germany. Of these living in the jumble region, 47.1% are urban residents and 52.9% are rural residents, and most of them are heading to foreign countries such as USA, Germany, Greece, Poland, and Turkey. However, external migration is dominated by processes associated with the CIC countries, where the number of people leaving the region exceeded the number of people arriving by approximately 2 times. The bulk of this arriving in the jumble regions also prefer the countryside as a place of the residence, especially migration from Central Asian countries, mainly from Kyrgyzstan. At the same time, more than half of those leaving the regions are rural residents, and many of them are heading to Russia. Within the framework of international migration of the working age population is characterized by a scientific negative value, minus 8841 people. In 2023, 90707 people arrived in the region from other regions of the country, which most of them choosing rural areas as their place of residence, especially those who moved to areas close to the region, central or economically development areas. On the other hand, the number of people leaving rural areas is almost 2 times higher than the number of people leaving cities, which is explained by the lack of jobs in rural areas, which forces the working population to look for employment apartments in other regions, mainly in the cities of Astana, Almaty, and Almaty regions. Slide 5 shows that the balance of total migration of young people in jumble regions is negative. Particularly, high values are typical for age groups from 20 and to 29 years. Arriving young people are mainly distribution between the age groups 20 to 24 years, 28 and 2%, 25 between 29 years, 27 and 4%, and 30 34 years, 27%. However, young people in these age categories make up the majority of those leaving the regions. The balance of external migration is also negative. Also, the share of external migration is small. For example, for the age group 50-90 years old, it is 3 and 2%. And for the age group 20-24 years old, is minus 0.6%. 25 between 29 years old is a minus 1 and 1%. And 30-34 years old is a 2 and 1% of the total number of people participate in the migration process in the regions. The majority of young people arriving in the region fall into the age group 20-24 years old, 28 and 8%, and 30-34 years old is 30 and 8%. while mainly young people aged 15 and 19 years old leave the region, 33.3%, and 30 and 34 years old is at 28%. The majority of young people of the age groups leave for the CIS countries. Young people of Jambal region mainly participate in international migration, where the share of international migration exceeded 96%. However, due to the excess of the number of departments or Arabs in the region, a negative balance of international migration is formed. Regionally, migration has the following directions: regional center, city, village, regional center. Young people aged 20 to 24 years have most activity involved in migration processes. To a lesser extent, territorially moving and typical for young people aged 15, 19 years as a part of the international migration. More young people leave the arrive. For example, 6 and 2 people arrive in the Jambal regions, and 12 and 2 age 1 people left, which is the time 2 times the number for Arabs among those arriving in the region. Young people aged 25, 29 years estimated 29 and 4%, while among these who left, a large population are young people aged 20, 24 years. In 2023, a survey was conducted among young employees aged 20 to 35 years working at enterprise in the Jambal region. The majority of respondents, 75.3%, work at city intensives, and 14.1% come to work from nearby regional centers.
Can you speed up another 2 minutes? Yeah, another 2 minutes.
Okay, I finished. Okay. Now my 6th slide is a finished slide. Slide 6 showed the plans of young workers for the coming years. Very significant. Respondents can be divided into 2 categories. One part of plans to remain in their current enterprise, while the other part is considered changing jobs. It is international to note that the number of those who intended to leave their current place of work exceeded the number of those who intend to remain in the enterprise by 1.5 times among young employed planning to change jobs in the coming years. 8.4% considered the possibility of labor migration to other regions of the Republic and abroad. With international migration, the city of Almaty is given preference, and to a lesser extent, the cities of Astana, Aktau, and Atro regions. International migration, the reference country is South Korea. Conclusive analysis of the Jambal region, among other regions of Kazakhstan, in terms of population, it can be agreed there is second only to cities of population significance, Almaty and Turkestan region. It is obvious that more intensive industrial development is needed in the region, including processing, industries, creative of innovating agriculture productions, effective use of cross-border potential through the joint projects, review of US policy in the context of region development of measure aimed at the prioritizing the strengthening of the process of irreversible migration of young people. Thank you for your attention. I'm finished.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Aibek, for the presentation. Anyone from the forum will ask to Mr. Aibek?
Can I ask you?
Okay, go ahead, Mr. McQuenin.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wiwiek. I think your topic is very broad. Can you just tell me what is the central point of your research? I think you talking about the demographic immigration or the economic development.
Excuse me, can you ask?
Okay, shall I repeat?
How? Yeah. Can you repeat?
Yeah, my question is just your topic is just demographic migration or economic development, because I think your research is so intensive, but your speak was so tough. I couldn't catch. That's why I'm asking you again.
Okay, let me repeat, Mr. Ibek. The question coming from Mr. Moikwanan is, this is the demographic migration or economic development. Maybe you can share a little bit the background and the objective of the research.
Yeah, demographic migration is a start of entry in 1991 when the Soviet Union broken. Many people from Kazakhstan go in other countries. Kazakhstan was the one part of the USSR, yeah, you know. And now our country grows, and many people from Russia come, and now in a city like Almaty, we have a growth in migration from such countries and from Russia and then other countries in Central Asia region.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Okay, Mr. Ibek, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Very interesting. Yeah, very interesting topic. Okay, I like to go to the next presentation from Mr. Mikwenen Birhan with the specific topic, the title Amharic language socioeconomic significance for the future world. Without further ado, I let Mr. Mikwenen present.
Okay, thank you so much for your kind introduction, Dr. Engineer Mohammed. So my presentation is will start by sharing the screen. Okay, which one is? Can you see it?
Not yet.
Not yet. Wait. Okay.
What about now?
Okay. You get it now. You can start.
Can you see it?
Yeah, you can see it.
Okay. Thank you so much. So my presentation topic is the significance of Amharic language, a socio-economic perspective. Actually, my name is Kwanit Bran Alam. I'm from the Wachowski State University of Nizhny Novgorod, Russia. Actually, my background is from business and engineering perspective, but I'm looking for language significance for the economy, not for the linguistic aspects. I have no deep background about the linguistic natures, but about the social economic perspective and significance of the language. So my presentation will cover an introduction. Maybe let me start from introduction. It is, in fact, communication is an important prerequisite for development. In this case, language is the primary manifesto, manifested by language, which is without language, there is no communication. Without communication, there is no social-economic development. That is a hypothesis. So effective communication is just vividly facilitate the development of a nation, a region, a continent, even the globe as well. So my objective of this research is to investigate the influence of Amharic language promotion on future world socio-economic development, aligned with the 2030 UN agenda and 2063 AU agenda. So according to recent research findings, especially the Source Africa ranking.com ranks Amharic as the second most spoken Semitic language in the world. And it is one of the Southern Semitic language category or family. It is spoken in Ethiopia, which is in the Horn of Africa, and considered much older than the Northern Semitic languages, such as Hebrew and Arabic languages as well. What's the Amharic language? It is, I collected from the experts of the area and from the literatures I gathered here. So that Amharic language is the native for Amhara people in Ethiopia, which is one of the predominant region of the country, and it is a major lingua franca in other native language speakers of other regions of the country and other country even outside the Ethiopia. Jamaica, there are Rastafarian communities which are based in Rastafari, the former king of Ethiopia, who is Haile Selassie. And Israel, Beit Israel, you know, the total population of Israel is just around 9 million. Among them, around 1 million is the Beit Israel family, which is first language spoken in them is the Amharic language, so that they regard as natives. And the other country, which is Amharic, is mostly speaking, Eritrea, which was the former part of Ethiopia, but unfortunately it is another country now. So they are speaking remain there. And predominantly speaking, diaspora communities, because of the ethnic, political instability and other economic grievances and other scholarship or green card, and there are so many reasons. Population of Ethiopia are living dispersed from the world. Because of that, it is available and spoken in North America, Europe, Australia, United States, Israel, and as I said already, Canada, United Kingdom, Egypt, and Sweden as well. And in all over the world, except maybe Antarctica. So over 125 to 152 million speakers of Amharic language in various countries of the world, including 80 million natives are in different countries. So the alphabets of the language Amharic, which is the consonants, the vowels, and punctuations of the language looks like this. I think you see. Is it visible for you?
It is
Can you
visible.
see my slide?
Yes, it's
Yeah,
visible.
Okay,
we can
thank you
see.
so much. So that it has 34 consonants. The first, the green column, that means the consonants. It's around 34, and the yellow region, which is the vowels, and the last one, which is the red column, is the hybrids of the vowel and the consonants. So they do not have any special cases. They are every word and every sentence, every phrase, they are composed or formed by altering such vowels and consonants only. So that it is around 300 letters or alphabets in total, but commonly using all those available and visible alphabets in American language. So to mention the first one, ha is the first consonant, and the second consonant sound is hu, he, ha, he, ho, and the other the same sound, the same vocal family, but I couldn't go so it because of my limitation and because of the agenda of the research is not focusing on that. So this is the highlight of the language as well. Literature review, just only this only the highlights. Amharic uses a script which originated from the Giz alphabet. Actually, Giz is one of the ancient alphabet of the world, and it has 27 alphabets. So the Amharic language is based in all 27 alphabets of the Giz language. And there are 49 wa sounds, and as I said, it has 300 letters. The vowels, that means the I, the O, U, A, E, and that means all 5 Latin vowels are used in phonetics of Amharic language, but they are only in vocals, but not letters. So my methodology to gather my research is first one is mixed research approach I followed, which is qualitative and quantitative. It is a survey because I couldn't know the total population of the respondents, that I employed the unknown population sampling formula. And I used the primary and secondary data sources. And also there are 32 research question words, that means checklists, to 436 language and economy experts of the national Ethiopian citizens and foreign peoples. And analyzed the collected responses and analyzed using relative importance index method to prioritize the rank and point out the precedence. And I present tabular, theoretical, and diagrammatic presentations. So the sample size, actually, I found 756 samples, but I employed the collection using Kobo toolbox and social media platforms. But unfortunately, I have only collected 436, which is the sample I tried to analyze. So relative importance index is made using the Likert scale. That means 5 strongly agree, 4 agree, 3 neutral, 2 disagree, and 1 which is strongly disagree. And the formula looks like this. And I developed this table, relative importance index of Ethiopian scholars and relative importance index of foreign scholars. And I made the average or the mean of the two responses, and I sort out the rank. So that the first rank is number 15, which is phonetic nature of the language itself, easier and vivid. So it is the mean is 0.99, almost 100. And the other one, actually, it has another also special vocal letters like they are not just mostly available in other languages. They are special only in Amharic. So they are regarded as the first ranks. And also there are other ranks, that means the second ranks. AU member citizens, that means African Union member citizens, they have their ambition and they are just mentioning their endeavor to be involved in the 7th African Union official or working language. And also the last rank, actually the 24th one, which is similarity with the other country language like Russian language, Armenian, Arabic, Swahili, and Ge'ez, Tigrinya, and other languages. And also it has an antiquity, or it is ancient development based. Actually, because of time, I have to skip it now. So the theoretical response I found why Amharic language becomes important for socio-economic aspect of the future globe or world. So that's the second most populous country of Africa is Ethiopia, next to Nigeria. That means, so because of that, as we know, resource is a human resource, capital, and machinery, and fixed assets as well. So that population by itself is assets, but we didn't use because of the language limitation. So that's the second most populous country of Africa, means it is the vast majority. And the size of speakers, which is around 125 to 155 million speakers all over the world. It is estimation, it may be even more than that. And prominent public figures find out, especially the film directors, producers, who was in Niger, Ramatu Kita, who was the promoter or the speaker of this language. That means she just promoting this. And Moscow and Beijing universities, that means Moscow University and Beijing Foreign Studies University, they are already given the language as a first degree and language course. And linguistic characters of the language itself, it's unique and different and full of phrases and vocabularies, and it is simple to understand and translate, and even for interpretation. The other one, the popularity of the language, because of it is official language. It was the language of the palace for the last maybe 1,000 or more than that years. And organization of African Union language, African Union, the former name was Organization of African Union. At the beginning of its establishment, the official language was Amharic language. Because of that, it is popular. It is lingua franca and widely spoken state language since 14th century, and body of literature since 20th century, and the official language and a very good language of technology as well. And other languages which is similar and what they can share the same terminologies, just like Ge'ez, Arabic, Armenian, Swahili, Russian, and Tigrinya. Because of time, I couldn't mention each and every words. You can see it from the table as well. And the other one, just the uniqueness of Ethiopia and the researched resource and even the lateness of the country with the blessed natures and gifts. So Ethiopia is one of the geopolitically strategic place of the eastern and the western region of the world, and it has its own unique calendar. It has 12 hours day and 12 hours night. It is special counting, and also it's special calendar, 12 months and 30 months, each of 30 days, and the special 30 months is 5 and 6 days. It is the ancient human fossils, which is Lucy, is originating from the Afar region of Ethiopia, and it is the only uncolonized country of Africa, and it has special vegetarian cuisine, coffee origin, birthplace of Rastafarian, athletes' home, elevations, and there are so many special features we will find over there. There are around 11 UNESCO recited resources and visible and tangible and intangible heritages are available in Ethiopia. So as a conclusion, it is embrace that Amharic language is the source of culture, civilization, history, religion, philosophy of Ethiopia. And for the rest of the world also, it will be valuable. And it is technology scholars, ambitious initiative societies should take the responsibility to fasten the expansion process by adapting into upcoming terminologies and interpretation into translations. For it is for the sake of the benefits of the speakers and the other world, because of the resources that can be researched or that can share the community's way of life. That means. And the good experience, which is the Moscow school number 1522, with Moscow State University, and Beijing Foreign Studies University, Ms. Rahmatou Kita, and AU37's Leader Summit. Intention is the good attempt for the expansion and the implementation of Amharic language for the entire world. And it will have the future positive impact to unite the divisible world and affected region like MENA region, West region, East region, Sub-Saharan region, blah, blah. It will contribute for reunite the world again. And I suggest or recommend for researchers, educational institutions, African Union, BRICS community, and other concerned bodies will give an attention to the common benefit of our bright future. That means. I think it is enough because of time limitation. Thank you so much for your attention. If you have any question and comments, you're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Makanin. This is very interesting topic, about language, anyone from the session want to ask to Mr. Makanin? Okay, Mr. Mikanin, I think I have the one question for you.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's very interesting, when you say Amharic language is in basically many population in Africa, especially from Eritrea, using this language, and your study to have this language become the future word. The question is, what do you think the big challenge to make this language become the global language? Because, especially in the internet, not so many using it. And I think spelling look like you need to specific, even though you mentioned it's very, very, what they call the many people in Africa becoming the big economic growth in the world. What do you think the biggest challenge for this language become the global language like English, French, Malay, Bahasa, and other languages?
Thank you for your nice question. Actually, it is a very interesting and expected question. Actually, it's in order to just grow up or enhance everything, thinking is mandatory. For thinking is the primary intention, just language is mandatory. And language by itself is not enough, but the background of language, because sometimes the technology language, industry language, and history language, there are so many categories we can mention it. So if we just eagerly perceive it, it will be very important for the common goals. But the issue is the current intention, the world review will affect because of schism and federalism. Just we are just splitting each other. There are so many people who want to make isolated himself or like that. This is maybe the challenge, because the war is not going to unification, but just divisibility. So that may be the big challenge. Otherwise, it's very important, not only even when the linguistic scholars say that it is very rich than the Latin languages because of the number of vocabularies and the nature itself. Because, for instance, when we mention one pronoun, for instance, meta, in Amharic, we can say meta, that's coming in English, so that if it is future and past, we can't add any words, but using just prefix and suffix only. We can associate that means the perfective and imperfect aspects. So it is limited in phrase, but it is applicable in every aspect of the word. That means the meanings and aspects. But the big issue maybe that's political and geographical quarreling between the interests of different groups. Maybe that will be the challenge. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Konen, for the presentation. I don't know, do we still have other people, other the president still not present yet in the session 22? Look like we have two presenter of 5 is attend on the session. Okay, if no, I think we can close the session 22. Thank you very much for the presenter, Mr. Ibek and Mr. McQueenan. I will let the other moderator to continue to session 23. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Engineer.
Hello, Mr. Müküent, Biran Alem, and also Mr. Aybek. Thank you very much for your presentations. And Mr. Muhammed Zulkifli, thank you very much for your great moderation. We have time to next session, but there is one author. He has to leave the session, so we will take his presentation earlier than the session.
Okay.
Mr. Navodita, are you here? Mr. Navodita?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I am here. Miss Navodita.
Sorry. We can listen your paper. The title is Evaluating the Progress and Prospects of Financial Inclusion in India.
Yes, sir. Can I please start sharing my screen?
Yes, you can. Thank you again, Mr. Mohammed Zulkifli, for your
Okay,
great...
thank you. Thank you very much.
You are welcome. Yes, Ms. Navodita, you can share your screen and you can start your presentation.
Yes, sir.
You are not visible. If you are do it knowingly, no problem. You can open your camera too. It's better.
Yeah, I have opened my camera. I hope my screen is visible to all.
You are visible and audible.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. And first of all, I would really like to thanks Kareem sir, because my session was in the 24th session, and due to some prior commitment, he has given me the chance to give it earlier. Thank you very much. So my topic for presentation is evaluating the progress and prospects of financial inclusion in India, and the flow of my presentation is going to be, first of all, I'll be starting with the introduction of the topic, and then certain initiatives that were undertaken by the government of India behind financial inclusion, then literature review, then I'll start with the methodology, then digital finance and the inclusion, prospects, challenges, opportunities, and finally I'll conclude the presentation. So, in today's presentation, we are going to examine the advancements made by the Government of India towards financial inclusion and the potential for financial inclusion in India that we are going forward towards it. So we will also discuss the latest initiatives, and we will also evaluate the current status of financial inclusion. We will also highlight the accomplishments that we have already achieved, and also the challenges that are ahead. So let's start with the very first introduction slide. That is, let's understand what is the meaning of financial inclusion. Financial inclusion is a method of offering banking and basic financial solutions and services to every individual in the society without any form of discrimination. So, financial inclusion overall is again considered as a very vital component of economic growth.
Sorry to
which
interrupt. Please put in the slideshow, yeah, for your presentation, so the slide can move.
Ma'am, it is actually in the slideshow mode.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, it is in the slideshow mode. Actually, is it not visible?
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, all right. Okay. Okay. So, so yes, financial inclusion is considered as a very vital component for economic growth, and from India's perspective, from India's view, financial inclusion has been progressively, very steadily increasing, with efforts that are focused on enhancing access to formal financial services, and also raising the financial literacy, and also addressing needs of certain specific populations, such as the rural society, students, and also the low income individual. So the government of India has initiated several measures towards achieving these perspectives. First of all, the nationalization of banks, and then we have certain formation of cooperative banks, and also establishment of regional rural banks as well. So the very specific and the promising initiative that has been done by the government of India is the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, that has covered overall more than 50 crore people into the formal banking system by opening these Jan Dhan accounts. Okay, so this will be regarding the introduction of the topic, and then we have certain government initiatives that have been started by the government of India. So the central bank of our country, that is Reserve Bank of India, and with the government, they have launched a number of programs in recent years to increase financial outreach to India's unbanked population as well. So, in order to expand financial inclusion in India and also to provide the banking services, they have started with three prospects. That is, first is the major schemes, then the products or services, and then finally new digital technologies. The very first major scheme is the no frill account that have started in the year 2005. So here customers can open with a very minimal account or with a no balance account at all with a no frill account plan. So this is somewhat very similar with the significant initiative that have been launched by the India, that is the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, the Mudra Bank, Direct Benefit Transfer, and the Unique Identification Authority of India, KYC, Know Your Customer, and Electronic Benefit Transfer. So these major schemes, all these categories of major schemes like the no frill accounts, they have provided very basic banking services with minimal charges, so that they have kind of ensure accessibility for low income individuals as well in our country. And the implementation of KYC, that is know your customer regulation, also have helped to verify the customer identities. By this they have reduced fraud and also enhanced security. So now committees on financial inclusion, they have also established to study and recommend strategies towards expanding the financial services uh, uh, by expanding the financial access. So in the next category, that is the products and services, the Kisan credit card scheme that offers very affordable credit facility to farmers, while general credit cards provide unsecured loans to individuals that are needing a very small amount of credit up to a certain amount. Then overdraft facilities are also provided specifically for the farmers. Then also various financial literacy centers have been established to educate the public about various financial products and services that are available, thereby enhancing the uh, financial literacy. Then the third category is the new digital technology. Now, the new digital technology plays a very crucial role in enhancing the financial inclusion. Mobile banking or internet banking, they provide very easy access towards financial services, thereby enabling transactions, not having to visit the physical bank branches. Then we have the micro ATMs, we have USSDs, unstructured supplementary service data, we have UPI, Unified Payment Interface, that facilitate electronic transactions, even in the areas with limited internet connectivity as well. Then we also have the debit cards, credit cards, along with our, we have domestically developed the RuPay card that support electronic payments. Then we have the AEPS, that is Aadhaar enabled payment system, that uses the biometric authentication for very secure banking transactions. Then we also have many e-wallets that offer digital platform for integrated approach, combining government schemes, financial products, and all these digital technology. The basic aim behind these three categories is to increase the financial inclusion in India by bringing a very major portion of the population into formal, structured financial system of the country. Now, the next we
Dear
are now.
presenter, the presentation slide page is the same. We are seeing third page.
Okay, sir. I don't know actually why this problem is occurring. So I am now at the literature review slide.
I think you use two computer screen. Sometimes it is cause of this reason. Which page are you on right now?
So I am right now on slide number 5.
Yes, we see 5. Okay.
Yeah. So I have now moved to slide number 6. Are you able to see slide number 6?
We see number 5 now. Yes, now it's 6.
It is 6 now. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So the literature review. Our literature review is extensively based on the key findings from the recent research, certain key initiatives that are started by the government of India, and later on we will see the impact, what is going to be the impact of these initiatives that have been started. So the very first initiative is the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana that have been launched in the year 2014, and the main aim behind uh, this Yojana is to provide a universal access to banking facility with at least one basic banking account for each and every household. So this has started in the year 2014 with, it is considered as a very flagship initiative. So this scheme has expanded the financial access, and as per the data of March 2024, it has approximately 460 crore zero balance savings account in our country. Another critical initiative is the Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana that have been launched in the year 2015. And the basic motive behind this is to empower the micro enterprises of our country, and particularly that are based on the rural areas, by offering loans at a very subsidized rate. And as per the financial inclusion index, that also reflects a very positive impact of all these initiatives. So in the year March 2017, we stand at 43.4, and now in March, as per the data from March 2023, we stand at 60.1 as per the financial inclusion index. So the government actively promotes these digital payment methods by providing high mobile penetration, by leveraging digital platforms, and by offering immense potential for these uh, financial inclusion programs in our uh, country. So the next is the methodology. So we have collected our data from International Monetary Fund's Financial Access Survey. We have collected from our data from Global Index database, and also from Reserve Bank of India's DBI database, and the time frame is from around ranges from 2004-5 to till 21-22 as per the availability of the data. So our analysis is specifically towards evaluating the effectiveness of these initiatives, assessing what are going to be the advancements in the digital finance, and also projecting future trends and challenges behind this. So the next slide is regarding the findings and discussions that out of these data that we are going to show here now. Now the next is regarding the banking through digital technology. Now this graph This graph displays the number of commercial bank branches per 1,000 in India per 1 lakh person and per 1,000 square kilometer between the year 2004 and till the year 2022. Now, I have got this data from International Monetary Fund's Financial Access Survey, and the data that we can see here in the year 2004, there were around 22 commercial bank branches per 1,000 kilometers square per, and by 2022 the number has increased to 50.96. So this suggests that the commercial bank branches in India, the density has doubled more, doubled more than over this period time. So also there is consistently more commercial bank branches per 1 lakh 100,000 adults over time, rising from 8.96 in 2004 to 14.31 in 2022. However, the rate of increase appears to be slower than the increase in the branch density per 100,000 1,000 kilometers. So this basically suggests that the population of India is growing much faster than the number of branches owned by the commercial bank. So it suggests that the access to commercial bank branches in India has improved a lot over the past 2 decades. So there are both more branches overall and a higher density of branches as relative to the land area. So this indicate that the growth in these bank branches is somewhat not keeping the pace with the population growth, but yes, they are still in the we can say that they are in the increasing phase. So the impact of digital banking extends beyond the convenience and the inclusion, because it has transformed the ways the banks operate. They are fostering innovation and efficiency as well. Also by the emergence of fintech companies, financial technologies companies. So new financial products and services have also been introduced by these fintech companies. So they also fosters competition between all these service providers, and which creates a very more dynamic financial ecosystem. So however, the banking technology, as it is being increasing, it also increases certain cyber security threats, particularly data breaches and online frauds. However, it has necessitated, the government has taken many measures to provide robust security measures to protect customers' information and also to ensure trust in the digital finance system. Moving towards the moving towards the next slide, that is the slide number 12, which shows the India's advancement in digital technology. So this particular graph, this shows the number of ATMs per 1 lakh adults in India, together with the country's internet subscription rate and also the ATM density per 1,000 square kilometers between the year 2004 till 2022. So this data shows a very steady rise in ATM per 1 lakh 100,000 adults over the period. So the internet subscription rate as a percentage of the population has also climbed steadily from 1.98% in 2004 to 47.39% in 2022. So this exponential rise in internet subscription indicates a growing adoption of digital technologies in India. So, and also a very interesting correlation emerges here between the internet subscription rates and the ATM deployment. As the internet usage has grown significantly, so has the number of ATMs relative to the population both per capita and by area. So this has also suggested a possible link between the digital adoption and the need for the physical access towards cash. So we can say that as people conduct more transactions electronically, they still somewhat rely on ATMs to withdraw cash for certain purpose. Now the next, that is the slide number 13, that is about financial inclusion between different groups of people. Now, as we have already discussed, that financial inclusion is the availability of formal financial services and their utilization, and it also plays a very crucial role in promoting the economic development of any nation, and also it reduces the disparities within any society. So many researchers have shown that financial inclusion is not evenly distributed among different demographic groups, with significant gaps existing between developed and developing nations as well as within the countries. So as you can see in this table, this data has been adopted from the Global Findex database for the year from year 2011 till 2021. It provides a very comprehensive view of financial inclusion trends across various demographic and socio-economic groups over these 4 years. Now, the percentage of individuals with an account, for example, bank, mobile money, or similar financial institution account, is used as a very primary metric for the financial inclusion. This data reveals a very significant progress in account of ownership among different groups. Like, for example, the account ownership among females have increased from 26% in 2011 to 78% in 2021, which indicates a very substantial improvement in financial inclusion for women in our country. Similarly, the male account ownership has also increased from 44% to 78% over the same period. Although the increase is very much pronounced for females, which suggests we are closing a very gender gap in the financial access. Now, if we see regarding the youth, regarding the young aged between 15 to 24, which saw the account ownership jump from 27% in 2011 to 71% in 2017, and then slightly there is a decrease to 68% in 2021. Now, the older adults, that is aged between 25 plus, experienced a more steady increase from 38% in 2011 to 81% in 2021. So now this trend suggests that while younger individuals are increasingly gaining access to financial services, there is still variability possible due to transitions between education and employment. So the income level similarly also reflects disparities in financial inclusion. The poorest 40% saw their account ownership rise from 27 to 78%, showing a very marked progress in financial inclusion accessibility towards the lower income groups. Now, the richest 60%, while always having higher account ownership, that has increased to from 41% to 82% in 2021. Before, there is a slight drop to 77%. Now, the 2021 data additionally provides an insight into the rural versus urban account ownership, both at 77% and 78% respectively, which indicates very minimal disparity based on geographical location by that year, which suggests a closing gap in financial inclusion between the rural and the urban area can be seen. The labor force participation also influences financial inclusion as well. Those out of the labor force saw an increase from 26% in 2011 to 73% in 2021, while those in labor force increased from 44 to 81% over the same period. So this global Findex database underscores a very significant and widespread increase in financial inclusion across various demographic and socio-economic groups from 2011 to 2021, with notable progress in the closing gap that is related to gender, education, income, and also the geographic location. So over the previous 10 years, India has made a notable progress towards financial inclusion according to the statistics from the Global Findex Database 2021. Now the next slide is shows the volume of electronic payment, and the source of this database is taken from RBI, Reserve Bank of India's DBI database. The volumes are in million, and UPI has been introduced in the year 2016 and 17, and Bhim Aadhaar Pay is introduced in the year 2017-18. So this data from RBI illustrates a very significant and continuous growth in the volume of electronic payment methods in India from 2015 to 2023. This growth reflects that our country is shifting towards a more digital economy driven by increased access to digital payment infrastructure, policy initiatives, and also the consumers are also adopting these initiatives as well. The IMPS transactions have seen an exponential increase that is starting from 1,62,000 in 2015 to 55 lakh rupees in 22-23. So this highlights the rising popularity of electronic
Here, you
currency.
already finished your time. Can you complete it up?
Sorry, sir.
Can you a bit faster, please? You already
Okay.
finished your time.
Oh, okay, sir. Okay, sir. I'll just end. I'll just take 2 minutes more, sir. I'll just take 2 minutes more. So, as you can see, we have IMPS, NEFT, UPI, debit transfer. All these have been very lucrative for our country's the volume of electronic payment for all these initiatives have increased a lot, and this rapid adoption and the growth across various electronic payment methods, particularly UPI, highlights the success towards the digital payment initiatives and the increasing preference of customers towards the cashless transactions for any payment. Now we'll move towards the move towards the conclusion part. So this extensive data based from the global Findex database, RBI database, IMF financial access survey. This highlights significant progress and ongoing challenges in the expanding access towards financial services. I am so sorry, just a minute.
I think we need to proceed. Assis Jorasya, are you here? Mr. Asi. From the next presentation. Assistant Prof.Dr. Sinan Dündar, Şerife Merve Koşaroğlu, İlkay Noyan Yalman, Selçuk Yasin Yıldız, Necati Alp Erikli. Is one of these authors here? Nesrin Süleymanlı. Are you here, Nesrin?
Yes, I'm here. Just
Yes,
a moment.
we can listen your presentation. Actually, we have 13 minutes, but accidentally we finished a presentation. We can start with your presentation if you are ready.
Okay, I'm ready. Just wait, I try to share my presentation.
Okay, you can share your screen.
Okay, wait. I think I am a big trouble. Why I'm not connecting with the computer as I'm with mobile. So could you help me, maybe, Kerim? Can I send you my presentation?
Yes, you can. I will share for you.
Wait just a moment. Yes, I sent it to you. If you assistant help me, it will be big pleasure for me. Is it possible?
Yeah.
Okay. Today I'm going to present with my colleague, Associate Professor with Murtaza Hasanoglu. We are working in Academy of Public Administrations, and our title is Karabakh Victory, Azerbaijan at the glance of the international organizations. Shifting to the agenda, going to starting with the introductions and later shifting to background history. Later, the next one is the maybe literature review. They will give the main points here, background of the literature, the main principles of the methodology, and then finding and the dimensions. And the next, the last one, I gave the conclusion and the recommendation, maybe future points here. So starting with the introductions, the paper objects is impact of the international organizations, their obstacles and the consequences of this conflict and the principles. I try to identify it in this paper. So I put here the diagram from my research paper. If it's clearly, I try to divide the involving parties in this conflict with the blue parts and the other parts, I mean the secondary actors with the cherry parts. This is actually let me say the global and the regional powers or international organizations. As you've seen, is the main obstacle here, the Nagorno-Karabakh, in the maybe in the beginning from these conflicts. And they are demanding independence. The Armenian, which is the supporting by the Armenian sides, give the self-determinations. Despite of the Azerbaijan demand the territorial integrity. With the lines of here, we can share the supporting the other sides, supporting with the mediations, humanitarian aid, maybe with the obstacles. Starting with the abstracts of the obstacles of these main points. Having been completely defeated in defeated in the 44 days patriotic war, Armenia signed the act of the capitulation on November 10th, 2020. It was forced the withdrawal troops from the occupied territory of Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan itself ensured the implementation of the resolution adopted by the United Nations Councils, which is the lasting since 1993. You know, the Azerbaijan from the independence parts time, he's established relation with a number of international organizations, such as including, let me count, United Nations, Non-Aligned Movement, OSCE, the Council of the Europe, Organization of the Islamic Conference, CIS, which is called the Collective Security Treaty Organizations. Later, the large of number other organizations. All of these organizations has adopted decision and the resolution which supported the position of the Azerbaijan Republic. This is sorry for the camera. So, yes, I'm going to give the brief history. In the beginning of this conflict, Nagorno-Karabakh region is predominantly populated by the ethnic Armenians, which is the declared independence from Azerbaijan in late 1980s, leading to the full-scale war that ended in 1994 with the ceasefire. Despite the ceasefire, sporadic clashes continued over 30 years. In this paper, I'm going to give the role of the international organization. Of course, as you know, it's lots of here, but I will take just the three, the main international organizations. First of all is United Nations. United Nations from the beginning of the Karabakh is actively involved in this conflict and primarily gave the four main key resolutions, which is the call 822, 853, 874, and 884. It were passed in 1993, and they're calling the immediate cessation of the hostilities and the withdrawal of occupying forces, respect for international territorial integrity of the Azerbaijan, but it was not realized since the Second Karabakh War. So the other one is international organization. We call the Organization for Security and the Cooperation Europe. Is particularly activated with the Minsk group, with the co-chairs. As we know, the co-chairs, mainly the co-chairs, Russia, France, and the United States, facilitating with numerous resolutions and the peace talkings and provided diplomatic negotiations. It's also not working since the Second Karabakh War. The other international organization is the European Union, which is involved with the Karabakh conflict, has been primarily through the Eastern Partnership initiatives here, and they give the big humanitarian aid. But, you know, it's not the direct dimension for this is fire or to bringing the peace and the prosperity to regions, and it's not working. After Second Karabakh War and the victory, I gave here the maybe impact of the international organization. Can you shift with other presented? Yes, maybe the other one. This I gave the brief the history. Impact of the international organizations. I gave here the diplomatic mediations, humanitarian assistance, and the peacekeeping in ceasefire enforcement. And maybe the main point here is international resolution and the pressures. I will not give them, the broad dimension here. Maybe I will shift to the maybe into literature review. The literature review, I gave the background of the literature, which is the important. Of course, I use here the lots of the resolution adoptions, maybe negotiations, papers, or other ones. But here's also scholars, which is the neutral scholars. Their papers is more important. Chatarian Vadim's War, Peace, and Caucasus Ethnic Conflicts and the New Geopolitics paper, let's say the book, provides the detailed historical accounts of the conflict, emphasizes the geopolitical complexities and the role of the regional powers here. The next one, I used the adoption of the United Nations documents here, especially resolutions adoptions. Organization for Security Cooperation also used the diplomatic efforts here. Maybe for all the Karabakh resolution papers, we used the neutral scholar Thomas de Vol and the Colonel Svante Cornels, Black Garden Armenia Azerbaijan for Peace and the War, and the small nations great powers study ethno-political conflict in the Caucasus. Which work is is underlining the OSCE work group's efforts, diplomatic strategies, and the obstacle it faces. Despite the Wall Cornell gave the examine of the broader role of the OSCE and the Caucasus and the focus on the conflict resolution mechanism and specific challenges in the mediation process. Later, I give the adoptions and the diplomatic supports and the building measures from the Council of the European Union. And the main maybe points in the literature review, I give the Graham Thomas, the Nagorno-Karabakh 22, the role of the international actors in the conflict and the ceasefire. These articles actually examine the immediate responses of the international organizations during the 2020 conflicts and their role of the negotiations. So shifting for the methodology for international organization Karabakh, I divided in some kind of the parts. In the introduction, I gave the purpose and the scopes. In the purpose, I defined the objectives of the study, of course, first of all, for this one, its main points, which is to analyze the role of the influence of international organizations in the resolution of Karabakh conflict and the subsequence of the victory. In the scope, I gave in the broad outline of the geographical, temporal, and the thematic scope of the study. Later, in the research design, I divided into quality parts and the quantity parts, employing the mixed methods approaches, combining both qualities and the qualitative data to provide comprehensive analysis. Data collections also divided for the primary sources and the secondary sources. In the primary sources, I gave the interview, which is the taken with the key stakeholders, including the diplomats, military officials, representatives of the international organizations, and the local authorities. In the survey, I distribute survey to residents of the Karabakh and neighboring regions to gather public opinions in this role of the international organization in the conflict. In the secondary sources, I give the literature review, documents analysis, and the media analysis. In the literature review, using the academic papers, books, and articles related to Karabakh conflict, international mediation, and the conflict resolution. Documenting, analyzing, I use the official documents, resolution statements from international organizations. Mediation and media analysis, I examine media reports, new articles for coverage of international intervention and the perception of their effectiveness. Also given here the case studies.
Dear Nasrin, you finished your time. Please conclude in a few minutes.
Okay, trying to shifting for the maybe, yes, finding and the decisions. In the finding and decisions, briefly, I will just give the strengths and the weakness of the international organization in the conflict resolution process. Strengths for involvement in international organization in Karabakh conflicts has several positive aspects. As we know, their continued diplomatic efforts and help to prevent the complete resolution of the conflicted parties and the providing platform for dialogues. This is the strengths, and also the second strength is the humanitarian aid. For the weakness, as you know, we see the international organization faces significant challenges enforcing the resolution agreements, lack of the enforcement of the mechanism. For the conclusion, I give the future perspectives, sustainable peace, and the role of international community. Achieving sustainable peace in the Karabakh region requires the continued engagement from international organizations, regional powers, and the conflict parties. We hope for this for the future. And international community must remain actively involved in supporting peace process, providing not only peace and prosperity in the region, but humanitarian aid and promoting economic development in the region for future communications. That's all. I think it's enough for now. Thanks for attention.
Thank you, Nesrin.
Yes.
Is there any question from floor to Nesrin? I think there is no question. Thank you very much, Nesrin.
Thank you. Thank you.
And now,
I'm so sorry to interrupt, sir. Actually, at that time, suddenly my battery went down of laptop, and the plug in which it was switched on, it was not working, and suddenly it just shut down the laptop. I'm extremely sorry.
you are welcome, dear. We understand your situation, no problem. And now we can skip to next presenter. Assoc Prof.Dr. Orhan Cengiz and Assistant Professor Dr. Agnieszka Parliska. Are you here?
Yes, we are here. Could you hear me?
Yes, we hear you, Mr.
Thank you very much. I am sharing my presentation on the screen.
Please.
And I will start.
Hang on. Orhan Cengiz, Mr. Orhan Cengiz will present is military expenditure still important for economic growth? Case for Bucharest 9 countries, B9. Yes, floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. We prepared this topic with my colleagues, dear Dr. Agnieszka Parlinska from Warsaw University of Life Science. Our topic is military expenditure still important for economic growth? Case for Bucharest 9 countries. Our content of the presentation covers different subsections. Purpose of the study: introduction, theoretical background, empirical literature, data, model and empirical strategy, empirical findings, and conclusion and policy recommendation. The purpose of the study is that analyzing the impact of military expenditure on Bucharest 9 countries, including Bulgaria, Czechia, Estonia, Hungary, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Romania, and Slovakia, using annual data covering the period 1991-2022. In the related literature, the economic growth effects of the military expenditure is still very important. So we try to investigate is it still important for these country groups. But in the literature, there is no consensus about the impact of the military expenditure on economic growth. Some scholars found negative relation between these variables. Some scholars find no relationship, and also the other scholars find the positive relationship between these variables. The Bucharest 9 initiative was established in 2015 in order to evolving security in Europe. This initiative brings together the countries from Central and Eastern Europe, as I told you in previous slide, including Bulgaria, Czechia, Estonia, Hungary, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Romania, and Slovakia, enhancing collective security and protecting the common of the 9 countries of initiative's main priorities. So this caused to increase military expenditure in these country groups. In this slide and in the figure, you can see easily that the military expenditure was decreased in these country groups probably until the beginning of the 2010. After the introduction of these initiatives, the military expenditure has risen in these country groups. So, as I told you before, in the empirical literature, there is no consensus. Here you can see that the result of in relevant literature, and it represent there is a mixed result about the impact of military expenditure on economic growth. It changing the using country groups, data period, empirical model, and another related factors. In our model, our data definition and surges are provided in table 2. The economic growth variable represented with the per capita gross domestic per capita real gross domestic product. We retrieve this data from World Bank. Military expenditure represent percentage of the gross domestic product. Also, we retrieve this data from the World Bank. Also, we include control variables affecting economic growth, the gross capital formation as of GDP, and exports of the goods and services, current USA dollar. Our empirical methodology seen in the slide that following the related literature, we composed, converted into natural logarithms. Here in the model, the beta coefficient represent the long run elasticities, E donates, time period, tariff, and cross section. To analyze the relationship between military expenditure and economic growth, we employ augmented mean group estimator as a second generation panel data estimation technique. The one of the most important superior of this estimation technique is that this technique is robust to existence of the cross-sectional dependency. My empirical findings also start with descriptive statistic. Here we can see that mean, standard deviation, minimum and maximum value. It is seen that the export has the highest standard deviation among the variables. It's followed by gross domestic per capita, military expenditure, and capital formation. Following the descriptive statistic, we check the existence of the cross-section dependency and slope heterogeneity test in the model. As seen that there is a strongly exist the cross-sectional dependency and slope heterogeneity test. So, in the case of cross-sectional dependency and slope heterogeneity, it requires to use the robust estimator in order to get robust analysis result. So, augment mean group is suitable for this primary analysis. Following the cross-sectional dependency, we check the stationary level of the variables. Here you can see that the except export variables, the other variables in the model are integrated order 1. So we can offer the augmented mean group estimators log run result for whole panel. Here you can see that all coefficient is positive and the all coefficient has statistically significant meaningful. In the values in the parentheses denotes the probability. For example, an increase 1% in military expenditure caused to rise in economic growth around person 0.064. So here we can see that as a whole, the military expenditure contribute economic growth in Bucharest Line countries. Also, capital formation and export has positive impact on economic growth in these country groups. If we examine the country-specific result, you can see that in some countries we can obtain the positive effects, and in some countries we obtain negative effects. The green sentences means we obtain the positive impact on economic growth. The red sentence represent that it significantly negative impact on economic growth. Here, except Czechia, Lithuania, and Slovakia, in the rest of our panel group, the military expenditure positively affect economic growth. So, as a result, our augmented mean group estimator indicate that military expenditure have a positive effect in economic growth. Furthermore, although country-specific results vary across the panel, in the most of the countries, the military expenditure stimulate economic growth. How can I say for the conclusion and policy recommendation? Due to the security and political results, it's normal to increasing military expenditure in these countries. But if the government try to obtain sustainable development in the long run, they care about the sustained increased military expenditure, and they should balance with private investment, because in the related literature it is said that if the military expenditure increase in the long run, it can negatively affect the private investment. So government in this country should balance the growth effect of the military expenditure and negative effect of the crowding out private investment in military expenditure. In order to realize sustainable economic growth, the investment in capital formation and promoting export is very crucial for Bucharest Line countries. In the full text, I try to develop our model. For now, in the first slide, we obtain these economic results. Thank you for kind participation to my presentation.
Okay, thank you. I think, do you have questions, participants? I think there is no question, just better to go for the next one. Thank you for your nice presentation.
Thank you very much.
Next presenter is just the role of theory, zone of proximal development and social relation in the teaching methodology of fine arts. Are there? Emil, Raul, Oglu, Agayu. Are you there, Emil? Okay, no one is there. State of application of personalized adaptive learning technologies in the educational process. Lecturer Rashan Zilma Gematov. Anyone else?
Sir, thank you very much for your presentation. Is there any question from the floor?
I think you too late. Just assign the next presenter, please, Dr. Karim.
Sorry. I couldn't reach.
Yes.
Did you announce?
Yeah, I was calling, but no one just replied. Who is the next presenter?
Okay, I will announce that. Sorry
Okay,
for
fine.
it. The next presenter is Assistant Professor Dr. Sinan Dündar. Are you here, Mr. Sinan Dündar?
Yeah, I joined.
Yes. He will present regional performance evaluation regarding investment incentives. Floor is yours, sir.
Yes. Thank you for your announcement. Excuse me. Thank you. First of all, I will mention about the regional performance evaluations regarding the investment incentives in Turkey. Incentive, in terms of lexical meaning and put forward by the OECD, incentives corresponds to governmental intervention aimed at influencing the scale, placement, and industrial sector and investment through the manipulation of its costs, potential profit, or risks inherent in the investment. These investment incentives are coordinated by the Turkish Ministry Industry and Technology, and with in parallel to these legislations, it is aimed to promote the investments in high added value sectors, fostering growth in production and employment, incentivizing regional investments, facilitating strategic investments, and seeking to attract foreign direct investments on an international scale. Additionally, mitigation of regional development disparities, providing support for investments and R&D endeavors pertaining to clustering and environmental conservation. The investment system applied in Turkey has 3 subcategories. These kinds of investments are implemented within the scope of general investment incentives, regional investment incentives, and strategic investment incentives. If we look at these subcategories of investment applications, there are some opportunities for the investors to benefit from such advantages, just like customs duty exemption, value-added tax exemption, income tax, insurance premium, employer share support, and something else. In accordance with the Socio-Economic Development Index implemented in Turkey, all the provinces are categorized in 6 sections. The Socio-Economic Development Index is implemented under 8 main categories: demographic, employment and social insurance, education, health, finance, competitiveness, innovation, and quality of life. The incentive subjects implemented, I mentioned before, are directly regulated according to the Socioeconomic Development Index of the relevant region. For example, Istanbul, Ankara, Antalya are the first regions, most developed regions you see in red, and the ones in purple are the least development regions in Turkey. However, the investment applications are increased if the mentioned region is in the 6th region. So this gives advantage for the least developed regions, and it is aimed to steer the investments in the least developed regions in Turkey. However, there is a question: is it really the case? We noticed that even though all these advantages implemented by the government, the preferences of the investors are always towards the 1st region. So we demanded to check whether this legislation runs as it is intended or not. For this purpose, we gathered information from the Ministry of Science and Technology, all the incentive certificates issued between 2001 and 2022, and reviewed over 100,000 incentive certificates issued between this period. Our main purpose was to determine whether the investors really make their investments in the less developed regions or not. But within the scope of the analysis we conducted as a multi-criteria decision-making problem, we noticed that the tendency of investors are always in the most developed regions. The flowchart of our study can be seen in the screen. As I mentioned, we gathered more than 100,000 of incentive certificates from the Ministry of Industry and Technology covering the years 2001 and 2022, and we evaluated these 6 regions in accordance with the criteria, which are number of investments, certificates, fixed investments, amount of investments, and employment forecast with regard to both domestic and foreign investments by means of logarithmic methodology of additive weights. And we ordered these regions according to their performance, but with the Marcos-LM method. In this study, we ordered these 6 regions by means of the Marcos-LM method. Why we chose this method? I should explain it. There are several multi-criteria decision-making methods in the literature, but in case of presence of non-normally distributed data, the logarithmic versions of these methods are always preferred. And since our data did not show a normal distribution, we preferred the logarithmic version of the Marcos method. These are the implementation steps of the relevant method. I don't want to make a detailed description of this approach and directly directly want to show the results. As you can see in the screen, as a result of the implemented method, we find a utility degree. So the first region has the most utility degree. The second is in the second order. Third region is in the third order. Fourth region is in the fourth order, and else. So there is a question here. Is our legislation relevant with the incentives really conclude or result in as it is intended. We see that the performance of the first region in Turkey is in the first order. So the aim of this legislation do not meet its intention. So and in the final stage, we implemented a sensitivity analysis, and we see that the results do not change. What we gathered from this study, despite all the incentives, investors' preferences are always in favor of developed regions. The share of investments in less developed regions remains relatively low. It is imperative to critically examine whether the investment incentive system in Turkey is being effectively implemented in accordance with its intended objectives. Factors which investors take into consideration on the sidelines of making investment decisions is an issue that needs to be studied comprehensively. Introduction of new incentives that encourage investors to invest in underdeveloped regions should be the most important agenda for policymakers dealing with this issue. Thank you for your attendance. In case of any question, I can reply here.
Thank you, Mr. Sinan Dündar. Is there any question from floor to Mr. Sinan Dündar?
Türkiye Sivas Cumhuriyet University.
Yes. Is there any question from floor? I think there is no question. Thank you very much, sir, for your great presentation. The next presenter is Fidan Kahaliolova. Are you here, Fidan?
Yes, I am here.
I think you are from Azerbaijan.
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay.
Fidan
Hello to everyone.
Kahaliolova will present
Yes.
Sustainable Development Goals in Contemporary World and Environmental Protection Policy of Azerbaijan. Floor is yours.
Yes. Okay. But I can't share my presentation.
Let me help you. Let me. Can you try it again?
Okay. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. Hello to everyone. My topic is Sustainable Development Goals in Contemporary World and Environmental Protection Policy of Azerbaijan. My research design is there are introduction, and here is brief information about environmental problems, literature review, methodology, finding and discussion, and conclusion recommends. Yes, the development of human society is impossible without mutual contact with nature. Earth is renewable and non-renewable resource intensively used to meet human needs and ensure its comprehensive development. People get everything that is important for their life, energy, food, etc. from nature. Nature is the source of human aesthetic demand. At the beginning of the 21st century, the deterioration of the ecological situation continues throughout the world and in the main regions of our country. Anthropogenic changes occurring in nature are mostly positive, but a person who interferes with natural process in several cases violates the laws of nature and causes undesirable concessions for himself.
Among the contradictions that threaten the foundations of the existence of civilization, the most important are environmental pollution and depletion of natural resource. Therefore, the human society faces the task of eliminating the ecological crisis, protecting nature, and implementing the effective use of natural resource. The problem is extremely urgent. It is one of the most important topics for the world in the modern era. Currently, environmental problems are not only related to industry, but also economy, politics, law, medicine, etc. Since it penetrates into the fields, the solution of these problems should be carried out in a comprehensive manner. One of the most important problems facing the world community in modern times is environmental protection and sustainable development of human civilization. The Sustainable Development Goals, also known as the Global Goals, were adopted by the United Nations in 2015 as a universal call to action to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure that by 2030 all people enjoy peace and prosperity. The 17 Sustainable Development Goals are integrated. They recognize that action in one area will affect outcomes in others, and that development must balance social, economic, and environmental sustainability. Countries have committed to prioritize progress for those who are furthest behind. The Sustainable Development Goals are designed to end poverty, hunger, AIDS, and discrimination against women and girls. And environmental protection. What is environmental protection? Environmental protection is the practice of protecting the natural environment by individuals, groups, and governments. Its objectives are to conserve natural resource and the existing natural environment, and where it is possible to repair damage and reverse trends. Due to the pressures of our consumption, population growth, and technology and biophysical environment is being degraded, sometimes permanently. This has been recognized and governments have begun placing restraints on activities that cause environmental degradation. Since the 1960s, environmental movements have created more awareness of the multiple environmental problems. There is disagreement on the extent of the environmental impact of human activity, so protection measures are occasionally debated. But environmental protection is essential. Has always been practiced by humans in one form or another. However, as anthropogenic pressures or the environment have escalated over the past century, the need for systematic environmental protection has increased. This has led to considerable experimentation with the domestic and international measures that are used to achieve environmental protection objectives. Some of these have been successful, but the overall picture is one of failure. Due to the failings of the past and greater awareness of the complexity of environmental problems, there is a growing acceptance that environmental protection is best achieved through the use of multi-pronged approach. This requires the use of a combination of regularity, economic, voluntary, and information instruments, where the policy mix is determined on the basis of available evidence regarding cost effectiveness. Literature review, I use the Sustainable Development Goals that accepted by United Nations, the United Papers of United Nations, and the Environmental Protection Law. Methodology, document reviews, data analysis. I used content analysis, data collection, research instruments, and a reason for selecting a specific methodology. I use this method for analysis of the papers. So, sorry. Yes, this information about sustainable development goals and environmental protection. Okay. Environmental protection law of that accepted in 1999. This law governs the legal, economic, and social framework for environmental protection. The purpose of this law is to guarantee environmental safety and the ecological balance of the environment, prevent the impact of socio-economic and other activities, preserve biological diversity, and effectively manage the use of nature. This law governs mutual relations between society and nature for the purpose of improving the quality of the environment, using and renewing natural resources efficiently, and enforcing environmental protection laws and legal procedures. The document consists of 14 chapters that contain 82 articles. The law on protection of the environment came into force in 1999 to strengthen regulatory frameworks for protection of the environment in the Republic of Azerbaijan. The ultimate goal of this policy is to ensure environmental security, prevent hazardous anthropogenic impacts, support the preservation of biological diversity, and the sustainable use of natural resources. The Act aims at long-term and system-wide effects. DARYANTO proposes quantity-driven policy instruments to achieve the established goals. Provisions of the present Act comply with the Constitution of the Republic of Azerbaijan and other current legislative acts. The policy was adopted to reinforce the law number 79 of the Republic of Azerbaijan on environmental protection and natural resource management in 1992. So, thus the concept of environmental safety was explained from several aspects in paper. The causes of the problem, the formation of the concept of environmental security, its essence and importance in the development of the modern world were mentioned in the paper, and environmental safety was considered as the main direction of the concept of sustainable development, as well as the priority of the environmental policy of the Republic of Azerbaijan. I would like to highlight once again the exceptional importance of environmental security for our modern world and future generations. This in turn makes the joint effort of the whole world necessary to solve the problem. Thank you for your kind attention, and thank you for such a great organizing. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Fidan. Is there any question from floor to Fidan? I think there is no question. Thank you very much, dear Fidan.
You're welcome. Thank you. Good luck to all.
Thank you very much. With this presentation, we have finished this session. We will move on to next session, the last session of the day. Actually, we are earlier than the session start time, so I want to look that participants are here or not. Dear Ashish Jorasya, are you here?
Yes, sir, I'm here only.
Great. Resha Beka and Majlinda Gjelash, are you here? Sorry for pronunciation. Resha Beka, are you here? The title of their paper, Patient Profession, Exploring the Identity of Preschool Teachers in Kosovo. Are you here, Beka? The next paper, Local Economic Initiatives in Poland and Their Socio-Economic Effectiveness. Nina Stepnika, are you here, Nina? Nina, are you here? The last paper is the influence of bilingualism on the development of bilingual children speech. Asoç Prof.Dr. Shamsieva Manzura. Are you here? Okay, there is only one presenter. Asi, we are 50 minutes earlier than starting time of your session. So let's give 10 minutes coffee break and then we can start. Maybe the other presenters also will come. 10 minutes break will be better. Okay?
Sure, thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
You are welcome. 10 minutes later, we will listen your paper. I think we can start now. Mr. Ashish Jorasia, are you here? Arpresha Beka, are you here?
I am here.
Yes, good. We announced you before, but we couldn't hear your voice. You can present your paper then, and then Ashish Jorasia will present his paper.
Okay.
Arpresha Beka will present patient profession exploring the identity of the preschool teachers in Kosovo. Floor is yours.
Excuse me, do you hear me?
Yes, Nina, we hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks.
You are welcome. We will
Welcome.
listen Arps, Becca, then Asish Yorasya. After that, we will listen your paper. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's okay.
Yes, that's okay. We can listen your paper.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I am Mardawiyah, PhD candidate at University of Pristina, Hasan Pristina from Kosovo. I work as a preschool teacher, trainer for early education, and I'm an owner at a private preschool institution. I'm very honored to be able to present a part of my qualitative research from the doctoral topic on which I worked with my mentor, Linda Celay, at this prestigious International Social Science Congress. I believe that we are the last session for this great Congress, and I think that we are the best group, like the cake after the meal. Are you agree with me or not?
I agree with you.
And the presentation is Passion versus Profession, exploring the identity of preschool teachers in Kosovo. And I will start with the role of professional identity. The role of professional identity in the career choice of the preschool teacher in business science is toward the career in early childhood education, shaping their beliefs, practices, and premium with the education environment. This research has studied the history of professional identity among preschool teachers and its impact on the choice of a profession, their expectation before preschool teachers and during service, and their impact on their current technology, emphasizing the dynamic nature of personal and professional identity formation. The research methodology is classified qualitative methodology. 10 female preschool teachers have autobiographical stories as the main source of data. And the purpose of the biographical narrative interview was to reflect the opinions of preschool teachers who work with groups of 3 to 6 years old in kindergartens and in pre-primary classes in the Republic of Kosovo regarding the choice of profession, role in working with children, the image of work, and how preschool teachers see their future. There are some steps for this analyzing this data. We firstly have done transcription, organized answers, answer coding, and thematic analysis. As you can see in this page, we have descriptive data of preschool teachers. They are from different cities, different institutions, and the teachers has different ages. The thematic is stories of preschool, analysis of thematic is stories of preschool teachers before and after the war. Before and during the last war in Kosovo, compared to today, studying in addition to being a profession was also a mission for the education of generations. As preschool teacher 6 said, my experience as a preschool teacher began 28 years ago, inheriting from my mother. It means we have a family tradition of educating and training the younger generation. Of course, at that time, it was not easy to educate a woman, when it was known that even families did not have the opportunity to educate their children. However, in my family, my mother was a preschool teacher. At the same time, she also educated us and made us understand the value of education, especially the profession of preschool teacher, said preschool teacher 6. Another issue, thematic issue from analysis is the life experience of preschool teachers toward the profession, and the key is love for children and working with them. For some teachers, this has been a personal choice and a dream. My experience as a preschool teacher is also my life itself. Since the age of 22, I have entered the world of the preschool teacher profession, and since then I have protected and loved this profession with everything I have, said preschool teacher 11. Another issue is initial orientation for the profession of preschool teacher, and the key is the role of the family. Growing up, there were 7 children at home, and I always helped each one of them with schoolwork. I do not deny that I always loved them with all my soul because they are the sincerest part of humanity and their love is pure, said preschool teacher 8. Another issue is factors influencing the selection of the profession, and the key is the role of the family. First of all, I can say that a key role in this I played with by my preschool teacher, who was perfect in all aspects, both as a human and as a professional. She had a great love for children and cared for them deeply, said preschool teacher 1. Professional preparation before service is another issue, and economic condition and the war in Kosovo, it was another case in this page. My studies began at High School Skanderbeu in Gjilan in 90s. The first year went very well, and with 2 terms, I managed to finish the first year successfully. After a while, we continued to study in private home. I became a mother and the years passed. My soul burned for education, a dream left in half. After 9 years, I continued again in Gjilan, where there was only school for preschool teachers. This was a huge icebreaker for me. The beginning was difficult, but I continued my education and completed it. I graduated and hired the same day, said preschool teacher 12. Another issue is experience of the profession and the initial phases on employment, and the key are challenges in the first beginning of work. Preschool teacher 2 says that day by day, I picked myself up and gained self-confidence. Then I had no problem in my profession. Now I feel calmer. I take things more calmly, said preschool teacher 4. But then you learn to work in these circumstances that are offered to you. Now I'm used to the work and the colleagues I work with. Also, working with children is easier now, said preschool teacher 8. And the last is prospect for the future, profession or passion. The profession of my dream, without a doubt, I think I will continue to work for a long time. Moreover, I am also thinking of opening my preschool institution and realizing my dream of being an educator, says preschool teacher 1. In the beginning, I was more satisfied with this profession, which I also call passion, said preschool teacher 6. No, we have another thoughts. No, I don't think I will work until retirement because of the condition offered in the workplace where I work. The work is tiring due to the large number of children in the group, about the number of preschool teachers, said preschool teacher 8. We have conclusions. Some of them, preschool teachers with higher identities tend to have a high sense of social responsibility and actively contribute to the improvement of teaching content. And preschool teachers who recognize the responsibilities and obligations of their education place higher demand on children's learning outcomes and are more ready for contribute to teaching innovation when they have a high degree of social identity. And recommendation to help with the relevant factors that influence the identity of the educator, who in addition to working with children faces various problems, from curriculum changes to problems related to their own economic, social, and professional well-being. Policy makers must prioritize investment in education, infrastructure, and professional development program to ensure the sustainable and thriving future to early childhood education. Thank you for your kind attention. In Albanian is faleminderit për vëmendjen tuaj. If you have any question, please let me know.
Thank you very much for your presentation, dear Becca. Is there any question from floor to Becca? I think there is no question. Thank you very much, Becca. The title is very important and you presented very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nina Stepnica, are you here?
Yes, are you here? Do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Dear
Okay.
Askijorosya, actually it is your turn, but because of she's a madam, I want to give her the turn, if you accept this.
Yes, yes, of course, because I don't want show my presentation because
Yes,
I
we
have a
will help
problem.
you. Asi, is it okay for you too?
Is it okay? No issues. Please carry on.
Okay, thank you. I will share your presentation, Nina.
I sent you my presentation
Yes,
on WhatsApp.
I will share it. No problem.
Okay, thanks. Super. Thank you very much.
You are welcome.
Okay, so my name is Nina Stępnicka and I'm an associate professor at economics at Jan Kochanowski University in Kielce in Poland. I deal with topics such as local economic inequalities in Poland and their socio-economic effectiveness. The next one, please. Complementary currencies, also known as community currencies, alternative currencies, and in Poland, local currencies. They are not a new phenomenon. They have accompanied communities for probably thousands of years, but the systematic growth of interest in complementary currencies around the world, mainly in Europe, the Americas, Australia, and Oceania, and Japan, has been observed since the 1980s. The great increase in interest and the emergence of complementary currencies occurred in 2002, with the expansion being associated not so much with the proliferation of a single system of complementary currencies in different parts of the world, but with its horizontal and vertical diversification, on the one hand taking the form of innovation involving a wide range of different models of complementary currencies, and on the other taking the form of experimentation with the monetary system of the different countries. The next one, please. Okay. Maybe the next one, because there is a not important. The next one, please. Okay, there is okay. Thank you. In the light of International Labour Organization terminology, complementary currencies are one of the important tools of social and solidarity economy and alternative finance schemes. They play an important role in community risk management and local development and are a mix of diverse, locally rooted and grassroots economic projects. Although they operate at a small scale, they show the potential to build a more stable and people-centered monetary ecosystem, incorporating much more diversity in countries as well as a financial institution. Moreover, complementary currency systems around the world suggest that they can also be a tool for sustainability development, especially in times of economic instability due to, among other things, their use limited to a specific space where they can strengthen local economic development and local democracy. Their role is stimulating production and exchange, and their potential to modify values and social relations. The next one, please. Okay, thank you. Complementary currencies is a term used to describe the variety of complementary alternative systems that exist alongside to mainstream money. They are means of exchange that circulate alongside national currencies based on collective agreements between users. Community currency systems generally serve a specific local area or region, often with positive social and economic effects. They are examples of the development of alternative economic spaces and a medium for the exchange of goods and services. Unlike conventional barter based on two entities directly trading with each other, complementary currencies expand trade by connecting a network of people and companies, support new forms of exchange, are considered a vehicle for economic and social change, but also question the official monetary system of states. They are considered useful instrument to facilitate economic regeneration, but also a tool important for human capital development. They are understood as a group of currencies of scrip alongside standard currencies. They take the form of printed money that is used for purchase or can function as virtual currency that exists only in computerized account. The next one, please. What are features of local currency? The local currencies are the absence of the possibility and the main themes of stable level of cash, which is an essential condition for local development. The handling of the transaction of local market without the possibility of transfer and speculation with and without negative economic phenomena and process. The feature of local currencies is interest-free. The next one is non-convertible into other currencies, and the need to drain them, preventing unnecessary holding of currency. The next one, please. Okay, thank you. What are tasks of local currencies? The first one is protection of local interest in the small and medium-sized enterprise sector. The next one is flourishing the local labor market, reduction of local unemployment levels. The next one is support of local markets and creation of links between the local community and its economic activities. The next one is activity to the local business community, supporting the local manufacturing and services sector and fostering overall economic growth. And the task of local currencies is opportunity to stand out, show regional identity, social emancipation of local communities, and the interpersonal relations. The next one, please. Okay, thank you. What are complementary currencies in Poland? In Poland is zielone. Zielony is a Polish local currency, is the only complementary currency operating in Poland. It was created in 2015 in Poland by Dariusz Brzosowiec, project leader, as well as a publicist and a system analysis of local transaction system. The project preceding the complementary currency Zielony in Poland was the complementary currency Dobry, created in February 2014, also by Dariusz Brzosowiec, for which activity was suspended in September this year. Until the creation of the Zielony, another complementary currency, Piast, was also registered in Poland in 2014, the activity on which was suspended by its creators 10 months later. A characteristic feature of the complementary currency in Poland is that they were created in the same region, among other things, as a response to the region's economic problems related, among others, to unemployment. The model of complementary currency Zielony in Poland adheres at the patterns and models tested in Switzerland and Belgium, in particular Sardex, Res Euro in Belgium, and Wir franc, with it is the second transaction currency in Switzerland. The local complementary currency Zielony supports transactions carried out by various business entities and individual customers across the country. In 2024, more than 6,000 companies and 4,000 individuals were operating in the system of complementary currency Zielony. The next one, please. Thank you. What are dilemmas around the local currency? The first one is what to do with the local currency and how to make the conversation when the system ceases to exist. Who bears the responsibility for errors in the system and abuse by its various participants, and what guarantee of the corrections in the reflection in providing? What measure should be taken to ensure that the local currency system is not just a form of community? And what characteristics should a system of local currency have to that, on the one hand, is graduated real benefits for its beneficiaries, and on the other hand, does not limit to the opportunities for local development, ignoring the importance of globalization of all the effects that accompany it. Okay, the next one, please. Okay, we have, thank you. We have one question about local currencies. Do local currencies represent an opportunity or threats to business development? The answer is it depends. It depends of area, it depends of social situation, epidemics, and it depends national, regional economic development. In local, small scale communities where consumers are determined to buy from local retailers and local businesses, which is what offers jobs to the local community, while the suppliers of the products will be local business. If we take into account social situation and epidemics, the local currency use during a special period, for example, in COVID-19, it was beneficial to the economic recovery. Due to its characteristics, the use of local currency is important, especially during the recovery period, that the transaction of an epidemic situation to the next phase, which from the point of view of the economy is characterized by its unfreezing. And if we take into account national, regional economic development, an opportunity for entrepreneurial development in poor regions that have been left out of the global division of labor, and for which mass production produced by companies poses a serious threat. Economies of scale, mass produced products that are cheaper than those produced locally encourage demand of them and money to flow out of local economics. And the next one, please. Okay, thank you. Complementary currencies have different impacts on functioning of the local economy. Economic practice indicate that complementary currencies contribute to the build of local capital, foster the creation of conditions for sustainability development, as well as serve a tool to support the activities of entities of the local economy to operate in it. Although the significant role of complementary currencies in the development of local entrepreneurship and micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises is not confirmed by aggregated values and economic performance indicators, the influence of complementary currencies on function of local economy expressed, among others, by an increase in the number of users joining to complementary currency system within 1 year, and increase in the number of complete transactions, and an increase of the volume and turnover from the sale of goods and services expressed in the aforementioned currency within a certain period of time. These relationships are visible in the case of complementary currency zielone, which has been the only currency operating in Poland since 2015. Just a minute, please. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, in conclusion, compensation and complementary money system are local in nature. They have regulation that inhibit the outflow of this money, this means of settlement outside the region, country in which they are used. Complementary currencies function side by side with the state money and make up for its shortage. It is postulated that these two systems are used in parallel, just as local communities, Switzerland, Belgium, Spain, Denmark, the United States, and complementary currencies are based on cooperation and transaction function. They are considered a global phenomenon. Complementary currencies are also seen as a tool of so-called economic patriotism, especially in West European countries. They protect against the negative effects of financial crisis and take the activities of local financial system. Joining the zielone complementary currency in Poland by various economic entities is voluntary. In conclusion, the complementary currency zielone in Poland during lockdown is not a tool to support the functioning and development of the entities subject to restriction and lockdown in the local economy during the COVID pandemic. Polish local currency zielone is conducive to the creation of local entrepreneurship, including the development and functioning of micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises in the period without lockdown and administrative restriction, limited trade in local products and services, and especially in the period of financial crisis, when it can be used as a tool for debt relief, financial, and supplementing the shortage of national currency in the local market. Okay, thank you so much.
You are welcome. Thank you very much for your presentation. Is there any question from Fleur to Nina? I think there is no question. Nina, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
You are welcome. And let's move on to next presentation. The title is Problematic Aspects and Forecast Directions for Improving the Legal Regulations of the Activities of the Belarusian Parliament. The presenter is Prof.Dr. Oksana Chimra and from Belarus and Prof.Dr. Asish Yorasia from India. Floor is yours.
Yes, first of all, very good evening to you.
Good evening to you. You can share your presentation and you can start. Hirasi, do you need help?
Yes, yes.
How can I help you?
Just a second. Yes, are you getting my voice?
You are audible and your presentation is visible. You can start.
Thank you. Thank you.
Making the presentation is bigger, maybe better.
Yeah. Yes, the topic of this paper is problematic aspects and forecast directions for improving the legal regulations of the activities of the Belarusian parliament. So I'm presenting this paper along with my co-author, Dr. Oksana Chimra. She's not here right now. Here is the agenda as per the norms of International CEO Congress. Now I'm going to start my presentation from the introduction. If I'm talking about the introduction, there is the importance of the National Assembly of the Republic of Belarus. There is a dual chamber structure, which is known as House of Representatives and Council of the Republic. And there is significance in collegial representative in democracy. So it is the introduction of the Belarusian parliament. Now, if I'm talking about the ROL, which is called Literature of Review, there are key legal documents which we can read here as an International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, Constitution of the Republic of Belarus, Electoral Code of the Republic of Belarus, Laws in the National Assemblies and Statutes of Deputies. If I'm talking about the research methodology which can be used as comparative legal analysis, examination of different legal frameworks, use of various scientific techniques. And here are the objectives. The main objective of this particular paper is to understand challenges and opportunities faced by the Belarusian parliament. If I'm talking about the findings and discussion, the forecast direction for improvement is related to strengthening representative functions at both collegial and individual levels. And the second is legislative reforms to enhance accountability and effectiveness. Strengthening representative functions, collegial level improvements, which are mandatory participation in deputy groups, interaction with labor collectives and local councils, regular reporting to chambers on voter feedback. There are technical and media utilization, which we can read use of internet and social media for voter engagement, establishment of official websites and online forms, Consideration of a parliamentary television program. If I'm talking about optimizing parliamentary groups, legal rights to have up to 3 voluntary assistants, systematic training and qualification enhancement for deputies. If I'm talking about foreign practices, then comparison with legislative procedures in Japan and Germany, proposal for collective support requirement for major bills in Belarus. Now here is the conclusion and recommendations. So expert involvement and cooperation recommendations are inclusion of experts and parliamentary committees, potential for co-opting non-deputies into committees for specialized advice, legislative refinement and future steps are here, need for continuous scientific analysis and legislative refinement, propose improvements as catalyst for enhanced parliamentary effectiveness. So that's all from my side, sir. And these are my details. If you have any kind of questions or like any query, then you can contact here only. Thank you so much, Sri Karim Kirdal, for giving me such an opportunity to present my paper as well as co-hosting
You're
this,
welcome. You're welcome, dear.
International CEO Congress. Thank you.
You are-
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Is there any question from floor to Mr. Assis Jorasya? I think there is no question. Mikuyan, do you have a question, dear?
No, I have no question. It is a very nice presentation. Thank you for your wonderful slides.
I think with this presentation, we have finished this session also. This was the last session of the day. Is there anyone who hasn't given a presentation here now? I think no. Okay. There will be closing session 1 hour later. We will close the Congress with the closing session. Hope to see you all 1 hour later again.
Hemen bizden. 5 gece kal, 4 gece öde. 4 gece kal, 3 gece öde. Hemen tatilsepeti.com'a gir. Ücretsiz gecelemeli oteller arasından dilediğini seç, tatili başlat.
Güçlü Dyson teknolojisi, şimdi ıslak ve kuru temizleme özelliğiyle. Yeni
Dear Gozal Otanazora, you can share your screen, please. You have 5 minutes.
Hello.
Yes, you can share your screen. You have 5 minutes. You can present.
Okay.
Testament.
You have 4 minutes. Without presentation, you can present it. Okay.
Okay. My topic is common future, addressing global problems, studying the interconnection between social, economic, environmental, organizational, and technological issues, and developing comprehensive solution for a sustainable future. Common Future Tashkent ICFT Institute, student of International Finance and Applied Accounting Department. متنازعة Güzel Dilbekim'den my name is. Abstract, the global landscape is increasingly characterized by complex, interconnected challenges that transcend national borders and individual sectors. Social, economic, environmental, organization, and technological issues are deeply intertwined, demanding comprehensive and multidisciplinary approach to foster sustainable development. This article explores the interconnection between these domains, highlighting the necessity for integrated solutions to address global problems. By examining case studies and theoretical frameworks, we aim to develop a holistic understanding of the systematic nature of these challenges and propose strategies for a sustainable future. Next one, keywords, sustainable development, global problems, interdisciplinary solutions, social issues, economical issues, environmental issues, organizational issues, technological innovation, system thinking, police interaction, collaborative strategies. Next one, social issues. Social issues including poverty, inequality, and health disparities are often the most visible manifestation of systematic problems. These issues are influenced by and, in turn, influence economic conditions, environmental equality, and technological access. Addressing social issues requires a multifaceted approach that considers the broader context in which these problems arise. For example, improving educational access can enhance economic opportunities and health outcomes, while reducing environmental burdens can improve community health and social stability. Next one, environmental issues. Environmental challenges, particularly climate change, represent a critical area where the interconnectedness of global problems is most apparent. Environmental degradation stems from unsustainable economic activities and social and economic inequalities. Next one, organizational issues. Organizational strategies and practices play a significant role in shaping response to global challenges. Effective organizations can drive innovation, implement sustainable practice, and foster collaboration across sectors. Conversely, inefficient organizational practice can hinder progress and existing problems. Next one, technological issues. Technological advancement offer both opportunities and challenges for sustainable development. Ensuring that technological development aligns with sustainable goals requires integration with social, economic, and organization strategies. while technological can provide a solution to environmental and social problems,
Here
it
goes
can
on.
also
Here goes on. Here goes on. Please summarize your paper in 2 minutes.
okay. Just 2 minutes.
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Okay. Next one, sustainable thinking in sustainable development. Next one, case studies. Case studies, several case studies from different regions and sectors illustrates the importance of interconnected solutions. Next, the complexity of global challenge, comprehensive and interdisciplinary approach. By understanding and addressing the interconnection between social, economic, environmental, organizational, and technological issues, we can develop more effective and sustainable solutions. Next reference, and that's all. Thank you for your attention.
You are welcome. Thank you also.
Thank you.
Hello, all participants. I want to give special thanks to some academics who are devoted a lot to this Congress. We Congress together, who are İlhan Alyay, Duygu Hıdıroğlu, Sovik Dasgupta, Amelia Naim, Murteza Hasanoğlu, Wiwiek Mardawiyah, Daryanto, Azar Dilançiyev, Alon Silusar, Sergi Kolot, Anolji Basu, Lamia HAMMAD, Reytay, Sabire Tuğçe, Deti Nurfadillah, Farhot Ahrorov, Sümersin Yadav, Siamel Kafavi, Hernancil Ferlio, Devi Puspaynia Fani, Luis Miguel Cardoso, Firdaus Baset, Murteza Hasanoğlu, Gökhan Turan, and Muhammed Zulkifli. And in this Congress, totally 219 papers have been presented by 403 researchers, educators, and community leaders from 32 countries and 124 institutions. In addition, there were 46 sessions and a keynote speaker panel, a guest speaker panel, and a research method workshop during 3 days. And we will give best paper awards for global, and also we will give best paper awards local. Firstly, I remind you that the other papers also were very good and sufficient enough. We tried a lot to choose the best papers. I want to say this firstly. And I want to tell something Turkish too, because this Congress is Turkish and English. Best paper'ları seçerken 2 tane Türkçe, 3 tane yabancı dilde seçildi. 2 tanesi Türkiye'den, 3 tanesi yurt dışından seçildi. Bunu da katılım oranına bakarak yapıldı. Katılım oranında %60 yabancı, %40 Türkiye'den katılım olduğu için 2 Türkiye'den, 3 yurt dışından bildiri seçimi gerçekleşti. Türkçe bildirileri, en iyi bildirileri sunması için Sayın Murteza Hasanoğlu hocama sözü veriyorum ben.
Çok teşekkür ediyorum Kerim Hocam. Çok teşekkürler. Kıymetli akademi ve düşünce dünyasının kıymetli mensupları, hanımefendiler, beyefendiler, sizleri en kalbi duygularımla, hürmetle, muhabbetle selamlıyorum. Öncelikle sempozyum düzenleyenlere, katkı verenlere çok teşekkür ediyorum. Sempozyum Bilim Kurulu'na çok teşekkür ediyorum. Katılımcılara teşekkür ediyorum. Kerim Karadar hocama teşekkür ediyorum. İletişim, ekonomi, yönetim, organizasyon, girişimcilik, inovasyon ve bilimsel araştırma kültürünün gelişmesine katkıda bulunan Uluslararası CEO İletişim Kongresi'nde sizlere bir arada bulunmaktan çok memnuniyet duyuyorum. Burada biz bölgemizin ve dünyanın meselelerini konuştuk, tartıştık, bunlara çözüm yolları aradık ve çok güzel bir kongre geçirdik. 9. Uluslararası CEO İletişim, Ekonomi, Organizasyon, Sosyal Bilimler Kongresi bildiğiniz gibi 5-7 Temmuz bugün 2024 tarihlerinde Kazakistan'ın Esil Üniversitesi ev sahipliğinde Kariyer Point Üniversitesi, Portakale Politeknik Enstitüsü, Akasya Üniversitesi, Uluslararası İşletme Okulu, Muhanlal Şukadya Üniversitesi, Taşkent Ekonomi Üniversitesi, Semerkant Şubesi, Uluslararası Vizyon Üniversitesi, Alfred Nobel Üniversitesi, Nişantaşı Üniversitesi, Prizren Üniversitesi, Kıbrıs Batı Üniversitesi, Bilgi Laboratuvarı, CEO Tekmer, Austin Teknik Üniversitesi, Mardin Artık Üniversitesi işbirliğiyle düzenlendi. Kongre dilimiz İngilizce ve Türkçeydi. Önceki kongrelerde olduğu gibi bu kongrede de 32 ülkeden 124 kurum kuruluştan, bilimsel merkezlerden, üniversitelerden 403 araştırmacı, hocamız, bilim adamı, eğitimci ve toplum lideri tarafından 2219 bildiri sunulmuştu. Ayrıca bugün 3 gün boyunca 47 oturum, açılış konuşması paneli, konuşması panelleri, araştırma yöntemi çalıştayları da gerçekleştirdim. 2024 bu CEO kongremizde 32 ülke Arjantin, Avustralya, Azerbaycan, Belarus, Beyaz Rusya, Fransa, Hindistan, Endonezya, Irak, İtalya, Kazakistan, Kosova, Malezya, Maroko, Niderland, Yeni Zelanda, Nijer, Oman, Pakistan, Filipinler, Polonya, Romanya, Rusya, Suudi Arabistan, Tanzanya, Tayland, Türkiye, Amerika Birleşik Devletleri ve Özbekistan'dan çok değerli bilim adamları katıldı. Ben özellikle bu kongrede bilim adamları olarak Kerim Karadal hocama, İlhan Aliyay hocama, Hıdıroğlu hocama, Dasgupta'ya, Amelia Naim, DARYANTO, Azer Dilenci, Slüssar, Sergi Kolot, Basu, Lamia, HAMMAD ve Sabire Tuğca, Rufadullah, Farhat Ahrabo, Sumer Yadav, El Kavvafi, Porleo, Devi Puspanin, Uçyas, Fayeni, Cardoso, Firdevs Basbet, Gökhan, Turan Muhabbet Zülkül hocalarıma da çok teşekkür ediyorum ve sizlere Kerim Karadar hocam dediği gibi Türkçe en iyi bildiri ödüllerini kazanmanız sizin değerli bilim adamlarının dikkatine sunuyorum. En iyi bildiriler olarak Türkçe olarak bir iletişim becerisi olarak dinleme ve aktif dinleme. Burada bu bildiri sunanlar değerli hocalarım Prof.Dr. Mehmet Gürel ve araştırma görevlisi Neslihan Özmelektaş. Hocalarım burada mı? Tebrik ediyoruz.
Çok sağ olun hocam. Teşekkür ederiz. Neslihan Özmelektaş, araştırma görevlisi doktor. Ben buradayım. Hocam katılamadı internet bağlantı sorunu nedeniyle. Ben de Kerim hocama ve sizlere, değerli hocalarıma tabii ki çok güzel bu etkinliğe her yıl katılmaya çalışıyorum. Emekleri için çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Tüm tabii yurt dışından katılımcılara da çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Sağ olun.
Çok teşekkür ederim. Bir daha tebrik ediyoruz. İkinci Türkçe bildiri, en iyi bildiri ödülü isim olarak mesleki öz yeterliliğin tükenmişliğe etkisinden mesleki özdeşleşmenin arazılık rolü. Eczacılık mesleği üzerine bir araştırma. Burada kazanan hocalarımız en iyi bildiri Varucan Yücecan ve Burcu Özgür hocamız. Tebrik ediyoruz. Başarılarının devamını diliyoruz. Buradalar mı hocalarım?
Evet, buradayız hocam. Çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Barıcan Bey de burada öğrencim. Barıcan Bey.
Evet, hocam ekranınızı biraz Burcu hocam ekranınızı biraz eğebilir misiniz? Gözükmediniz siz.
Tamam, şöyle yapayım. Oldu mu şimdi hocam?
Evet.
Tamam.
Evet.
Ben çok teşekkür ederim. Ben de hocam kusura bakmayın sözünü kestim. Değerli hocalarıma, herkese çok teşekkür ederim. Bunun mesajı daha da çok çalışmak gerektiğini düşünüyorum. Çalışmaya devam. Tekrar teşekkür ederim. Hocama da herkes için de bana verdiği destek tekrar teşekkür etmek istiyorum. Sağ olun.
Burcu Özgül hocam siz de bir
Öncelikle bu platformda yer almaktan dolayı çok mutluyum. 4. kez katılıyorum. Bu sefer hep bireysel katılmıştım. Bu sefer öğrencimle katıldık. Güzel bir çalışmayı paylaştık. İnşallah onu SSI yayına dönüştürmeyi düşünüyoruz. SİA Kongresi'nde olmaktan dolayı ben çok mutluyum. Kerim hocama çok teşekkür ediyorum. İnşallah hep devamı gelecek böyle. Dediğim gibi 4.'sü. Sizlere çok teşekkür ediyorum. Açıkçası yaptığımız çalışmanın böyle karşılık bulması beni çok mutlu etti. Öğrencime özveri olarak çalıştığı için çok teşekkür ediyorum. İnşallah daha güzel şeylere imza atmak adına güzel şeyler yapacağız. Çok teşekkürler. Sağ
biz
olun.
teşekkür ediyoruz. Bir daha tebrik ediyoruz. Başarılarınızın devamını diliyoruz.
Çok teşekkür ediyorum. Çok sağ olun.
Biz teşekkür ediyoruz. Kerim hocam.
Sayın hocam teşekkür ederim. Sürekli
teşekkür ederim.
katkınız var. Murteza hocam çok
Ben teşekkür
saygılar
ediyorum. Sağ
sunuyorum.
olun. Saygılar, sevgiler sunuyorum.
Yabancı hocalarımızın en iyi ödüllerini duyurması için Lamia HAMMAD from Jordan. Can you help us to announce Best Paper Awards Globe?
Good evening, everyone. Hello from Jordan. Happy to be here with you all. Thank you very much for the organizing committee. It's my pleasure to be able to be here with you. I'm constantly following the conference, even though I don't participate with the paper, but I'm always there attending and following up. I would like to address my thanks to the organizing committee and all those doctors and staff members, all of those who have worked so hard to make this Congress come to us and bring it to us. I would also like to thank all the participants. I'm now going to announce the names of the best papers. The first best paper, the title is The Role of the Angangklung Community Sinang Baroka Sisama SBS in Improving the Life Motivation of the Older Generation. And the authors are Liena Prajogi and Prof.Dr. Wiwiek, Mardawiyah, DARYANTO. This is the first paper. Would the authors like to give us a wrap-up about this paper to remind us of what it talked about and the gist of this paper that they presented? Are you there?
Yes, I'm Lina. Yes,
Yes.
I'm Lina Prayogi. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Can you please remind us and everyone what your paper was about? Just give us like 1 or 2 minutes maximum, just a reminder of what your paper was about.
Could I take the presentation again or just a sharing?
No, you don't
No.
have to share. Just,
Oh,
just to
okay.
remind us, tell
Yeah.
us what it was about, just in
Yes.
case some of us were not there to be able to
Okay.
attend this valuable presentation.
Yes. This is I think this is the common reality that we should understand and realize that everybody will come to the stage of the elderly. That's right. Sometimes starting for maybe around 55 until 65, we don't know what we should to do every day to get the life motivation is still in us, understand? Now, so according to Prof.Dr. Wiwiek Daryanto, I met her and I really appreciate and surprisingly because she always continue not only focus in the academically but also in the community that like the woman or the man is not working anywhere anymore. Is already retired. So she want to come and she want to give the attention and also motivate them to do some special capability like through the music. And you know, in Indonesia, angklung is very famous. It's not too hard to learn and also to exercise about how to make the unique and also the harmony of the song, starting from the simple, more complex, and also maybe a very difficult song. But Ibu Wiwiek, Professor Wiwiek is still consists to encourage them, and also every week on Friday, Ibu Wiwiek open her house to invite them exercise, and also the coach come, and I see in the reality the community is very exciting, and also the big issue is they are very happy and motivated, not only in deep from themselves, but also can share to the others. This the meaning of the happy life. This we should understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Lina. Can I ask you a question? How do you define the older range for, you know, their age or?
Yeah. The community is still open, whether you're still young or maybe mature, productivity age, or the retired one. This is
okay, retired.
Open for every range of the age, but
so
in
retired means like
starting in 25.
Thank you, Lina. Retired, you mean like over 50, over 60? Are you talking about, you know, what age range? Yes.
Yeah, the age range is about 60, 65.
Okay.
It's already retired.
That's clear.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. That was very enlightening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Okay. And so now we move to the second best paper. And the title of the second best paper is The Use of Artificial Intelligence in One Aviation Institution in the Philippines by the authors Gomeriano Amora and Dr. Lina Constanti and Dr. Ethel Reis Chua and Dr. Jenny Villar, Miss Hazel Irish Bagulayan, and Ms. Erliane Rice. Please pardon me if I mispronounced your names. Are you there? Are you attending with us right now? Can anyone, any of these authors tell us, you know, give us just a recap of what you talked about in your presentation?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I'm very excited.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is Dr. Chua from the Philippines. The title of our presentation is The Use of Artificial Intelligence in One Aviation Institution in the Philippines. I'm actually connected with Airlink International Aviation in the Philippines. So we conducted this study in our own local institution. This is a mixed method research aimed to examine the extent to which the artificial intelligence technologies are being utilized by our students in one aviation institution. The study presented that ChatGPT is the preferred AI being used by our students, followed by Google Bard, Grammarly, Killbot, and among others. So this study suggests that it encompasses the integration of AI, but it should have discipline or shall I say, the students are being monitored and controlled by the professors in order to use responsibly this AI. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's very interesting. I would love to know more about using artificial intelligence in academia. You know, it's a very interesting topic, how professors use it and how students use it as well. Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Congratulations. Okay, now we will move to the third best paper. The title is Financial Performance Analysis and Evaluation of PT Bank Permata, and then TBK before and after acquired by Bangkok Bank Public Company, okay, Limited, amid high competition in Indonesia banking industry for 2019 to 2023. And the authors are Eddie Sajoga, Prof.Dr. Wiwiek, Mardawiyah, Daryanto. Congratulations for you. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your names. Congratulations. Is any of you there to give us a recap of what your presentation was about?
Yes, thank you, Miss.
Please, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Go
I think
ahead.
it's the analysis is about the performance. I think it's financial performance that currently is the bank in Indonesia is so many banks, and then is the competition is so high because it's for the commercial bank is we have 105 banks in Indonesia currently. This is beside of like the rural bank. Rural bank is so many rural bank in Indonesia. So I think it's currently so many foreign investor also invest in a financial institution in Indonesia also. So I think it's very interesting when we want to, I want to evaluate in terms of the financial performance of Bank Permata because it's after acquired by Bangkok Bank from Thailand. I think it's one of the biggest bank in Thailand in terms of asset. So I think it's we are reviewing in terms of the performance and also is to see what is the bank health rating. So I think it's I combine is for the evaluation in terms of the bank health rating based on or following of the regulation from a regulator, and then is also analyzed in terms of the performance of the bank. So this is just seeing after acquiring by foreign investor. I think what is the progress of the bank? Is it the bank is to be better or not? And then is the conclusion is the Bank Permata showing the much better performance after acquiring by the investor because it's the commitment of the investor is I think is for the long term, and then is a high commitment in terms of growing the bank to be one of the best bank in Indonesia because currently is the Bank Permata is one of the top 10 bank in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very enlightening. Thank you very much. Thank you. Congratulations to all those who have won the best papers. Congratulations to everyone.
Thank you.
Not only those who won the best papers, but all participants. Thank you all. I'm glad to be here. And Dr. Karim Kardal, I give the floor back to you. Thank you very much.
Sorry, and also is want to thank you so much. I think is I forgot to Professor Dr. Wiwiek Mardawiyah Daryanto that already I think is give I think is like the guidance to me to I think is conclude in terms of the paper to be I think is the best of the paper. Thank you so much to Professor Wiwiek. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Pak Edi.
Thank you.
Dr. Karim, the floor is back to you.
Lamia, thank you very much for your support. You are always supporting us. Thank you very much.
Sure, thank you. Anytime. Thank you all.
And we can give some words, microphone to some our academics. Dear Wiwiek Daryanto, can you say something?
Regarding the best paper or regarding the closing
in general,
program? In general, yes. distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, I'm so glad that we can finish this program successfully. So we should thanks to the Almighty God, Allah Subhanahu wa Taala. During the 3 days, we can deliver more than 400 topics from 32 countries and 124 institutions and organizations. Myself joined this Congress since the first CEO in 2020, and I think I have never miss of this program. So I'm very glad to join this program, and also always encourage my students to join this program. This time I also asked about 30 of my students because I'm a lecturer in accounting and finance subjects. So I encourage them to write regarding the accounting and finance from especially the public listed company in Indonesia. That's my comment for joining this program. Thank you so much.
Thank you, dear
Dr.
Wiwiek.
Karadal.
From beginning to now, you always with us. You always added value. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
There is someone like you from beginning to now. He is Raitai from Thailand. Raitai, do you hear me?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Yes. You gave research method workshop, this one and the earlier ones. And also you are always adding value to our Congress. Can you say something?
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to thank CEO Congress and specifically Karim Karadal, always inviting me to participate in the Congress. In fact, I've given a few methodology sessions already in the past, and I'm honored to do so. And it's a pleasure to listen to experts from all over the world. I learned so much from everyone, and I hope to continue to support this very important international Congress. And I'll continue to inform people to join the CEO Congress. And I'd be glad to do other sessions on research methodology. And you can reach me through Karim Karadal if you need to. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Raitai. From Thailand to India now. Souvik Dasgupta, are you there? Mr. Souvik Dasgupta.
Yeah, I'm here, and
You also with us from beginning to now for each Congress. Please say something.
yeah, thank you, Dr. Karim Karadal, for giving me the floor. Yeah, it's a very nice Congress, and it's a wonderful Congress. I am there since the beginning, and each year and each session we have hundreds of papers which have been presented here, and all of the papers are great and of great values also. Another thing that I should focus is the multinational and the international nature of the Congress. We have participants for different countries and have focus and viewpoints from different parts of the world. It's not limited to particular continent, but it's spread to all across all the continents. And that gives a multinational feeling to this Congress. And there's a very important thing that needs to be focused. And I hope for next session also we'll be having this Congress will run for more than 10 years or might be 20 or 30 years more also. And we'll be having a physical Congress also soon where we can meet all of us again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We hope also. And now, Amalia Naim Indrajaya, do you hear me?
Yes.
We worked a lot,
Karim.
we studied a lot. Say something, please.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm really glad that this CEO Congress is really something that is uniting everyone, researcher, practitioner, academicians. And then I have met so many people and we have collaborated because of this CEO Congress. So I'm looking forward to meeting you in person. So if you come to Indonesia, you can visit us, Institute IPMI in Jakarta. And then there are lots of my students and also my colleagues like Pak Dr. Sam, Ibu Professor Wiwi, Ibu Deti, and there are lots of other academicians from Indonesia looking forward to have more CEO Congress in the future. So thank you so much for Dr. Karim Karadal for his passions and always there for all of us to make sure that this conference becomes a very fruitful conference for everyone. Thank you so much. Back to you.
You are welcome. Thank you very much too. I want to give microphone to Turkish speakers, to Turkish speakers. Şevki Hocam, sizin de söyleyeceklerinizi, önerilerinizi alalım hocam veya eleştirilerinizi. Bu kongrede aklımıza gelen bir şey oldu. Onu da paylaşalım. Biz Research Method Workshop diye İngilizce yapıyoruz. Katılımcılarda azınlıkta Türk oluyor. Türk hocalarımız pek katılım
Yok, gayet iyi oldu.
göstermiyor.
Ben izledim
Onu İngilizce yanında aynı saatte Türkçe de yapıp bu şekilde geliştirmeyi düşünüyoruz hocam. İngilizcesine katılmayan Türkçesine katılabilir. Türkiye'den bir hocamız Türkçe Research Method Workshop yapabilir. Bu kongrede biz bunu değerlendirdik. Onun dışında sizin de önerileriniz olursa şunları yaparsak gelişir kongre şeklinde seviniriz hocam.
Evet. Şimdi bu kongrede 37 tane bildiriyi takip ettim. Yani çok şey öğrendim. Yani bu yaşta yeni şeyleri gençlerden öğrenmek, yazarlardan öğrenmek benim için de bir katkı oldu bana. Tabii kongrenin geliştiğini, küresel çapta artık bir adı olduğunu görüyorum. Bu beni sevindirdi. Gerek başta Kerim Karadal, gerek Bayan Daryanto, gerek Amelia Naim, gerekse Lamia Hanım olmak üzere diğer bütün meslektaşlarımın bildirileriyle, yine bilimsel yaklaşımlarıyla dünyaya, bilim dünyasına büyük katkı sağladığını düşünüyorum. Bu yönüyle hepinizi tebrik ediyorum. Tabii deneyimli bir akademisyen olduğum için birkaç böyle kongreyi iyileştirmeye yönelik önerim de olacak. Mesela şöyle bir şey, kişiler bildiri sunmak için başvuruyorlar. Bu bildiri sayısını sınırlamakta fayda var. Yani en fazla 4 tane olabilir. Bir de şöyle bir şey var. Bu kongrenin artık nitelikli bir kongre olduğunu herkes kabul ediyor. Ama şöyle bir şey de var. Diyelim ki mesela Şevki Özgener 5 tane bildiri gönderiyor. 5'ini de aynı oturuma koyduğunuz zaman bu kaliteyi düşürür. Ama mesela farklı oturumlara koyarsak o zaman daha iyi bir çalışmayı gözlemleyebiliriz oradan. Anlatabildim mi Kerim Bey? Yoksa şu anda mesela ben o araştırma yöntemleri oturumunu izledim. Hakikaten çok güzel bilgiler sundu. Bu duyuruyu, bu özellikle araştırma yöntemleri duyurusunu kongreden biraz daha önce duyurursan çok daha fazla katılımın olacağını düşünüyorum. Özellikle gençlerden katılım olursa çok öğretici olacağını düşünüyorum. Tabii bu bilimsel çalışmalarda bizler de katkı vermeye çalışıyoruz ama işlerimizin çok yoğun olduğunu siz de biliyorsunuz. Yani kongrenin ne kadar kaliteli olduğunu ifade etmek bağlamında söylüyorum. Bu yıl sadece uluslararası kongrede size bildiri vermiş durumdayım. Bu nedir? İşte yani diğer kongreler arasından farkınız olduğunu ortaya koyuyor. Dolayısıyla sözü çok fazla uzatmadan burada bildirisiyle, çabasıyla, yine yönetimiyle bu kongreye katkıda bulunan bütün meslektaşlarıma, kongrenin yöneticilerine, paydaşlarına çok teşekkür ederiz. Biz de katkı sunmaya devam edeceğiz tabii ki. Hepinize Nevşehir'den, Kapadokya'dan selamlar.
Kerim Hoca sesinizi açın.
Gökhan Turan hocam. Duyuyor musunuz Gökhan hocam? Gökhan Turan hocam. Türkiye'den hocalarımızdan konuşmak isteyen var mıdır? Gökhan hocam duymadı. Gökhan Turan hocam. Katkı sağlamak isteyen Türkiye'den hocalarımızdan.
Bir de şunu söylemek istiyorum Kerim. Bir konu
Buyurun hocam.
önereceğim.
Buyurun hocam.
Mesela bazen kongrelerin böyle açılışında var ya, bir tema belirleniyor. Bir tema belirleyip böyle onun üzerinden birkaç konuşma yapılabilir belki. İyi bir tema yani. En güncel temalardan biri.
Hocam şey vardı temamız. Sürdürülebilirlikti temamız.
Yok başka yani böyle sürdürülebilir değil de böyle daha çekici yöneticilerin de
Tamam.
yöneticilerin dahil olabileceği şeyler lazım.
Tamam hocam.
Örgüt yönetimiyle ilgili yani.
Anladım.
Mesela
Pratisyenlerden
bir firmanın CEO'su olabilir diyorum. Anlatabildim mi?
nasıl hocam?
Firmaların CEO'ları,
Anladım.
yöneticileri var ya böyle. Bunları yapabilirsin, ekleyebilirsin.
Evet, kıymetli olur hocam. Doğru söylüyorsunuz. Türkiye'den konuşmak isteyen hocamız yoksa son kez Tuğçe Hanım konuşmak ister mi? Muhammed Zülkifli hocama o zaman sözü vereceğim ve kapatacağız. Hep beraber fotoğraf çekiniriz. El sallayarak. Türkiye'den konuşmak isteyen hocamız var mı?
Hocam söz alabilir miyim hocam?
Tabii ki buyurun hocam. Yan taraftan söylendiniz. Ben belki siz de duymuyorsunuzdur diye bir şey diyemedim.
Evet,
Buyurun.
evet. Hocam öncelikle organizasyon komitesine katılan bütün hocalarımıza ayrı ayrı teşekkür ediyoruz. Çok büyük bir organizasyon, güzel bir çalışma yaptınız. Ben ilk defa katılıyorum. Isparta'dan katılıyorum. İlk defa katılıyorum. Son derece güzel bir kongre, organizasyon. Dolu dolu. Bildirileri mümkün olduğunca dinlemeye çalıştık ama tabii yoğun bir program. Başarılarınızın devamını diliyorum. Çok güzel bir çalışma oldu. Ben de Şevki hocamın önerisine katılıyorum. Yani biraz şey olursa hani bir tematik başlıklar belirlenirse daha faydalı olur diye düşünüyorum. Ben de Türkiye'de bir kongrenin başkan yardımcılığını yürütüyorum. O yüzden hani bu konulara kafa yoruyoruz biz de. Uluslararası Tam Sosyal Bilimler Kongresi'nin başkan yardımcılığını yürütüyorum. Dolayısıyla bilgiyi tabii paylaştıkça çoğalan şeyler çok güzel. Çok teşekkür ediyorum. Bütün hocalarıma saygılarımı sunuyorum hocam. Sağ olun.
Biz de teşekkür ederiz hocam size. Katkılarınız için teşekkürler. Son olarak Mustafa Zülkifli hocama söz vereceğim. Ardından geleneksel hale gelmiş el sallamamızı yapıp fotoğrafımızı çekinip kapanış yapabiliriz. Dear Mustafa Zülkifli, do you hear me? Sorry, Muhammed Zülkifli. Sorry. Dear Muhammed Zülkifli, do you hear me?
Yeah. Dr.
Please say
Karim.
something. You were always you were with your students, and you support us during the Congress 3 days. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Microphone is
Okay.
yours, sir.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah, first of all, I like to thank Dr. Karim and everyone here, especially Professor Wiwiek, Dr. Amelia, and all team. Actually, I'm so sorry, we just joined in last minute because this is I try to bring my team to join, and finally I can collect around 16 paper, and around 20 people can join this event. And fortunately, Dr. Karim still still accommodate us to join this very good Congress. You know, our university is new, just new compared than IPMI. Is actually the all and the bigger university, but our university just new, Dr. Karim, and I'm glad to see and glad to hear you all accommodate us. I hope we can continue joining in this session, and it's very good for us to learn. I think some of my students also here in this session, and they are very happy to learn together with everyone here. And thank you very much for the opportunity. I hope the next Congress we can learn, we can contribute more, and even same like Prof. Wiwiek and Bu Amelia, we can meet in person one day together somewhere. Yeah, thank you very much again for your attention and helping and supporting us.
Thank you very much, Muhammed Zulkifli. Is there an academic who wants to talk and say something? Otherwise, we will close the session and we will close the Congress. We will take a picture and waving hands, which is our traditional gesture. Is there anyone who want to talk? Okay. Türkçe konuşmak isteyen hocalarımız da yoksa el sallayarak hocam hep beraber geleneksel bizim CEO Kongre'nin fotoğrafı oldu. Kameralarımızı açalım, el sallayalım lütfen. Open your cameras and wave your hands please. We will take a photo and we will close the Congress. Please open cameras. It will be better. Yes, İlhan Mansur. Very good. Çekiyor mu? Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Very good photo. Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Teşekkür ederim. İyi günler.
See you for the 10 CEO in the future. Bye bye.
See you. Bye bye.
Thank you, Ibu Wiwi.
Thank
Bye,
you.
everybody. Bye. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Thank you, Karim.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, brother. It was very nice, conference. And thank you all, each and every panelist who are presented here right now. And it was a great pleasure for our university to co-hosting such a beautiful Congress. And definitely we want to again, organize such kind of things in our university in a, physical mode also.
I hope so. Also, dear Dr. Asish Jorasya, say hi from us to your rector. We were happy to welcome him in opening ceremony. We will be happy again. Thank you very much for adding value.
Thank you. Most welcome and all the best for the future endeavors.
Thank you. And please, Asi, please meet our Indian community, Mr. Souvik Dasgupta. He is our country.
Definitely I'll communicate with him in our next working days. I'll come even I'll discuss with you.
I'll be happy to meet you and happy to have a discussion with you later.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.